Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Blood Fiend Rock. Little brother, I've already told you everything. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me go? Lu Jiwu stole a glance at the young man in front of him and said with a fawning smile, "Of course I'll keep my word." Hearing these words, Lu Jiwu's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. However, there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within his eyes. He coldly said in his heart, "If I don't die this time, I will return the old and new grudges to you double when Big Brother and the rest return." Glancing at Lu Jiwu from the corner of his eyes, Zhuin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Soon after, Yuan power burst forth from his right hand and struck Lu Jiwu's lower abdomen. With a creak, Lu Jiwu clutched his abdomen as he squatted on the ground in pain. "You destroyed my Dantian? You actually didn't keep your promise," Lu Jiwu said in a low voice as he clutched his abdomen and looked at the young man in front of him with a ferocious expression. "I said that I wouldn't kill you. I only crippled your Dantian. I didn't violate the agreement." Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently. At the same time, Han Shui and the rest also came over. As they looked at the tall and straight figure in front of them, a look of reverence appeared on their faces. "Little brother, thank you for saving me. I heard from Feng Yu and the others that your name is Xiao Se." Han Shui carefully sized up the young man in front of her as she spoke with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. The armor on the surface of his body slowly faded away, revealing a rather cold young face. Zhuowen smiled and said, "No need to thank me. My purpose for coming here this time is only for the mysterious treasure, and I helped you along the way. Now that I know the exact location of the mysterious treasure, I won't stay for long." After hearing Zhuowen's words, Han Shui felt as though a rock had been lifted from her heart. In fact, she did not believe that a stranger would save her mercenary group for no reason. However, after hearing Zhuowen's explanation, she felt a little more at ease. "Lu Jiwu's Dantian has been crippled. He's now a cripple. I'll leave him to you. I'll take my leave first." With that, Zhuowen turned into a black bolt of lightning and gradually disappeared from everyone's line of sight without even looking back. Han Shui stared at the back of the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance. Somehow, she felt that the figure gave her a sense of déjà vu. Brat? Why didn't he acknowledge Han Shui just now? To be honest, Han Shui's figure was definitely a peerless beauty. Coupled with her pretty face, it would be difficult for any man to reject her. Moreover, before we parted last time, she seemed to have given you a hint of ambiguity. If you reveal your true identity, this woman will be within your reach. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind. There was a hint of mischief in her voice. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "You're in the mood to talk about this. The most important task now is to obtain the holy rune of Ice Fire. Furthermore, I'm destined to leave Vine Armor City in the future. If I really want her, I'll be letting her down. Brat, you're quite principled. You're right. The holy rune of Ice Fire is the most important task now." The map that you obtained from the white-clothed youth seemed to have a more detailed description of the Blood Evil Rock. Xiao Hei said with a smile, "The map's description is quite detailed. According to the map's introduction, the Blood Evil Rock is actually a small valley located at the border between the outer and inner areas of the Annihilation Forest. As there is a blood-colored rock at the entrance of the small valley, it was named the Blood Evil Rock. Furthermore, there are many meta-beasts inside. Even if a young corporeal realm warrior were to enter, he would be at a disadvantage." Zhuowen silently recalled the introduction on the map and said in a low voice, "It seems that the Blood Evil Rock is not a good place. However, according to Lu Jiwu, the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance have already brought many people into the Blood Evil Rock. When you enter the Blood Evil Rock, don't make a fuss. Just wait and see." Xiao Hei said with a hint of seriousness. Zhuowen responded faintly. Immediately, his speed increased by a large margin. After a while, Zhuowen followed the route on the map and arrived at a small valley. Looking at the blood-colored rock at the entrance of the small valley, Zhuowen knew that the small valley in front of him was the Blood Evil Rock, which was their destination. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Blood Evil Rock, Zhuowen immediately smelled a strong scent of blood. His expression turned slightly cold, and he became even more vigilant. He knew that the Blood Evil Rock was much more dangerous than the outer areas of the Annihilation Forest. After passing through the entrance, a small path in the forest suddenly appeared in front of him. However, the scene on the path made Zhuowen's heart skip a beat. On the path, there were corpses dripping with blood. There were meta-beasts and human ancient martial art practitioners. However, meta-beasts made up the majority of the corpses. Countless internal organs were scattered on the path. The cherry red blood seemed to have gathered into a stream of blood in the grooves of the path. The pungent smell of blood almost filled the entire path. Smelling the strong scent of blood on the path, even Zhuowen couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the blood on the path hasn't dried up yet, it's obvious that there was a huge battle here. The Liu family and the Mercenary Alliance should be not far ahead. You have to be careful. I have already helped you conceal your aura. As long as you don't completely expose yourself, it will be difficult for others to discover you, Xiao He said in a cautious tone. Zhuowen nodded slightly. His footsteps became even lighter. At the same time, his nerves became extremely tense. After about an hour, Zhuowen finally passed through the hell-like path. During this time, he also met some meta-beasts that were lucky enough to survive. However, in order not to waste time, he didn't get entangled with them too much. After walking out of the path in the forest, just as Zhuowen was about to continue moving forward, a faint human voice suddenly came from afar. Listening carefully, Zhuowen felt that the voice was coming from the left. Slowly squatting down, Zhuowen's footsteps became even lighter. He slowly walked towards the left. As he got closer, the human voice became louder and louder. Finally, Zhuowen stopped in a lush shrub. Through the gaps in the shrub, what appeared in front of him was a wide open space. At this moment, there was a fierce battle happening on the open space. There were nearly 100 people on the open space. They were mainly divided into two camps. The majority of them were dressed as mercenaries. It was obvious that they were from the Mercenary Alliance. In front of the Mercenary Alliance, there was a tall middle-aged man whose clothes were decorated with many sharp knives. Zhuowen could feel that this strangely dressed middle-aged man was faintly emitting an extremely terrifying aura. This aura had definitely reached the corporeal yang stage. This middle-aged man should be the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Qianshang. It was said that this person was originally a small mercenary in an unknown mercenary group. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and his strength skyrocketed. In order to prevent the mercenaries of Luchuan town from being oppressed by the Liu family, he organized and established the Mercenary Alliance. This person had a very high status in the hearts of the mercenaries and was extremely powerful. The other camp had fewer people, but their attire was surprisingly uniform. It wasn't as messy as the Mercenary Alliance. Zhuowen knew that this should be the Liu family's men. At the head of the Liu family's men stood two similar middle-aged men. These two men should be the Liu family's head, Liu Jitian, and the second-in-command Liu Jiwen. Both of them were at the corporeal yang stage. Liu Jiwen's aura was slightly weaker. Zhuowen could feel that Liu Jiwen's strength was about the same as Yan Jie's in the Hall of Punishment. They should both have just entered the corporeal yang stage. On the other hand, Liu Jitian's aura was much more profound. Zhuowen could feel that Liu Jitian's aura was the same as the middle-aged man at the head of the Mercenary Alliance. It gave off an unfathomable feeling. Zhuowen guessed that these two people should be experts who had already condensed corporeal armor. Opposite this group of people, there was a meta-beast that was as huge as a small mountain. It stood quietly in front of them. However, the meta-beast was covered in injuries, and it was obvious that it had gone through a fierce battle. Behind the meta-beast was a deep cave. "Kid, I can feel that the ice fire sacred symbol is in the cave. You must get that thing." Xiao Hei, who was originally silent, suddenly shouted excitedly in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded heavily. Then he quietly watched the battle in the open space. The meta beast on the open space was at least at level 2. Even a corporeal yang stage, martialist, would have a hard time dealing with it. However, it still couldn't resist the siege of so many martialists. Countless meta force fluctuations, accompanied by monstrous meta beast roars, sounded from the open space. Looking at the meta beast, whose movements were getting slower and slower, Zhuowen knew that the meta beast was about to reach the end of its life. Finally, a mournful wail sounded. The meta beast, which was like a small mountain, finally fell heavily to the open space after being bombarded by so many martialists. When the Yuan beasts fell, the two brothers, Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen, looked at each other. Then they turned into ghosts and rushed into the cave. The middle-aged man from the Mercenary Alliance, who was covered in small knives, didn't want to be outdone. He quickly followed the two brothers and turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the cave. After the three of them disappeared into the cave, the remaining people stood in the open space and didn't move. Obviously, they had received orders from their leaders. Looking at the deep cave, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to rush into the cave, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. "Wait, kid, there's something strange in the cave. If I'm not wrong, Tyrant Blood isn't completely dead yet. The three of them who just entered will soon suffer." Zhuowen was stunned. His body, which was about to move, stopped as he stared at the deep cave in front of him. As time gradually passed, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the cave. Soon after, 3 miserable figures appeared in front of everyone. The 3 of them were the Lu brothers and the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Qian Shang. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered in the cave. "Xiao Hei, what should we do now?" Zhuowen asked Xiao Hei softly. He knew that Xiao Hei's origin energy had been used up again. It would take another 2 months for her to recover. Therefore, with her current strength, it was impossible for her to be a match for Lu Jitian and the others. The ice fire sacred symbol isn't in their hands. It's obvious that they didn't succeed in the cave. Now is our chance. Chapter 122. The aureole is behind. I have a concealment technique that can allow a cultivator to become invisible for a short period of time. However, this technique consumes a lot of my source strength. If I use it this time, I'm afraid that I will become extremely weak. Xiao Hei said with some hesitation. Is the price very serious? Zhuowen stared blankly at Xiao Hei, who had a serious expression on her face. Yes. So this time, you must succeed in obtaining the holy symbol of ice fire. As long as I obtain the holy symbol, my source strength will recover and even stabilize. The expression on Xiao Hei's face became rather serious. She waved her little claws gently, and a strange ink-black energy immediately enveloped Zhuowen's body. When the energy gradually receded, Zhuowen's body seemed to have turned into thin air. "Kid, the rest is up to you. I can't help you at all now." Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with exhaustion. She looked deeply at Zhuowen before turning into a black light and entering between her eyebrows. "Don't worry. This time, I will definitely take back the holy symbol of ice fire." Zhuowen nodded heavily and quietly came out of the bushes, slowly approaching the cave entrance in front of the open space. In front of the cave, the Lu brothers and the Mercenary Alliance's leader, Qian Shang, were all in a very sorry state. Moreover, there was still a trace of lingering fear on their faces. Zhuowen's footsteps were very light. When he was only 10 steps away from the 3 of them, he could clearly hear their voices. I didn't expect that there would be a restriction placed in the cave. Fortunately, the restriction's power was not strong. Otherwise, even if the 3 of U.S. joined forces, we might have been seriously injured. Lu Jitian, who was standing at the front, said with a frightened expression, Did you see the situation inside the cave? Qian Shang, who was covered in small knives, turned his head and asked indifferently. Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen both looked at Qian Shang with fear. After a moment of silence, Lu Jitian finally said, before the restriction was triggered, I could see what seemed to be a human figure inside the restriction. It seems like that's the case. What I saw was similar to what you guys saw. It was also a human figure that was filled with a bloodthirsty light. However, its aura was very weak. It should be very seriously injured. Qian Shang nodded lightly and said with a smile, in other words, the one who fell from the sky 2 months ago was a human? How is that possible? Judging from the direction where the bloodlight fell, it should be heavenly cliff. You should know the height of absolute sky cliff. Even if a warrior of the Zhao King realm fell, he would definitely die, Lu Jiwen said in disbelief. You're right. Even if it's a Zhao King realm martial artist, it's impossible for them to survive after falling into heavenly precipice cliff. But what if it was a cultivator whose strength had surpassed the precipice and reached the ultimate Emperor realm? After all, ultimate Emperor realm cultivators can already walk through the air for a short period of time, and the 4 exalted realm cultivators can walk through the air as if they were walking on flat ground. Heavenly precipice shouldn't be a problem for these cultivators, right? I didn't expect this matter to involve cultivators of this level. Are we still going to go in? Lu Jitian frowned. The 3 of them were only at the corporeal yang stage. Cultivators above the ultimate emperor realm were like a chasm to them. Qian Shang glanced at Lu Jitian and sneered. So the Lu family head is not much? With just this level of strength, you plan to be a coward? You! Before Lu Jitian could speak, Lu Jiwen, who was beside him, was furious. He wanted to step forward, but was blocked by Lu Jitian. Lu Jitian looked indifferently at Qian Shang and said, What plan does leader Qian Shang have? After all, this matter involves an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. We have to consider this carefully. I'm certain that the cultivator in the cave is severely injured. Otherwise, with his strength, when the 3 of us entered the cave for the first time, he could have killed us directly. But he didn't and used a restriction to stop us. This means that the cultivator is extremely weak. As long as the 3 of us work together, we can definitely kill the cultivator in the cave. A Radiant King Realm cultivator is able to rule over a low-level city. One can only imagine how rich an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would be. As long as we work together to kill the cultivator in the cave, the rewards we will receive will be unimaginable. Qian Shang's body couldn't help but tremble when he said this. He was very excited to be able to kill a legendary ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, although it was only a heavily injured cultivator. Qian Shang's words also made Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen, who were standing in front of him, feel a little tempted. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw greed in each other's eyes. What do the 2 of you think? Do you want to work with me? If we succeed in killing that cultivator, we will split the rewards. How about it? Qian Shang spread his hands and chuckled. All right, we suffered a loss just now. Now that we know what's inside the cave, our chances of success should be very high. Lu Jitian nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, let's go in. Qian Shang nodded when he saw that Lu Jitian had agreed and immediately rushed into the cave. Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen glanced at each other. Unwilling to be outdone, they turned into 2 shadows and entered the cave. After the 3 of them disappeared into the cave, an illusory figure loomed at the entrance. This figure was Zhuowen, who had used a concealment technique. Looks like your guess was right. Ba Shui is still alive, Zhuowen said softly. However, he's not far from death. From the conversation between the 3 of them, we can tell that Ba Shui is indeed on the verge of death. I never thought that a 4th Reverend Realm cultivator would die at the hands of 3 corporeal Yang Realm cultivators. How ironic. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out. Her voice was filled with schadenfreude. All right, let's go in too. Although Ba Shui is at the end of his rope, He's still not that easy to deal with. Looks like we can be the Oriole this time. After saying that, Zhuowen's illusory figure suddenly turned into nothingness and entered the cave. The cave wasn't deep. Zhuowen only took a few steps before he reached the end. As Zhuowen approached, he could hear the sounds of fighting coming from the depths of the cave. He knew that Lu Jitian and the other two had already encountered Ba Shui. Quietly turning the last corner, a rather spacious open space appeared in front of him. There was a small pile of hay in the corner of the open space, and a tall figure was quietly sitting cross-legged on top of the hay. Zhuowen took a closer look and immediately recognized the figure sitting on top of the hay. It was Ba Shui, whom he had been looking for. At this time, Ba Shui's aura was very weak, and his exposed body was badly mutilated. If one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to imagine that the body in front of him was a human body. In the open space, there was a tall, blood-red figure standing in front of Ba Shui. The blood-red figure had long blood-red hair and held a long blood-red saber in his hand. It was Ba Shui's armor spirit manifestation. Looking at the blood-colored human figure that was only a few dozen feet tall in the middle of the empty ground, a strange look appeared in Zhuo Wen's eyes. He still clearly remembered that the blood-colored human figure that the tyrant blood had summoned outside Rotten Armor City was almost a few hundred feet tall. It was like a small mountain, and almost every move it made had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. But now, not only was the blood-red figure only a few feet tall, its power was only at the corporeal yang realm. It was obvious that Ba Shui was really at the end of his rope. Boom! With a loud bang, the yuan power in the middle of the empty ground surged out like a tidal wave. Immediately, the blood-colored figure involuntarily retreated a dozen steps under this powerful yuan power undulation, before he directly collided with the rock wall behind him. Don't hold back. I can feel that this blood-red figure is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's attack together and get rid of it completely. Lu Jitian suddenly shouted at Lu Jiwen and Qianshang. Lu Jiwen and Qianshang nodded in agreement. Then, each of them unleashed their best armor skills. Bang! In an instant, the entire cave was filled with boundless yuan power. Yuan power as powerful as a mountain constantly gushed out from the three of them. Nirvana yuan hand. Heaven-shaking seal. Earth-splitting seal. The three of them displayed their most powerful armor skills. 3 dazzling attacks turned into 3 rays of light and fiercely rushed towards the blood-red figure embedded in the rock wall. Rumble. Under these 3 powerful attacks, the entire cave began to shake. It felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless rocks fell from the ceiling like rain. One could only hear a miserable shriek as the tall, blood-colored figure gradually turned into a bloody glow under the 3 powerful attacks and gradually dissipated. When the blood-red figure disappeared, Ba Shui, who was sitting on a pile of hay, suddenly opened his eyes. He indifferently stared at Lu Jitian and the other 2 in front of him. Soon after, he inexplicably turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance, with a strange look in his eyes. Zhuowen, who was originally hiding at the entrance, coincidentally met Ba Shui's gaze. His heart fiercely twitched, and he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Could it be that this fellow had already discovered him? However, Ba Shui only paused at the entrance for a moment. Soon after, he naturally shifted his gaze away and looked indifferently at Lu Jitian and the other 2. He indifferently said, I never imagined that I, Ba Shui, who has been brilliant all my life, would actually fall at the hands of 3 ants. How laughable! Lu Jitian and the other 2 vigilantly stared at Ba Shui, who was sitting on a pile of hay. They knew that this fellow's cultivation was at least at the ultimate emperor stage. Although he was seriously injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They didn't dare to be careless. Since I'm about to die, I'll hand over my Qinkuan bag to you. However, What stunned the three of them was that Ba Shui actually straightforwardly handed over the Qinkuan bag at his waist and threw it in the middle of the clearing. As they stared at the Qinkuan bag on the ground, the shock on their faces instantly turned into greed. The Qinkuan bag in front of them belonged to an unknown expert. There were definitely unimaginable benefits inside. The three vigilantly looked at each other and immediately rushed towards the Qinkuan bag on the ground. However, just as the three of them were about to touch the Qinkuan bag, an illusory figure had unknowingly appeared above the Qinkuan bag. Soon after, the figure unceremoniously took the Qinkuan bag. Chapter 123. Dragon, Soul Lu Jitian, and the other two did not expect that there would be another person in the cave besides the three of them. Looking at the empty ground and the rapidly escaping figure, Lu Jitian's face immediately turned gloomy. He shouted, "Bastard! How dare you snatch our Lu family's things? Do you have a death wish?" After speaking, Lu Jitian stomped his foot on the ground as the boundless yuan power in his body poured out like a vast ocean. His entire body shot towards the entrance of the cave like an arrow. Lu Jitian's shout also awakened Lu Jiwen and Chen Shang, who were still in shock. The two of them looked at each other and saw the dense killing intent in each other's eyes. The three of them represented the strongest force in the entire Luchuan town. They did not expect that someone would steal from them right under their noses. The feeling of being robbed made the two of them extremely unhappy. Looks like the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance's prestige is not enough. Someone actually dares to steal from us. This is the first time in many years that I've encountered someone like this. Qian Shang laughed sinisterly. Then it's time to display the prestige of the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance. This person must die. Lu Jiwen's voice was filled with killing intent. The two of them nodded slightly and turned into two black lightning bolts as they followed Lu Jitian. The cave instantly became much more deserted, leaving only Ba Shui sitting alone on a pile of hay. Cough, cough. The brat has a very strange spiritual fluctuation. Since I'm about to die, I might as well take one last gamble. Perhaps I can find a chance to be reborn. After another round of violent coughing, Ba Shui's face became even more unsightly. He slapped his chest with his right hand and a dense, blood-red light rose from his left chest. With a swoosh, he turned into a blood-red light and flew out of the cave. As the blood-red light flew out, the aura in Ba Shui's body gradually dissipated. In the end, Ba Shui's body turned into countless blood-red specks of light and disappeared. In the deep and serene cave, Zhuo Wen's feet moved continuously. His speed had already reached an astonishing level. However, the sound of the wind breaking behind him told him that the furious Lu Jitian was slowly closing in on him. "Brat, how dare you steal something right under our noses?" A loud shout suddenly sounded from not far behind Zhuo. Soon after, an extremely swift and fierce palm wind suddenly swept over from behind. The ear-piercing sound of tearing air caused even Zhuo's scalp to turn numb when he heard it. "Brat, you won't be able to dodge this attack. You can only take it head-on." Xiao Hei, who was standing on Zhuo's shoulder, had a solemn look in her eyes. "I didn't expect the Lu family head to be so powerful. Judging from his aura, his cultivation should have reached the third stage of the corporeal yang realm." Zhuo could also feel that the palm wind behind him was getting fiercer and fiercer. He gritted his teeth, and his entire body was instantly covered with ice-blue armor. The 9 blue swords on the back of the armor were instantly unsheathed, forming a sword barrier around his body. At the same time, Zhuo turned around abruptly. Countless blood veins in his body suddenly erupted, and a huge ape shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Second sky of rampage. A low and deep roar slowly sounded out from his throat. Soon after, Zhuo Wen's right fist suddenly punched out. Powerful yuan power ferociously intertwined as the huge fist of the ape phantasm followed Zhuo Wen and violently punched out. Oh, a brat at the first stage of the Yin Void realm? At this moment, Zhuo Wen suddenly turned around, and Lu Jitian saw the true face of the person in front of him. What surprised him was that the person in front of him was a teenager of about 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, the aura emitted from the teenager's body was only at the first stage of the Yin Void realm. Lu Jitian became even angrier when he thought that the person who stole from him was only a warrior at the first stage of the Yin Void realm. Moreover, the warrior had succeeded in the end. Brat, you really have guts. With such little strength, you dared to steal from our Lu family. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know what you can and can't take. However, the price of this lesson is your life. A ferocious expression appeared on Lu Jitian's face. Endless killing intent, accompanied by surging original energy, suddenly burst out from his body and finally turned into a huge original energy palm in front of him. Bang! The palm violently hit the ape shadow. Under Zhuo Wen's horrified gaze, the ape shadow was instantly crushed by the palm like a piece of paper and shattered into countless blood-red fragments. Then, the huge palm made of elemental energy violently enveloped Zhuo Wen's skinny figure. With a violent explosion, the palm made of elemental energy ruthlessly smashed into the sword barrier outside Zhuo Wen's armor. The sword barrier instantly transformed into a gigantic blue whirlwind, viciously enveloping the Yuan power palm. A dazzling ball of light exploded, and the blue whirlwind formed by the 9 blue swords actually crumbled inch by inch under the heavy impact of the Yuan power palm, while the aura of the 9 sharp blue swords also began to weaken. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from Zhuowen's mouth. Zhuowen's entire body was violently thrown back due to the heavy blow. However, although the blue whirlwind was broken, the original energy palm also instantly collapsed under the corrosion of the blue whirlwind's cold air, turning into specks of light. A touch of astonishment slowly rose in Lu Jitian's eyes. The originally indifferent expression on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a strange and cautious expression. His cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the corporeal Yang realm, but the youth in front of him was only at the 1st stage of the Yin Void realm. The difference between the two of them was almost an entire realm. In Lu Jitian's opinion, his original energy palm should have easily broken through the youth's defense and killed him in one move. However, the final result was beyond his expectations. Not only was the young man not instantly killed as he had imagined, he was only injured. More importantly, his attack was actually broken by the young man. At the same time in the cave, Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang, who were following closely behind, came to Lu Jitian's side. Seeing that the original energy palm condensed by Lu Jitian was actually broken by a youth who was only 15 or 16 years old, their expressions became very rich. This kid is so strange. His cultivation is obviously only at the 1st stage of the Yin Void realm, but he was actually able to break through the attack of a 3rd stage of the corporeal Yang realm warrior. This kind of strength is far beyond the Yin Void realm. It's really strange. Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang looked at the youngster before them as a trace of graveness surfaced in their eyes. They were well aware of the might of the Yuan power palm that Lu Jitian had unleashed. Even they would find it somewhat troublesome to deal with that kind of power. However, the youngster before them had actually managed to block it. This made the two of them inexplicably shocked. Second brother, Qian Shang, the two of you came at the right time. Let's attack together and get rid of this brat first. Lu Jitian said with a gloomy face when he saw Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang. Looking at Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang behind Lu Jitian, Zhuo Wen's expression changed. Just now, it was already difficult for him to deal with Lu Jitian. Now, there were 2 more corporeal Yang realm warriors. Even he could not be a match for the 3 people in front of him. Attack! Immediately kill this kid on the spot to avoid more trouble. Lu Jitian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He waved his hand and formed a complicated handprint. Then a light seal flew out from his palm and turned into a huge mountain in midair. Hans seal! Behind him, Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang stared at the huge mountain in midair in shock. They did not expect that Lu Jitian would use this move to deal with a kid in the first stage of the Yin Void realm. However, the two of them also knew that the young man in front of them was a little strange. They did not dare to be careless. Both of them took out their best armor skills and fiercely attacked the young man in front of them. Nirvana Origin Hand. Earth-splitting seal. Two low roars came from their throats. Immediately, a huge palm, dozens of feet wide, stretched out from midair as if it was tearing through the void and fiercely suppressed the young man not far away. With the appearance of the huge palm, a light seal shot into the ground, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. A powerful force fiercely tore the ground apart, and immediately, countless sharp earth spikes burst out from the cracks in the ground. The expression on Zhuo Wen's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the three attacks in front of him. Each of the three attacks was extremely difficult for him to deal with. If the three attacks were to be combined together, even he would not be able to block them. It seems that I can only fight. Zhuo Wen patted his storage bag and took out the huge dragon vein saber. Soon after, the endless dragon aura of the five-clawed golden dragon surged into his body. He knew that the dragon vein saber contained the dragon pressure. After using it a few times, he also discovered that the strength of the dragon pressure was determined by the amount of dragon aura that was poured in. He had never tried it before. If the dragon pressure within the dragon vein saber was pushed to its limit, the strength of the dragon pressure that was formed was something that even he had difficulty imagining. This time around, he could be considered to have staked everything. Currently, he could not use his two trump cards, the Nirvana Demon Flame and Xiaohei's Origin Energy. The former had fallen into a deep slumber, while the latter's Origin Energy had yet to recover. Hence, Zhuo Wen could only rely on the mysterious dragon vein saber in his hand at this moment. Qi, an endless amount of golden yellow dragon aura, poured into the dragon vein saber, like a river flowing into the sea. Following the continuous pouring of dragon aura, the surface of the dragon vein saber gradually emitted a hot, golden-colored glow. Moreover, the glow became increasingly intense. Finally, it became as dazzling as the sun. When this glow reached its peak, a dragon roar that seemed to have originated from ancient times instantly shot to the sky. At the same time, an incomparably huge, golden-colored dragon suddenly rushed out from the dragon vein saber. Chapter 124. Pursuit. The giant golden dragon, which was as huge as a mountain, arched its dragon body, which was hundreds of feet long, and soared into the sky. Its huge dragon claws violently clawed at the three powerful attacks coming at it. Rumble! An intense explosion suddenly resounded through the clouds, echoing unceasingly within the entire cave. The entire passageway also continuously swayed left and right because of this intense collision. Countless pieces of rock wildly fell from the top of the passageway like raindrops. Puff! Zhuo Wen felt a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart by the powerful force, revealing his muscular body. Go! The dragon soul in the dragon vein saber is incomplete, and its power is very limited. I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for long. Xiaohei suddenly shouted as she stood on Zhuo Wen's shoulder. Zhuo Wen also knew that the current situation was critical. He forcefully endured the injuries in his body and pulled out the dragon vein saber in front of him. He stomped on the ground and flew out of the cave like an arrow. Bang! Just as Zhuo Wen left, the huge golden dragon soul in the passage crumbled under the powerful attacks of Lu Jitian and the other two, revealing the figures of Lu Jitian and the other two. The three of them looked a little miserable, but they didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Damn it! Where did this kid come from? Even with the three of us working together, we still can't make him stay. How is this possible? Qian Shang, who had been silent, finally showed a horrified expression. He couldn't imagine that a warrior in the Void realm could block the joint attack of 3 warriors in the corporeal Yang realm and escape successfully. Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen's complexion became more and more unsightly. Lu Jitian coldly snorted and said, "Let's continue chasing. We can't let this kid live. This kid already has such combat strength at such a young age. If he is allowed to develop for a few more years, perhaps even if our Lu family and your mercenary alliance join forces, we may not be his match. Big Brother is right. This time, we've completely offended that kid. I can see that he's not the kind of person who would settle things peacefully. If he really escapes, he'll definitely come back to take revenge on us in the future," Lu Jiwen echoed. After saying that, Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen did not hesitate to turn into 2 black bolts of lightning and shot out of the cave. They still had a chance. After all, there were still a lot of people outside the cave. They believed that they could catch up to Zhuowen with the help of these people. A trace of hesitation appeared on Qian Shang's face, but in the end he bounced off the ground and followed after him. The cave entrance was close at hand, and the dazzling light seeped in from outside the cave. With a swoosh, Zhuowen instantly rushed out of the cave entrance and arrived at the empty space outside the cave. "Everyone, listen up. Stop the kid who appeared at the cave entrance. Whoever manages to stall him will be rewarded with a grade 2 elixir and 100,000 yuan." The moment Zhuowen appeared at the entrance of the cave, Lu Jitian's vigorous voice suddenly rolled out. Nearly 100 warriors in the open space were surprised when they saw a young man suddenly appear at the entrance of the cave. However, Lu Jitian's sudden words made the eyes of the group of warriors turn scarlet red. Numerous gazes instantly gathered on Zhuowen's body at the cave entrance. From these gazes, there was a glimmer of greed. "Ha! A grade 2 elixir and 100,000 yuan. The Lu family's patriarch is really generous this time. The Lu family's patriarch is really generous. With such a high reward, it's just to stall a kid. Everyone, let's go and take down this kid." Unbridled words suddenly rang out from the empty space. Soon after, nearly 100 warriors on the empty space pounced toward Zhuowen like ferocious tigers with their weapons raised. Their faces were filled with arrogant smiles and disdain. In their view, Zhuowen was only a 15-16-year-old youth. His cultivation was definitely not high, and it would be easy for them to take him down. "Zhuowen, rush over. You can't stay here for long. If the 3 people behind catch up, it will be very difficult for you to escape," Xiao He said with a solemn expression. He knew that this was a critical moment. Once the Lu family's trio caught up, it would be difficult for Zhuowen to escape. "I know." Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's cold face suddenly revealed a bloodthirsty smile. At the same time, waves of ice-blue cold air suddenly wrapped around his entire body. In the end, an ice-blue armor covered his entire body. The 9 blue swords on his back were suddenly unsheathed and swirled around his body. "Those who block me die." With a loud roar, Zhuowen ferociously stomped on the ground. A dense cold qi froze the ground around him into a layer of ice. Zhuowen was like an arrow released from a bow as he fearlessly charged towards the 100 cultivators in front of him. "Kid, your strength isn't much. Your tone isn't small. After we capture you later, can you still be so arrogant?" The cultivator at the very front revealed a cold smile. He looked at the charging Zhuowen as though he was looking at a dead man. However, just as this cultivator spoke, he suddenly felt a trace of coldness on his neck. Soon after, he was shocked to discover that a long sword filled with icy blue cold qi had unknowingly slashed across his neck. His eyes widened as his entire body instantly turned into a stiff ice sculpture. There were 8 other cultivators who received similar treatment as this cultivator. The cultivators who were at the front of the line also ended up being turned into ice sculptures. Hiss! Seeing the 9 cultivators at the very front instantly turn into 9 cold ice sculptures, The remaining cultivators were stunned for a moment, and a series of gasps could be heard one after another. The 9 warriors who rushed to the front were the strongest in the group. Their cultivations had all reached the 5th level of the Void realm. However, they were killed in the blink of an eye. This strange and terrifying method made the rest of the warriors feel a chill in their hearts. However, the silence only lasted for a moment before a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Don't be afraid. There are so many of us, but he is alone. We don't have to be afraid at all. As long as we can delay him until family head Lu and the others come out, we will get the corresponding rewards." As soon as the words came out, the scene became noisy again. The fear in their eyes was instantly replaced by greed. "Yes, he is alone. I don't believe that he can kill us all in an instant if we attack together. Kill him. There is no reward without risk." Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining cultivators who were originally standing in place became abnormally excited. Immediately, their eyes blazed as they turned into countless black shadows and surrounded Zhuowin. Obviously, they wanted to use the human wave tactic to completely surround and kill Zhuowin. "Do you really think that you can stop me because you have more people?" An indifferent and clear voice slowly rang out. Zhuowin quietly gazed at the sky. Countless cultivators were rushing towards him once again. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. Sword Rampart. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 blue swords began to spin rapidly around his body. In an instant, a blue whirlwind was formed within 30 feet of his body. Bang! In the sky, countless warriors collided with the blue whirlwind and were instantly frozen into ice-blue ice sculptures by the cold air contained in the whirlwind. The ice sculptures were torn apart by the whirlwind and instantly turned into countless ice shards. Countless ice shards fell from the sky as if it was snowing. However, the snow that fell was blood red. The blue whirlwind killed almost half of the warriors in an instant. The remaining warriors stared blankly at the bloody snow that suddenly fell. They knew that it was the flesh and blood of living warriors. Thump! Thump! A thin and tall figure slowly walked out of the bloody snow. The light footsteps were like a death knell in the hearts of the remaining warriors, making them tremble with fear. They really couldn't imagine how a 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of them could have such a terrifying power. Almost 100 warriors of the Void realm were killed in just a few breaths, leaving only a dozen survivors. Boom! Zhuowin abruptly swung the dragon-veined saber on his shoulder, and the powerful force caused the ground to crack. His indifferent voice slowly spread out from the spot where he stood. "You still want to block my way?" The remaining dozen or so cultivators stared at the young man in front of them with complicated and awe-inspiring expressions. They all lowered their heads and opened a path in the middle. "Boy, go to hell!" A loud roar suddenly whistled out from the cave. Soon after, Zhuowin could feel a swift and fierce palm wind behind him as it ferociously smashed towards his back. Zhuowin's expression changed. He held the dragon-veined saber with both hands. His body suddenly turned in a half circle, and he fiercely swept back with the dragon-veined saber. The powerful origin energy, accompanied by the strong wind, swept out a powerful whirlwind where he stood. Behind him, a origin energy palm that was dozens of meters long, like a mountain, fiercely shrouded Zhuowin's head. Boom! The dragon-veined saber fiercely collided with the origin energy palm, and a ball of light that was like a scorching sun exploded. Immediately, the ground within a radius of 10 miles quickly spread out like a spider web, and the moment the light finally exploded, half of the ground caved in, directly forming a huge pit. Some of the weaker warriors in the surrounding could not help but groan and retreat a dozen steps under the aftermath of the violent collision. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With a groan, a figure turned into a black shadow with a swoosh and swept straight into the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Lu Jitian, the Lu family, and the Mercenary Alliance I, Zhuowen, will remember what happened today. If I don't die this time, wait for my revenge. The moment the figure disappeared from the Annihilation Forest, a voice filled with hatred reverberated in the empty space. Revenge. I don't think you have the chance. Today I will kill you. Lu Jitian was not to be outdone. His figure flashed, and he closely followed Zhuowen into the Annihilation Forest. Behind Lu Jitian, Lu Jiwen, and Qianshang also followed closely. Chapter 125. 10 dragons to Heaven Night shrouded the huge Annihilation Forest. The cold moonlight poured down, draping a thin veil over the forest, making it seem exceptionally tranquil. In the past, Annihilation Forest would be filled with meta-beasts, and almost no one would be willing to stay here. However, today was an exception. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the quiet sky, the sound of rushing wind was suddenly heard. It immediately attracted the attention of the meta-beasts in the depths of the forest. Many irritable howls suddenly sounded in the depths of the forest. In this pitch-black night, it was exceptionally horrifying. Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to the restlessness of the meta-beasts in the forest. He understood that the troublesome ones this time should be Lu Jitian and the other two who were relentlessly chasing after him. According to Xiao Hei's judgment, Lu Jitian and Qianshang had already reached the 3rd level of the corporeal Yang realm, while Lu Jiwen had only just entered the corporeal Yang realm. Right now, Zhuowen could only rely on the 10,000-year profound ice armor and dragon vein saber. His strength was at most on par with Lu Jiwen's. Encountering Lu Jitian and Qianshang was like throwing an egg against a rock. If it wasn't for the cover of the night and the occasional meta-beast that would appear from the forest to obstruct Lu Jitian and the other two, Zhuowen would have been caught long ago. The 3 fellows behind us are still in hot pursuit, and their speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, they will catch up to us very soon. Xiao Hei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and stared at the 3 figures that were rapidly approaching from behind. Her eyes were filled with seriousness. Zhuowen pursed his lips. He also knew that the current situation was very critical, but there was no other way except to escape, unless he could give up the Qiankuan bag that he had obtained with great difficulty. However, the bag contained the Ice Flame Saint symbol that he needed. It was absolutely impossible for him to give it up. Let's escape into the depths of Annihilation Forest first. In the depths of the forest, there are many powerful meta-beasts. Only by messing up the situation will we have a chance of survival. Xiao Hei, now that we have the Ice Flame Saint symbol, can you use the Saint symbol's power to recover your origin energy? If you recover, we will be able to resolve this crisis. Tilting his head to look at Xiao Hei on his shoulder, a glimmer of hope appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He was very clear that if Xiao Hei's origin energy would definitely be able to deal with the 3 people behind them. Kid, the holy talisman must be fused into your body. Only then can I use you as a medium and use the holy talisman to recover my origin energy. Xiao Hei editors Shui Yang Realm. Xiao Hei Lin. Xiao Hei Hei. To Xiao Hei Dragon. Hey NNN Ice NN Hei. Xiao you, Xiao Hei, Xiao Hei, Xiao Hei, Hey he, swoosh! A sonic boom suddenly sounded from behind, causing Zhuowen's expression to change. He knew that Lu Jitian and the other 2 were determined to get rid of him. Kid, do you think that you can escape from me? A dark and cold voice was suddenly transmitted from behind. Soon after, Zhuowen could feel an extremely powerful yuan power undulation suddenly slanting towards him from behind. An indescribable sense of danger rose in his heart. Zhuowen fiercely gritted his teeth and heavily stomped on a tree trunk. A powerful force broke the tree trunk, causing Zhuowen's speed to soar. Boom! At the spot where Zhuowen had just disappeared, a large yuan power palm descended from the sky and ruthlessly slammed onto the tree trunk. The powerful Yuan power even tore the entire tree apart. This little bastard is pretty slippery. Lu Jitian's figure appeared in a flash after his palm hit the air. He looked at the figure in front of him, whose speed had increased by a lot, and his face turned ashen. He never thought that the young man in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. He had been chasing him for nearly 6 hours, but he was still unable to capture him. Lu Jitian did not plan to give up after missing his attack. His figure once again expanded as he persevered in his chase. An incomparably powerful Yuan power spread out in the air, causing some of the weaker Yuan beasts to tremble in fear. Damn it, I've already chased for so long, yet they still haven't given up. After dodging the previous palm, Zhuan's face involuntarily turned pale. He quickly swallowed a few energy-gathering pills before his complexion improved a little. However, when he felt the wind behind him once again, Zhuan could not help but curse. After all, you have the Qiankuan bag of 4 Reverend Stage practitioners in your hands. There are definitely unimaginable treasures inside. Naturally, they won't give up so easily. Xiao He chuckled. Zhuan bitterly smiled and did not reply. Instead, he focused on escaping in front of him. From time to time, he even had to pay attention to the sudden attacks of Yuan beasts. In the subsequent chase, Lu Jitian's attacks became increasingly fierce. However, with Xiao Hei's sharp judgment and warnings, Zhuan was always able to evade Lu Jitian's attacks. However, this also caused Lu Jitian to fly into a rage. However, this chase did not last for long. Very quickly, they arrived at the depths of Annihilation Forest. Instantly, a huge and boundless moat appeared in front of Zhuan. The moat stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was pitch black. At the bottom of the moat, it was unknown how deep it was. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with extremely terrifying yin qi. These yin qi were like fountains that shot into the sky from the moat. When they collided with each other, they formed a turbulence that resembled a whirlwind. The turbulence was like a thick wall that blocked Zhuan's path. If one were to look at the turbulence above the moat from afar, they would feel that the shape of the turbulence was similar to a human eye that was silently watching the entire Annihilation Forest. Heaven fiend dark eye. Looking at the moat that appeared in front of him, Zhuan's expression changed drastically. The huge moat in front of him was the most terrifying place in Annihilation Forest. Even corporeal Yang stage practitioners would not dare to enter this place. The terrifying yin qi turbulence inside could easily tear apart a corporeal Yang stage practitioner's armor. Suddenly stopping, Zhuan's expression became increasingly ugly. At the same time, Lu Jitian and the other 2 quickly appeared behind him. When they saw the situation, they could not help but laugh heartily. You are Zhuan, right? Looks like even the heavens are not helping you. I want to see where you will hide next. Zhuan's expression was gloomy as he stared at the moat that was surging with yin qi. His eyes flickered wildly. He had never imagined that he would be forced to such a state. Zhuan, you have nowhere else to go. Hand over your Qiankuan bag, and perhaps we will let you live. Behind Lu Jitian, Qian Shang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Brother Qian Shang, you are wrong. This bastard has caused us to chase him for so long. How can we let him go so easily? If this brat obediently hands over his Qiankuan bag, we may leave his corpse intact. Otherwise, there won't even be a corpse left. Lu Jiwen suddenly chuckled. Qian Shang looked at the cruel smile on Lu Jiwen's face and furrowed his brows in displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Jitian waved his hand and interrupted him. Soon after, Lu Jitian focused his gaze on the youth before him. Zhuan, as long as you hand over your Qiankuan bag and break one of your arms, we'll spare your life. As for the matter of you snatching my Qiankuan bag, I, Lu Jitian, will let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Lu Jitian placed his hands behind his back as he looked down at Zhuan. Zhuowen's eyes flickered wildly as he took a deep breath. His face was filled with a sneer. He knew that he could not escape now and might as well let go. Who do you think you are? If you want my Qinkuan bag, come and take it if you have the ability. Zhuowen's sneer immediately stunned Lu Jitian and the other two. They did not expect that even at this juncture, Zhuowen did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Moreover, his words were not polite at all. At least you have some backbone. However, when I capture you later and break your limbs, will you still have the same backbone? Lu Jitian laughed as a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Jiwen, Qianshang, please guard the rear. Do not let this little bastard take the opportunity to escape. Qianshang, you do not need to worry. After we obtain the Qinkuan bag, the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance will split it equally. Today, I will personally deal with this little bastard. Hearing Lu Jitian's instructions, Lu Jiwen did not have any objections. On the other hand, Qianshang hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Seeing the two of them agree, the corners of Lu Jitian's mouth curled into a terrifying arc. Soon after, he looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhuowen, since you want to die, I will personally send you on your way. Lu Jitian had a ferocious look on his face as he waved his hand. Surging yuan force condensed into a huge mountain that was several hundred feet tall in the sky. Countless yellow rays of light lingered around the mountain as a mighty aura was emitted from the mountain. Ultimate Hans seal. A light seal suddenly shot out from Lu Jitian's hand and entered the huge mountain in the sky. Immediately, the mountain that was several hundred feet tall was instantly split into countless pieces of rock. Each piece of rock was the size of two people. Once the countless pieces of rock were formed, they immediately tore through the air and ruthlessly smashed toward Zhuo when like a rain of bullets. Kid, use the primordial roar dragon fist. I will help you break through to the 10 dragon roar stage. Once the primordial roar dragon fist reaches the 10 dragon roar stage, its power will undergo a qualitative change. Time is of the essence right now, so you better comprehend the essence of the 10 dragon roar as soon as possible. The black puppy had also sensed the immense power contained within the countless rocks in the sky. It could not be bothered to hide it any longer. It directly transmitted the secrets of the 10 dragon roars to Zhuowen, hoping that Zhuowen would be able to make a breakthrough at this moment. Feeling the mysterious secrets that inexplicably appeared in his mind, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He slightly raised his head and fearlessly looked at the countless fragments in the sky. His gaze was calm and tranquil. Zhuowen gently raised his hands and slightly opened his palms. Soon after, he suddenly withdrew them and drew a set of strange marks in front of his chest. If one looked at those marks carefully, it was actually a picture of a dragon. At the same time, Zhuowen's body gradually emitted a dazzling golden light. An unprecedentedly powerful aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. Lu Jitian, whose face was originally filled with confidence, also felt the aura that suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. His expression abruptly changed. Chapter 126. A Trapped Beast Struggle, Primeval Chaos Dragon Roar Fist. 10 dragons to the heavens! A clear and indifferent voice slowly rang out. Immediately, a blazing light that was as bright as the sun erupted from Zhuowen's skinny body. Awoo! Countless, deafening dragon roars abruptly exploded in the empty space. Shortly after, cracking sounds immediately erupted from Zhuowen's body. After that, huge golden dragons abruptly shot out from his body. The golden dragon's body was several hundred feet long, and its body was covered with densely packed dragon scales that were clearly visible. The resplendent brilliance illuminated the entire Annihilation Forest, as if it was daytime. Awoo! 10 huge golden dragons circled above Zhuowen. The dazzling light almost turned into a scorching sun. This brilliance almost covered the entire Annihilation Forest. Countless origin beasts in the Annihilation Forest raised their heads at this moment and looked at the 10 huge golden dragons circling in the sky. They involuntarily knelt down. In Luchuan town, which was far away in the outskirts of the Annihilation Forest, countless warriors also raised their heads and stared at the 10 huge dragons that were like scorching suns in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Everyone's faces were instantly stunned. What is that? Why is there such a terrifying energy fluctuation? So powerful. There are actually 10 huge golden dragons in that scorching sun. That seems to be the heaven fiend dark eye in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Why is there such a huge commotion tonight? What exactly happened? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. When countless warriors slowly woke up from their daze, a noisy uproar gradually rose. The originally quiet Luchuan town instantly became extremely noisy. Many warriors also began to stir. When the noise reached its peak, someone finally could no longer hold back. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and rushed towards the depths of the Annihilation Forest. With these people taking the lead, the remaining warriors followed closely behind. In an instant, the sky above the Annihilation Forest was like a swarm of locusts. Countless warriors from Willow Town rushed towards the depths of the Annihilation Forest with excited expressions. Usually, Annihilation Forest was filled with danger at night. The number of meta-beasts that came out to hunt at night was much higher than the number of meta-beasts that came out during the day. However, tonight was exceptionally strange. The meta-beasts in the forest seemed to be avoiding the plague as they hid in their own caves, not daring to come out. The warriors who had barged into the Annihilation Forest also discovered this strange phenomenon. Immediately, they were no longer cautious and rushed towards the depths of the forest at full speed. They wanted to see what had happened in the depths of the forest that caused such a huge commotion. Somewhere in the Annihilation Forest, a few blurry figures were heading towards the blazing light in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Sister, do you really intend to join in the fun? I can feel the powerful fluctuations coming from there. There must be experts fighting there. To be able to create such a shocking scene, their strength is definitely not something we can match. I think it's better for us to go back. Furthermore, our mercenary group is wanted by the Liu family. Now that the Liu family has sent out all their elites, this is our chance. Let's escape. A clear and pleasant voice rang out from among the figures. If one looked closely, one would see that the lady who spoke was actually the deputy leader of the Liu Yan mercenary group, Han Yu. The sister she was referring to was the leader, Han Shui. Behind Han Shui and Han Yu was a tall and honest man. He was Feng Yu, whom Zhuowen had saved earlier. Beside Feng Yu was the red-dressed girl, Xiao Qian, who had a stubborn look on her face. And Xiao Qian, you are too weak. Why did you follow us? Han Yu's beautiful eyes turned towards the red-dressed girl behind her as she spoke in a serious tone. Deputy leader, don't worry. I will be responsible for Xiao Qian's safety. I don't know why, but the meta-beasts in the Annihilation Forest seem to be afraid of something and have all gone into hiding. The forest now is much safer than usual. Feng Yu hurriedly explained for the red-dressed girl, looking helplessly at the silent girl beside him. Feng Yu's lips curled into a bitter smile. He knew that the reason Xiao Qian insisted on following them was probably related to Xiao Sei. I heard that the Liu family and the Mercenary Alliance, who went to the Blood Fiend Rock today, did not obtain the treasure inside. In the end, the treasure was snatched away by an unknown young man. Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen of the Liu family and Qian Shang of the Mercenary Alliance were all furiously chasing after that young man. I'm afraid that the strange phenomenon in the Annihilation Forest is related to those 4 people. Han Shui, who was at the front, suddenly spoke. Her beautiful face revealed a rare trace of determination. You think that young man is the Xiao Sei who saved us today? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Definitely. Only that fellow has the ability to snatch a rare treasure from the hands of the 3 strongest people in Luchuan town. Our Flowing Flame mercenary group owes this little brother a favor. I can't just stand by and watch him die, Han Shui said with a resolute gaze. As soon as Han Shui finished speaking, a glint flashed across the eyes of the girl in the red dress who was at the very back. She stared at the 10 dragons that were clearly visible in the sky, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes once again. She also did not expect that the young man, whom she thought was just an ordinary alchemist, was actually hiding such powerful strength. Not only did he single-handedly save the Flowing Flame mercenary group from danger, he even snatched something from the hands of the 3 strongest people in Luchuan town. Whether it was courage or strength, no one in the same generation could compare to him. The number 1 genius of the mercenary group, Feng Gong, whom she had always admired, also paled in comparison to Zhuowen. In front of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, Zhuowen, whose body was enveloped in a dense golden light, stared indifferently at Lu Jitian, who was looking down from above. He gently waved his right hand, and the 10 huge golden dragons in the sky suddenly enveloped his body. Rumble. At the same time, Lu Jitian's attack arrived in an instant. Countless meteorite-like fragments fell like rain and ruthlessly smashed onto Zhuowen's body. The moment the golden dragons collided with the countless fragments, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. When this strange stillness gradually faded away, an earth-shattering sound instantly rang out in the entire Annihilation Forest. Countless fragments fell to the ground, forming a forbidden zone. A ball of brilliance exploded, and countless blazing energy fluctuations spread out in all directions like ripples. Following that, countless explosions rang out, and the vast open space was finally formed into a huge crater under the enormous explosive energy. Lu Jitian, who was standing not far away, stared at the deep crater in front of him and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the powerful aura that Zhuowen had suddenly released had shocked him, in his opinion, even if Zhuowen's aura had soared, it would be of no use after being struck by his ultimate Han seal. I didn't expect him to be so weak after causing such a huge commotion. It seems that I have overestimated this kid. I wonder if that kid's body is still intact after the previous attack? However, looking at the situation, I will have to personally search for his Chinkuan bag. Glancing at the deep crater not far away, Lu Jitian's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. Big brother, it seems that we have caused quite a commotion this time. Quite a number of fighters have come. Lu Jiwen, who was behind him, suddenly interrupted. Lu Jitian frowned slightly. He had also discovered that there were many whooshing sounds coming from the dense forest behind him. Soon after, countless black figures flickered endlessly in the forest. My friends, the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance are dealing with matters. I hope that you won't interfere. Otherwise, we don't mind going on a killing spree. A vigorous voice spread through the entire forest with the help of elemental energy. When Lu Jitian's words came out, the flickering figures in the dense forest immediately stiffened. Evidently, Lu Jitian's announcement of his name had a certain effect. Looking at the dense forest that gradually quietened down, Lu Jitian's mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn his head, an indescribable sense of crisis instantly filled his mind. Old man, do you really think that victory is in your hands now? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Soon after, a figure immediately rushed out from the deep crater. His target was Lu Jitian, whose attention had shifted to the dense forest. Primordial Dragon Roar Fist. 10 dragons soaring to the heavens. A shout came out from his throat. Soon after, 10 golden dragons appeared once again, intertwining with each other as they pounced towards Lu Jitian. Lu Jitian simply did not expect that there would be such an unforeseen event in the end. He was caught off guard and only had time to release his armor before he was devoured by the 10 dragons. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out from the impact of the dragons. After tumbling on the ground for more than a dozen times, he finally crashed into a thick tree trunk, revealing a rather embarrassing figure. At this time, more and more figures gathered in the dense forest. At a glance, it was densely packed with figures. These were all warriors who had rushed over from Luchuan town. When these warriors rushed over, they coincidentally saw a miserable figure flying backwards and crashing into a tree trunk. When these people saw the face of this figure clearly, a series of gasps sounded one after another, and the expressions on their faces became unusually interesting. This was because this figure was none other than the current family head of the Lu family, Lu Jitian. They did not expect that Lu Jitian, whose strength had reached the third stage of the corporeal yang realm, would be in such a sorry state. When everyone cast their gazes forward and saw the thin and tall figure, the gasps came to an abrupt end. The expressions on their faces seemed to freeze as they became sluggish. This was because the figure was actually a youth of only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, the youth's aura was only at the first stage of the Void realm. Judging from the trajectory and position on the ground, Lu Jitian's embarrassing state seemed to be caused by the youth in front of them. Chapter 127. A desperate situation. Little bastard, I will definitely kill you today. A roar that contained madness and fury suddenly resounded over the empty ground. Countless numbers of human figures within the dense forest also let out this roar. Their gazes gathered towards the source of the sound. At this moment, they saw that Lu Jitian's entire body was covered by a fiery red armor. Wave after wave of hot energy erupted from within his body. Lu Jitian's current condition was not very good. Although he had unleashed his armor in time and blocked Zhuan's sneak attack, the remnant waves of the powerful energy caused his chest to feel stuffy. More importantly, he had actually been reduced to such a miserable state by Zhuan in front of everyone's eyes. This was something that Lu Jitian could not endure in his heart. In front of the empty ground, Zhuan watched Lu Jitian walking over one step at a time. A bitter smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. The 10 dragons, soar to the heavens earlier, had completely exhausted the little remaining Yuan power within his body. Without the support of Yuan power, even Zhuan was just like a cripple. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. The might of the armor technique that you have used earlier has really surprised me. However, can you still use it a second time? Silence covered the sky. The disheveled Lu Jitian slowly raised his head. Both of his eyes were like a poisonous snake as he viciously stared at Zhuan and slowly said, "If you can't, I will take your life, the unique treasure in your hands, and the armor technique from earlier." Lu Jitian slowly raised his hand and faced Zhuan from a distance. Rich Yuan power once again swiftly gathered on his palm. Zhuan's eyes were incomparably gloomy. He did not expect that he would still be unable to defeat Lu Jitian even after using the 10 dragons, soar to the heavens. This was already his greatest counterattack at this moment. However, the effect was not as good as he had expected. After all, the gap between him and Lu Jitian was really too great. Zhuan knew that even if he currently possessed the Nirvana Demon Flame, he might not be a match for Lu Jitian. "Zhuan, what should we do?" Xiao Hei's solemn voice sounded within Zhuan's heart. After taking a deep breath, Zhuan suddenly turned around and looked at the endless natural chasm. He struggled for a moment before a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Now, our only choice is to enter the Heaven Fiend Netherworld Eye." Staring at Lu Jitian, who was closing in on him step by step, Zhuan stomped on the ground. Under countless shocked gazes, he charged into the giant eye formed by the huge cold current. "Haha, Lu Jitian, if you have the guts, then chase after me." A loud laughter sounded from the sky above the empty ground. Everyone's eyes shrunk when they heard the loud laughter. A thought flashed across their hearts. That fellow has gone crazy. That guy must be crazy. Entering the heavenly fiend dark eye is certain death. What a ruthless guy. Even if he dies, He's not willing to give his treasure to Lu Jitian. That Lu Jitian is probably going crazy from anger. Countless whispers rang out noisily in the sky. Zhou actions had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that he would choose such an extreme method in the end. Bastard! You dare? Lu Jitian's expression involuntarily turned dull as he looked at Zhou, who had thrown himself into the heavenly moat. Soon after, a furious expression erupted from his eyes as a crazy roar erupted across the sky. Jiwen, Qianshang, stop him together. Otherwise, if this brat really enters the heaven fiend dark eye, we won't be able to obtain that treasure. Lu Jitian roared. His entire body was like a bolt of black lightning as he suddenly rushed towards Zhou. His speed had reached a terrifying level. Lu Jiwen and Qianshang also knew the seriousness of this matter and no longer held back. They erupted with their fastest speed and chased after Zhou. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 ear-piercing whooshing sounds resounded in the sky. Zhou's pupils shrank as he sensed that Lu Jitian and the other 2 had arrived 10 meters behind him in an instant. Moreover, the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Zhou, you won't be able to escape today. Even if you die, you must leave the treasure behind. A sinister voice suddenly rang out behind him. Soon after, Zhou sensed 3 extremely powerful yuan power fluctuations coming from behind him. In the end, they turned into 3 intense balls of light that shot towards Zhou's back. Damn it! Feeling the power of the attack behind him, a trace of despair involuntarily surfaced on Zhou's face. He could feel the power of the attack behind him. If he was hit by it, even he would be seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, he did not have the slightest bit of strength on his body right now. Just as the powerful attack was about to reach Zhou's body, a strange blood light suddenly shot over from afar. Without anyone noticing, the blood light quietly adhered to Zhou's body. Rumble! Above the natural chasm, a huge ball of light suddenly exploded. The intense white light seemed to have enveloped the entire sky, causing the pitch-black night to be as bright as day. Ha! Little bastard, this is the consequence of going against our Lu family. Staring at the exploding ball of light in the sky, Lu Jitian wildly laughed. His sinister face was filled with madness. However, the smile on his face only lasted for an instant before it instantly froze. A strange blood light suddenly erupted from the cluster of light that had exploded in the sky. Immediately, one could hear a loud, rumbling sound. The dazzling white light was suddenly replaced by a blood light. At the same time, a blood-colored human figure that was dozens of feet in size slowly floated in the sky. This is the power of the tyrant blood. Zhou, who originally had a look of despair on his face, looked at the blood-colored figure in shock. He recognized the blood-colored figure in front of him. It was the materialization of the tyrant blood's soul armor. Brat, my power cannot be maintained for too long. Quickly escape. The blood-colored human figure took a deep look at Zhou. Immediately, he waved the blood-colored broadsword in his hand. Carrying Zhou, he charged into the natural moat in front of everyone's shocked eyes. In an instant, he disappeared within it. Lu Jitian, as long as I, Zhou, am alive, I will make your Lu family pay the price in blood. Also, before I leave, let me tell you a secret. Your son, Lu Yuan, was actually killed by me. Hee, the Flowing Flame mercenary group that you have been taking revenge on is simply a joke, haha. When Zhou disappeared into the huge natural chasm, Zhou's beast-like roar resounded from the natural chasm and finally reverberated in the sky. What? My nephew, Lu Yuan, was killed by this brat? Lu Jiwen, who was originally behind him, also heard Zhou's roar and could not help but be startled. However, after thinking about it, he also felt that Zhou's words were likely to be true. After all, the Flowing Flame mercenary group was only a small mercenary group. Even the strongest leader, Han Shui, had just reached the Yin Void realm. Half a year ago, the Flowing Flame mercenary group had no ability to kill Lu Yuan, who had a first-level Yin Void realm guard. However, Zhuowen was different. He had such strength at such a young age, so it should be easy for him to kill a first-level Yin Void realm warrior. Therefore, what Zhuowen said was likely to be true. Zhuowen, I, Lu Jitian, will remember you, even if you enter the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. So what? I will investigate your clan. Since you are already dead, then your clan will pay for the sins you have committed. I will ruthlessly erase everything related to you in order to avenge Yuaner. Lu Jitian roared to the sky. His voice was filled with rage and resentment. At this time his eyes were bloodshot. After such a crazy roar, Lu Jitian's face suddenly turned red and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh my god! Lu Jitian was actually injured. It was caused by Zhuowen from before. What terrifying strength! What monstrous talent! That young man named Zhuowen seems to be only 15 or 16 years old. He was able to force Lu Jitian to such a state at such a young age. If he was allowed to develop for a few more years, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying? Seeing Lu Jitian spit out blood due to anxiety, the entire dense forest was in an uproar. In the depths of the dense forest, a beautiful figure looked absent-mindedly at the figure who had resolutely jumped into the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. She only felt a lump in her throat, and 2 lines of clear tears fell down involuntarily. He is really Zhuowen. Why did he hide it from me? Han Shui covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hand, her voice trembling and sorrowful. Han Yu, who was beside her, also stared blankly at the figure who had disappeared in the cold current. A trace of sorrow flashed through her beautiful eyes. Finally, she calmly held Han Shui's jade-like hand and said, "Sister, we must leave this place now. It's best that we leave Luchuan town while the sky is dark. It will be too late for us to leave once the Lu family realizes this. Also, Zhuowen is blessed by the heavens. He will definitely be fine." Han Shui once again stared at the huge cold current above the empty ground. In the end, she nodded her head after roaring absent-mindedly for a while. Lu Jitian finally slowly calmed down on the empty ground. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the terrifying blade like cold qi turbulence above the natural moat. After hesitating a couple of times, he finally did not dare to charge in. He clearly understood just how dangerous the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye was. "Big brother, I'm afraid that Zhuowen has already died in the cold current," Lu Jiwen cautiously said after seeing that Lu Jitian had finally calmed down. "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Gather all of the Lu family's men and search along the periphery of the natural moat. I can sense that there is a powerful seal outside the Chinkoan bag, left behind by that expert. It won't be so easily damaged. We might be able to find him again if we wait outside." Lu Jitian took a deep breath and said in a gloomy voice, "Yes." A bitter smile appeared on Lu Jiwen's face. The heavenly moat in front of him was extremely large. If he wanted to arrange for people to search, it would not be a simple project. However, Lu Jitian was still angry. He did not want to provoke him and be scolded. Chapter 128. Possession. The cold moonlight shone down, draping a layer of gauze over the pitch-black forest. With the departure of Lu Jitian and the rest, the place became even more chaotic. The eyes of the cultivators hidden in the dense forest flickered, but they didn't leave. Instead, they descended and formed groups to search along the edge of the natural moat. Clearly, they wanted to try their luck and perhaps find a rare treasure at the edge. The night's earth-shattering battle finally came to an end when Zhuowen charged into the desperate situation of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. However, everyone was somewhat regretful that they weren't able to see the true appearance of the rare treasure. Fortunately, tonight's battle was enough to make their trip worthwhile. It was obvious that after tonight, Zhouwen's name would completely shock the entire Luchuan town. He had single-handedly contended against the combined forces of the Lu family and the mercenary alliance. Furthermore, he had fought with Lu Jitian, who was at the third layer of the corporeal yang stage, and even injured him. Such a glorious battle record was enough to make many of the Luchuan town's cultivators revere him. Tonight's battle had made Luchuan town remember the name Zhouwen, as well as his arrogant and untamed figure. The endless cold currents in the heaven fiend dark eye were like blades as they swept towards Zhouwen's body. Streams of heaven fiend cold qi flooded over from all directions. Each stream of heaven fiend cold qi was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a corporeal yang stage cultivator. Countless streams of heaven fiend cold qi converged and collided with each other, creating a powerful turbulence that was incomparably terrifying. The 10,000-year mysterious ice armor on Zhouwen's body completely turned into nothingness after blocking dozens of streams of heaven fiend cold qi. The cold qi was like a sharp blade as it struck Zhouwen's body, leaving behind hideous wounds. In a short period of time, Zhouwen's body was drenched in blood. What a powerful cold current. "Kid, even I can't help you this time." Xiao Hei's voice immediately rang out in his mind. However, her voice was filled with helplessness and despair. "It's better than falling into the hands of Lu Jitian and the others. It's a pity that I have to die in such an aggrieved manner, even though I have already snatched the holy ice fire symbol. I'm really unwilling to accept this." Zhouwen could feel his body becoming more and more numb as he smiled bitterly. "Puchi!" A cold current struck Wen's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Faced with the endless cold current around him, his consciousness finally began to gradually blur. Sizzle! However, just as Zhouwen's consciousness fell into complete darkness, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Afterwards, a smear of blood-red light emerged from Zhouwen's chest. Afterwards, the blood-red light turned into a burly man. If one looked carefully, the appearance of the man formed by the blood light was Tyrant Blood, who had disappeared from the cave just now. Tyrant Blood quietly stared at the youth in front of him. His eyes flickered as he said indifferently, "Looks like my luck is pretty good. I originally thought that I wouldn't have a chance, but I never expected that an opportunity would present itself to me." As he spoke, Tyrant Blood once again turned into a blood-red light and wrapped around Zhouwen's body, forming a strange blood cocoon. This blood cocoon looked weak, but when the extremely powerful cold current hit it, it only caused the surface of the blood cocoon to fluctuate slightly. Under the protection of the blood cocoon, Zhouwen's body slowly sank and finally disappeared into the endless darkness in the courtyard of the Lu family in Luchuan town. Lu Jitian's expression was ugly as he listened to the report of a cultivator. Veins continuously popped out from the back of his hand. The third head's dantian had been crippled, and almost half of the remaining elites of the family had been slaughtered. All of this was done by a youth named Xiao Sei. It was said that this youth had gone to the Blood Fiend Rock yesterday for the treasure within. A middle-aged man, dressed in black, knelt on the ground with one knee. His gaze was somewhat apprehensive as he secretly glanced at Lu Jitian. He knew that the Lu family head in front of him was extremely eccentric and temperamental. "Big brother, that youth named Xiao Sei should be the one who stole the treasure from us. Zhouwen. I never expected that bastard to be so vicious. He actually took advantage of the fact that our Lu family's main force wasn't around to kill so many of our family's elites. Even third brother was crippled." Lu Jiwen, who was standing behind Lu Jitian, said with a hint of anger in his eyes as his eyes flickered. Bang! Lu Jitian suddenly slammed the table in his right hand. A powerful yuan power instantly smashed the table into powder. "Zhouwen, it's that Zhouwen again. I, Lu Jitian, and this bastard cannot exist under the same sky. Second brother, have you found out the origin of this bastard? I can't wait to get rid of his family. Lu Jitian said with a gloomy gaze. I have found out. It's just that. At this point, Lu Jiwen obviously hesitated. It's just that what? Lu Jitian also noticed the hesitation on Lu Jiwen's face and asked with wrinkles. If the information I received is correct, this Zhuowen seems to be a disciple of one of the three major families in Rotten Armor City, the Zhuo family. It is said that this child is the strongest in the younger generation of the Zhuo family. Moreover, he was accepted as a disciple by Master Kuraki. Even the governor of Rotten Armor City, Guyu Tian, favors this child. At this point, Lu Jiwen revealed a bitter smile. He secretly sized up Lu Jitian and said, This child's origin is not small. I'm afraid that we've hit a wall this time. This child actually has such a great origin. No wonder he has such powerful strength at such a young age. He is indeed a rare genius. Lu Jitian frowned slightly. He could feel how troublesome Zhuowen's identity was. Big brother, the Zhuo family is stronger than our Lu family. Don't tell me that we still have to find trouble with the Zhuo family? Lu Jiwen said bitterly. He did not expect Zhuowen's origin to be so great. If the news of Zhuowen's death were to spread to the Zhuo family, the Lu family and the Zhuo family would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Jitian's eyes flickered. In the end, he sneered and said, I won't let you honor die in vain. Moreover, that bastard Zhuowen made our Lu family so miserable. Since that child is dead, I will not let his family go. I heard that the Wang family of Rotten Armor City has always been at odds with the Zhuo family. Big brother, you want to borrow the Wang family's hand to completely uproot the Zhuo family? However, our Lu family is not even as powerful as the Zhuo family, let alone the number one family in Rotten Armor City. I'm afraid that the Wang family will not care about us. Lu Jiwen's face flashed with joy. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said worriedly, Second brother, our Lu family's strength is not only on the surface. It seems that we will need to ask the ancestor to come out. This time, our Lu family has suffered too great a loss. The ancestor will not ignore it. If the ancestor is willing to come out, even the Wang family will give our Lu family some face. Lu Jitian's eyes flickered as he finally made up his mind. Ancestor. But he has not cared about our Lu family's matters for many years. Will he really come out when we go over? Lu Jiwen said worriedly. Lu Jitian turned around and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, If we include the news of the mysterious treasure of the expert in the cave, the ancestor will be moved. After all, that mysterious treasure was within our reach. However, it was snatched away by that bastard Zhuowen. I believe that even the ancestor will not be able to take this lying down. Moreover, a few of our Lu family's direct descendants were killed by that bastard. Second brother, follow me to the forbidden area and ask the ancestor to come out and seek justice for us. Having said that, Lu Jitian waved his sleeves and turned to leave the courtyard. Lu Jiwen's eyes flickered for a while before he finally followed in the endless darkness. There seemed to be no end. Stepping on the ground, Zhuowen looked around and realized that the surroundings were pitch black. It was strange and eerie. Where is this? Unconsciously, Zhuowen wanted to speak. However, he was shocked to realize that his lips were only moving and no sound was coming out. Upon realizing this, a trace of horror flashed across Zhuowen's face. Rumble. Suddenly, the pitch-black space shook violently as if something was constantly colliding with the outside. A sliver of fear suddenly crept into his heart. For some reason, Zhuowen actually broke into a run. He kept running forward, running aimlessly. He didn't know why he was running, but he just kept running. Ahead of him, without exception, was always pitch-black darkness. Finally, Zhuowen was tired from running. At this time, the terrifying shaking gradually disappeared. Sitting on the ground, Zhuowen panted violently. He could even hear the sound of his heart beating in his chest. Suddenly, a blood-red light tore through the darkness in front of him, and a blood-red figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Squinting his eyes, Zhuo slowly opened them. When he saw the figure that appeared in front of him, a trace of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. This was because the person who appeared in front of him was Tyrant Blood, who had died in the cave. At this moment, Tyrant Blood's resolute face had a gentle smile as he lightly said, "You must be very curious about where you are, right? However, you don't have to be afraid. I can bring you away from here as long as you come to my side." As he spoke, Tyrant Blood opened his arms and waved at Zhuo. His face was filled with a gentle smile, as if he was a father waving at his son. Zhuo frowned slightly. Regardless of whether it was the current environment or Tyrant Blood who suddenly appeared in front of him, he felt a little strange and indescribable anxiety. Although Tyrant Blood's smile looked very sincere, his intuition told him that he absolutely could not get close to Tyrant Blood. It was as if once he got close to Tyrant Blood, something irreversible would happen. "Little fellow, your vigilance is quite strong. However, even if you don't come over, can I go over?" Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. The gentle smile on Tyrant Blood's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with ridicule and malevolence. "Little fellow, you can't escape from my palm. I will help you become a peerless expert. Even the Azure Emperor of the Azure Mystic Empire is afraid of him. As long as you don't resist me, I can help you achieve it." Whoosh! Chapter 129. Illusory True Dragon. You'd better not resist. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets when you become an idiot. A strange, cold laughter suddenly sounded from the sky. Raising his head slightly, Zhuo was shocked to discover that a glue-like blood cloud was drifting over. At the center of the blood cloud, a ferocious blood face appeared. A pair of blood-red eyes, without pupils, stared straight at Zhuo below. "Damn it, Tyrant Blood, what exactly do you want?" As he stared at the approaching blood cloud, the seriousness in Zhuo's eyes became even denser. "What do I want? Of course, I want to give you a chance to become an expert. As long as you accept all of my consciousness, I can allow you to advance to the fourth venerable realm in a short period of time. As long as your strength reaches the fourth venerable realm, regardless of whether it is Luchuan Town, Rotten Armor City, or even the entire Muqing County, you will be the supreme ruler. At that time, even if you want to become the Marquis of Muqing County and become the ruler of all the armies and cities in Muqing County, it will only take a single sentence from you. As long as you accept my consciousness, all the glory and wealth will be at your fingertips." A hoarse voice slowly rang out from the blood cloud. The voice was filled with a strong sense of temptation. "Accept your consciousness? You mean that you want to use this to destroy my soul and replace it? Your goal is to take over my body, yet you make it sound so dignified. How disgusting!" Zhuo sneered as he slowly retreated. "Haha, brat, you are quite cautious. However, even if this is the case, so what? You still won't be able to escape from my grasp. Although I'm only in soul form right now, I'm a Quaternion realm expert. My soul strength far surpasses yours. With your current weak soul, can you possibly be my match?" A savage laughter suddenly sounded from the blood cloud. Soon after, a blood claw that was dozens of feet large suddenly reached out from the blood cloud and shot towards Zhuo below. Zhuo's eyes hardened. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his entire body flew backwards like a swallow. At the same time, the Yuan power in his body suddenly poured into his fists. Powerful Yuan power undulations instantly erupted in the entire space. Chaotic Yuan Dragon Roar Fist. 10 dragons soaring to the heavens. Endless dragon roar spread in all directions like waves in the entire space. Soon after, a scorching sun-like light illuminated Zhuo's entire body. Next, one after another, huge golden dragons that were thousands of feet long suddenly rushed out of his body. The 10 dragons soared into the sky and wandered about. They intertwined with each other and finally formed a dragon-shaped light circle. Traces of destructive ripples were emitted from the dragon-shaped light circle. The energy ripples that were emitted from it caused even the entire dark space to shake a little. Oh, the power of your armor technique is not bad. It is actually able to create such a shocking power. Looks like it should be at the level of a heavenly armor technique. However, if it is only at this level, it will not be able to stop me. Some astonishment was transmitted from the blood cloud. However, it was quickly replaced by disdain. Soon after, the blood claw that swooped down seemed to be filled with air as it instantly grew several times larger. It turned into a blood-colored Qilin claw that was thousands of feet long. Rumble! The huge dragon-shaped Lin claw finally collided violently with the huge blood-colored Qilin claw. The powerful energy undulations even caused the entire space to become still. When this silence reached its peak, a loud sound that seemed to split the sky resounded across the entire space. Brat, your soul is really too weak. Even if you have a heavenly armor technique, it is completely useless. You can go in peace. I will take over your body for you. Of course, to repay your kindness, I will take care of your body. I will continue to live in this world in your name. I will even protect your family on your behalf. Haha. Wanton and savage laughter rang out from the blood cloud once again. Soon after, the huge blood-colored Qilin claw in the sky suddenly glowed with a bloody light. Next, an even more powerful force was transmitted from the blood-colored Qilin claw. It directly smashed the dragon-shaped Lin claw into pieces in an unstoppable manner. Ugh! A mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out from Zhuan's mouth. Next, his body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. His aura also instantly withered. Brat, rest in peace. Rumble! After the gigantic, blood-colored Qilin claw destroyed the dragon-shaped light circle, its momentum did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it ferociously rushed towards Zhuo Wen's flying figure. Everywhere it passed, a bloody wind blew and a bloody light appeared. Damn it! It was not easy for me to escape from the Liu family's pursuit. Now, I actually encountered such a troublesome matter. Am I Zhuowen destined to die? Seeing that the blood-colored Qilin claw was approaching, Zhuan's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he roared towards the sky. Bang! In the end, the blood-colored Qilin claw viciously covered Zhuan's tiny body completely. The blood cloud in the sky suddenly squirmed and finally turned into a middle-aged man with a resolute face. This man was Ba Shui, who had plotted against Zhuan. Hee, looks like it's over. This time I really made the right bet. However, after this possession, I will also fall into a period of weakness. As long as I get through this period of weakness, my strength will gradually recover. Then this so-called heaven fiend dark will be a piece of cake for me. Looking at the mountain-like blood-colored Qilin claw in the distance, Ba Shui's eyes flickered. In fact, he had already secretly planned this possession when he sensed Zhuowen's existence in the cave. The opportunity he had been waiting for was when Zhuowen was at his weakest. Only then would he be able to take advantage of the situation, and such an opportunity had indeed arrived. Aoki, just you wait. After my strength has completely recovered, I will find a way to control the ice fire holy symbol. After I completely control the ice fire holy symbol, I will turn your azure dragon branch hall upside down to avenge my physical body. Speaking till here, Ba Shui once again looked at the blood-colored Qilin claw in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped, and a trace of horror gradually rose in his eyes. He saw that the blood-colored Qilin claw in the distance had strangely collapsed inch by inch. At this moment, the endless blood light receded like the tide. Dang! Dang! At the same time, a crisp sound of footsteps slowly sounded in the entire dark space. Vaguely, in the blurry blood light, a thin and tall figure slowly walked out of the endless blood light. When he took the last step, a somewhat handsome young man's face completely appeared in front of Ba Shui. Looking at the young man's figure that suddenly appeared, Ba Shui's pupils shrank and turned into pinholes. The shock in his eyes instantly turned into sluggishness. He really couldn't imagine that his full strength attack couldn't erase the young man in front of him at all. How is this possible? You are just a warrior of the Yin Void realm. How could you withstand my attack just now? Even a warrior of the King Zhao realm would find it difficult to withstand that attack. Ba Shui's face was as if he had seen a ghost, and he said to himself in disbelief, "If the attack just now was not in the soul state, perhaps I would not have been able to withstand it at all. But unfortunately, your physical body has been destroyed and you are only in the soul state. In this state, I am not afraid at all." A sarcastic sneer slowly appeared on the young man's face. Immediately, a three-legged jade cauldron that was as tall as a person slowly emerged behind the young man. A piercingly cold aura suddenly erupted from the jade cauldron. This cauldron was the supreme dragon cauldron that had been hidden in Zhuan's sea of consciousness. The supreme dragon cauldron did not have any physical attack means, but it had an unimaginable suppressive power against things in the soul state. This could be seen from the fact that the cauldron could absorb warriors' souls and armor souls. Therefore, this cauldron was the absolute nemesis of souls. What exactly is this jade cauldron of yours? Ba Shui's eyes narrowed, and there was a trace of emotion in his voice. He could feel that the jade cauldron behind Zhuan was emitting an aura that made his entire soul tremble. Something that can restrain you. Did you have a good time just now? Now it's my turn. A cold glint flickered in Zhuan's eyes. Soon after, he waved his right hand and pointed at Ba Shui. The supreme dragon cauldron behind him immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards Ba Shui. So what if your jade cauldron has the ability to restrain souls? The gap between you and me is too big. I don't believe that you can be my opponent with just this jade cauldron. Ba Shui coldly smiled. Although there was a grave look in his eyes, there was more disdain and contempt. He gently waved his right hand, and an endless bloody light suddenly gathered in front of him. Blood Fiend burst claw. A hoarse roar came from his throat. Soon after, the bloody light in front of him turned into a bloody claw the size of a small mountain. The bloody claw once again swept towards the jade cauldron. However, what shocked Ba Shui was that when the huge bloody claw slammed into the jade cauldron, a strange sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, the jade cauldron did not budge. Roar! While the blood claw and the jade cauldron were in a stalemate, a strange buzzing sound was emitted from the jade cauldron. Soon after, countless earth-shaking dragon roars suddenly exploded in the sky. A scene that caused Ba Shui to be dumbfounded occurred in the sky. The jade cauldron's lid was suddenly lifted and countless phantoms suddenly appeared above the jade cauldron. At a glance, those phantoms were actually the phantoms of ancient true dragons. The smallest of these true dragon phantoms was a few 100 feet tall, while the largest one was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like a 10,000-foot tall mountain that stretched across the void. Zhu Wen and Ba Shui were as tiny as ants in front of this true dragon. What's going on with this jade cauldron? There's actually so much aura of ancient true dragons in it. How is this possible? Ba Shui's face was filled with a sluggish expression. His lips squirmed, and the words that came out of his mouth were actually trembling. He knew that he was no longer facing Zhu when alone. Instead, he was facing the power of countless ancient true dragons. Although the power of the ancient true dragons was incomplete, even he was as insignificant as an ant when faced with so many of them. Crack! Chapter 130. A blessing in disguise. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded in the sky. The blood claw that was the size of a small mountain was crushed by the countless true dragon shadows and turned into dust. Impossible! staring at the blood claw that had turned into dust in the sky. Ba Shue's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he involuntarily screamed. Hee! What's impossible? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too unlucky to have met this three-legged jade cauldron that just so happens to restrain you. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With a wave of his right arm, the jade cauldron in the sky buzzed, and countless true dragon shadows dragged the jade cauldron towards Ba Shui. With a loud explosion, a strange sound came from the jade cauldron. Soon after, a strange suction force was emitted from the jade cauldron. Under this suction force, even the tyrant blood was unable to resist. It could only struggle and roar before it was sucked into the jade cauldron by this suction force. Seeing that Ba Shui had been sucked away by the jade cauldron, Zhuowen sighed lightly. The pressure that Ba Shui had given him was too great. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. It was extremely heavy. If not for the jade cauldron's suppressive effect on spirit bodies, he would have really died in the hands of Ba Shui. Buzz! In the sky, after the jade cauldron had sucked away Ba Shui's soul, it buzzed again and returned to Zhuowen's palm with a swoosh. At the same time, Zhuowen's vision turned black and he lost consciousness. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, the scene before him was not as dark as before. His surroundings were actually emitting a lustrous white light, and he could feel a hard, cold feeling coming from the soles of his feet. It was obvious that he was now standing on solid ground. You're awake? What happened to you just now? It was as if your consciousness had dissipated. This dragon lord called you, but you didn't respond. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, a black shadow flashed in front of him. It was Xiao He. Zhuowen's lips curled into a bitter smile. Just now he had almost been possessed by Ba Shui. If not for the supreme dragon cauldron, the one who had woken up now might have been Ba Shui. However, Zhuowen did not intend to tell Xiao He about this matter. He did not need to worry her. Is this the interior of the heaven fiend dark eye? Why is there not a trace of cold turbulence around me? Zhuowen moved, barely supporting his body as he leaned against a rock wall. His injuries this time were extremely serious. Both his internal and external injuries were not light, and his body was covered in a layer of blood scabs, making him look rather miserable. This is a windless area in the heaven fiend underworld eye. It just so happens that you can avoid the turbulence. However, once you leave this place, you will die. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen strangely and continued. This time it was all thanks to an unknown scarlet light. That scarlet light contained a powerful force and wrapped you in a blood cocoon, allowing you to avoid a calamity. Clearly, at the last moment, someone saved your life. Furthermore, this person was an extremely powerful cultivator. However, what I find strange is who would waste their energy to save you. Xiao He asked doubtfully. Zhuowen was startled. However, when he thought of Ba Shui trying to possess him, he felt relieved. Clearly, that force should have belonged to Ba Shui. Ba Shui must have thought that this possession would definitely succeed. Hence, he would not allow Zhuowen's body to suffer the slightest bit of damage. However, he never expected that Zhuowen still had a hidden trump card like the Supreme Dragon Cauldron in his hands. Just as Zhuowen was thinking about Ba Shui, the jade cauldron in his sea of consciousness suddenly buzzed. Soon after, a cool energy suddenly flowed into his Naiwen palace. This is spiritual force? Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. Spiritual force was a great supplement to mental energy. As long as an arcana master absorbed spiritual force, his mental energy would progress much faster. Boom! Boundless spiritual force suddenly flowed into his Naiwen palace from the jade cauldron. After absorbing the spiritual force, a light ball the size of a grain of rice in his Naiwen palace rapidly grew in size. How did this kid's mental energy increase so quickly? Looking at this trend, it seems like he is about to break through. Xiao He, who was floating in the air, looked strangely at the youth in front of her, who suddenly sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Zhou mental energy had already reached the spirit focus realm a few months ago. He was only one step away from becoming a Grade 1 Arcana Master. Arcana Masters were divided into 10 major realms, from Grade 1 to Grade 10. Each major realm was further divided into 3 smaller realms, which were Small Success, Large Success, and Perfection. If Zhou broke through now, he would be able to reach the Small Success realm of Grade 1. When the light ball in Zhou's Naiwen Palace reached its peak, the light ball suddenly expanded by several times. At the same time, a hurricane formed by pure spiritual force suddenly appeared around Zhou's body, sweeping in all directions. He broke through. Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed and could not help but blurt out. However, what surprised her was that Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, did not open them. Instead, the aura in his body surged, and the spiritual force storm around him became even more violent. Is this kid going to continue to break through? When she thought of this possibility, Xiao Hei's eyes contained a trace of astonishment. Boom! An even more violent spiritual force storm swept across the void. The aftermath of the storm caused even Xiao Hei to retreat. After all, she was still a spiritual body, and the spiritual force storm was actually quite harmful to her. In her sea of consciousness, the spiritual force transmitted by the Jade Cauldron seemed to be endless. After all, this was the spiritual force of a genuine Fourth Reverend. Even if this Fourth Reverend did not specialize in spiritual force, his spiritual force was not comparable to an ordinary spiritual force. Boom! Another even more violent spiritual force storm swept across the void. In an instant, 2 extremely terrifying spiritual force storms appeared above Zhou. In front of these 2 spiritual force storms, Zhou seemed so small. However, what was surprising was that the mountain-like spiritual force storms did not dare to harm the tiny figure below. As the 2 powerful spiritual force storms rose, an even more powerful spiritual force wave than before came from Zhou's Naiwen Palace. The light ball in his Naiwen Palace swelled to the size of a fingernail, and waves of powerful spiritual force continuously emitted from the light ball. This kid actually rose 2 levels in a row, directly skipping the advanced stage and reaching the perfect stage? What's going on? This kid usually does not spend much time tempering his spiritual force. How did he suddenly advance so quickly today? Xiao Hei's face finally showed some disbelief. Its heart was full of doubts about Zhou's inexplicable advancement. However, it had a faint guess in its heart that Zhou's rapid advancement should be inextricably linked to the bloodlight. He rose from the realm of not even rank 1 to perfect rank 1 in a short time. This speed is really terrifying. However, this kid should be at his limit. Even if this kid has some opportunities, it's unlikely that he can advance again and reach the level of a rank 2 Arcanist. Otherwise, it's really 2. At this point, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly stopped. Its small eyes widened to the limit at this time, and an extremely shocked expression appeared in its eyes. In the void behind Zhou, the 2 spiritual force storms that were like pillars supporting the sky did not stop. Instead, they became more and more intense. The powerful spiritual force even seemed like it was about to tear a hole in the void. Rumble. One could only hear a thunder-like explosion that appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a hurricane that was even thicker than the 2 mental energy storms from earlier suddenly appeared in the empty space. The powerful mental energy that could destroy the world was emitted from the hurricane, causing even Xiao Hei to feel a little fearful. If it was accidentally swept in, it would be difficult for it to come out. This kid can't be trying to make another breakthrough and reach the level of a rank 2 Arcanist, right? The shock in Xiao Hei's eyes instantly turned into fear. As if echoing Xiao Hei's words, the 3 spiritual force storms in the void suddenly merged together, finally forming a huge storm that swept across half the sky. The storm was like a dark cloud that covered the entire void. When this terrifying spiritual force storm appeared in the void behind Zhuowen, its powerful force even tore countless black holes in the void. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly stood up. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the huge storm behind him. He clenched his right hand into the void, and the huge storm in front of him rapidly shrank at a dazzling speed. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a palm. The palm-sized spiritual force storm quietly floated in the center of Zhuowen's palm. Waves of surging spiritual force suddenly erupted from this storm. He actually broke through to the level of a rank 2 arcanist. This kid is simply too abnormal. In the blink of an eye, he managed to break through 2 major realms in a row. From not even a rank 1 arcanist to a rank 2 arcanist. Even the geniuses from 10,000 years ago might not have been able to achieve this speed. Xiao He stared at the calm youth in front of him and the spiritual force storm that was constantly emitting from his palm. The shock on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a dazed expression. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was filled with excitement. This time, he had really profited from a disaster. With the help of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, he had accidentally devoured the spiritual force of the tyrant blood and advanced 2 levels in a row. Chapter 131. A Rich Harvest. I didn't expect it to reach rank 2 lower realm in such a short time. It seems like the spiritual energy of the 4 supreme beings is indeed a great supplement. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, filled with a strong sense of surprise. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the powerful mental energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out like a tidal wave. In the end, it turned into a huge mental energy storm in front of him. Brat, not bad. You actually managed to advance to the 2nd rank of Arcana Master. With your current mental strength, even Lu Jitian wouldn't be able to do anything to you. The black puppy floated in front of Zhuowen, its eyes constantly sizing him up. Right now, I'm confident that I can defeat Lu Jitian just by relying on my mental energy. If I can escape from the Heaven Fiend Dark, this time I'll turn the Lu family upside down. Zhuowen said confidently as he stood up. I didn't think that your arcana mastery would surpass that of a martial artist so quickly. However, your injuries are still quite severe. You need to recuperate first before finding a way to leave this place. But before that, I think we should take a look at the Ice Fire Holy Rune in the Tyrant Blood Storage Pouch first. When Xiao He said this, a rare glimmer of hope appeared in its eyes. After all, the sacred symbol was related to the recovery of its spiritual origin source. That's true. When Zhuowen heard this, a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. After all, he had personally witnessed Tyrant Blood using the Saint Talisman. That kind of power was something even he was looking forward to. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the blood-colored Qinkuan bag by his feet. The surface of the Qinkuan bag had a strange, blood-colored pattern. Furthermore, this blood-colored Qinkuan bag was a high-grade Qinkuan bag. Its storage capacity was much higher than the low-grade Qinkuan bag on Zhuowen's waist. Not to mention the treasures inside the Qinkuan bag. Just the Qinkuan bag itself was already very valuable. As the tyrant blood had completely fallen, the Qinkuan bag had become an ownerless item. Casually wiping away the imprint within the Qinkuan bag, Zhuowen unceremoniously opened it and poured out the contents in front of him. Whoosh! A pile of items immediately poured out from the Qinkuan bag, forming a small mountain at Zhuowen's feet. Zhuowen's attention was also attracted by the small mountain at his feet. When he saw the thing that was like a small mountain in front of him, his eyes suddenly emitted a trace of bright light, and his calm face was suddenly replaced by a touch of pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, what appeared in front of him was a terrifying amount of spiritual medicine. Among them, the lowest was a spiritual medicine of the 2nd tier, and the highest was a spiritual medicine of the 4th tier. Moreover, there was not only one spiritual medicine of the 4th tier, but there were more than 10 of them. Zhuowen roughly estimated that there were at least several hundred stalks of spirit herbs in front of him. Moreover, each stalk was of excellent quality. Even if the entire Zhuo family were to pour in all of them, they might not be able to obtain so many spirit herbs, as expected of a fourth revered realm expert. Just the storage bag alone has such a rich reserve of spirit herbs. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a fiery light, and there was a trace of trembling in his voice. If you bring these spirit herbs back to the family, I'm afraid that the strength of your Zhuo family will increase by a large margin. In just a few years, the overall strength of your Zhuo family will be able to catch up with the Wang family. Xiao He hovered in midair and laughed. Zhuowen nodded and immediately shifted his gaze. A blood-red jade strip immediately attracted his attention. A trace of doubt flashed across his face, and Zhuowen waved his right hand and caught the blood-red jade strip in his palm. Is this an armor technique? As he spoke, Zhuowen's mental energy had already unceremoniously invaded the jade strip. Soon after, a series of complicated information was transmitted from the jade strip into Zhuowen's mind. High Heaven Rank Armor Technique. Blood-soaked sky, Tyrant Fist. Using the essence blood of an origin beast as a guide, it mobilizes the vital energy and blood within the body to produce a domineering fist wind. When practiced to a certain level, it can tear apart the sky and pierce through mountains. The moment the very beginning of the information in the jade strip leapt into his mind, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly became blank. Soon after, a trace of surprise and shock flitted across his eyes. He never thought that the seemingly ordinary blood-red jade strip would actually contain a heaven rank armor technique. Moreover, it was the highest level among heaven rank armor techniques. After all, his chaotic origin roaring dragon fist was only at heaven rank middle level. He never thought that the blood-soaked sky tyrant fist recorded in the jade strip would actually be of a much higher level than his chaotic origin roaring dragon fist. When the surprise in Zhuowen's eyes slowly faded away, he once again shifted his gaze upwards. In the end, it rested on a strange talisman. The remaining fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. This was because the ice fire holy talisman that he had done everything he could to obtain hovering in front of him. At this moment, the surface of the ice fire holy talisman was divided into two different areas. The left side was fiery red and contained an extremely scorching energy. The right side was icy blue and emitted a cold aura instead. At the center of the holy talisman was an image that resembled a whirlpool. From this image, Zhuowen could feel the ripples of energy that were ready to explode. He knew that the main reason why the ice fire holy talisman could perfectly fuse the two extreme energies of ice and fire together was because of the strange image at the center of the holy talisman. Kid, you've seen the image at the center of the ice fire holy talisman. In fact, that image is the core of the ice fire holy talisman, and the main source of power of the ice fire holy talisman comes from this image. Xiao He jumped onto Zhuowen's shoulder and sat down. He crossed his legs and said with a flushed face, obviously he was in a good mood after obtaining the ice fire holy talisman. Glancing sideways at Xiao He, who was a little carried away, Zhuowen smiled and said with a serious face, when you said that you were absorbing the ice fire holy talisman, you were actually absorbing the core image at the center of the ice fire holy talisman, right? That's right. However, the ice fire holy talisman is an extraordinary item. Now that you have not fully recovered from your injuries, there will be a lot of risks if you rashly absorb it. Once you've fully recovered from your injuries, I'll refine a few blended medicines, and you'll be able to start absorbing them. The little black dog chuckled as it spoke. Zhuowen nodded slightly. He also knew that this matter could not be rushed. Although his mental strength had reached the terrifying level 2 initial realm, it was only relative to his mental strength. His physical injuries were much more serious. This kind of physical injury could only be slowly nursed back to health in an orderly manner. Fortunately, Zhuowen had a lot of elixirs with him, and the elixirs in the tyrant blood chinquin bag were even more valuable. These elixirs were enough for Juin to heal his injuries, and there was even a lot left over. Staring at the small mountain of elixirs in front of him, Juin's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said with a smile, "There are hundreds of elixirs here. In my hands, the number can be increased by 4 times." At this point, Juin's right hand suddenly tapped the space between his eyebrows, and a 3-legged jade cauldron suddenly appeared. The moment the jade cauldron appeared, the small mountain of elixirs on the ground was instantly sucked into the jade cauldron, removing the impurities in the elixirs and turning them into elixirs with pure medicinal strength. Juin casually grabbed a healing elixir and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently heal his injuries. Unlike Juin, who was calmly sitting inside the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye to heal his injuries, Luchuan town was bustling with noise and excitement. In the past few days, almost all the warriors in the town had been talking about one person. To be more precise, it was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The youth's name was Juin. That night, in front of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the Annihilation Forest, most of the warriors in the town had been attracted by the battle between Juin and Lu Jitian. Thus, many of the warriors knew that the youth named Juin had actually snatched a rare treasure from the hands of the 3 strongest warriors in Luchuan town. What shocked everyone even more was that the young man, who was only in the Yin Void realm, had resisted Lu Jitian and the other 2 and successfully escaped from their pursuit. If it wasn't for the existence of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, the young man would have likely escaped from Lu Jitian and the other 2. In addition, the most unbelievable thing was that the dignified Lu family head, Lu Jitian, had not been able to gain an advantage over the youth and had even been injured. It was precisely because of such rumors that Zhuowen's name resounded throughout Luchuan town. Even some of the young warriors had fanatical and worshipful expressions on their faces when they mentioned the youth who had done such a shocking thing. At that moment, there was a mass grave dozens of kilometers away from Luchuan town. There were broken tombstones everywhere in the mass grave. The words on the tombstones had faded quite a bit, and an eerie chill was emitted from them. "Big brother, is the ancestor really in seclusion in such a place? No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a suitable place for seclusion." 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared from the shade of the trees in the distance. A ray of light shone on their faces, revealing their similar faces. They were the Lu family's head and second head, Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen. The primogenitor has lived for over 1,000 years. In order to increase his lifespan, the primogenitor cultivated a cultivation method. This cultivation method can only be successfully cultivated in a place like this where the yin qi is extremely dense. This is the reason why the primogenitor chose this place to cultivate. Also, be careful when you speak later. The ancestor is temperamental. If you accidentally offend him, even I won't be able to protect you. Lu Jitian's face was full of caution as he repeatedly warned Lu Jiwen, who was behind him. Lu Jiwen naturally understood the severity of the situation and hurriedly nodded. When the 2 of them reached the deepest part of the mass grave, a black tombstone that was as tall as a person proudly stood in front of them. There were no words on the tombstone, and it looked bare. However, the eerie aura emitted from it caused the 2 of them to involuntarily shiver. When they arrived in front of the tombstone, Lu Jitian's expression became increasingly solemn. He took out a black token from his chinquin bag and injected the yuan power in his body into the token. Buzz. Chapter 132. Successive Promotions Boom. As soon as the black light entered the tombstone began to tremble. At the same time, the entire mass grave began to tremble along with the tombstone, as if a giant beast was about to break out of the ground. Awoo! When the tremors gradually calmed down, countless strange black figures rushed out from the mass grave. They were like dark clouds covering the sky, shrouding the entire mass grave in darkness. These Are they all vengeful spirits from the mass graves? Lu Jiwen stared at the densely packed black figures in the sky and felt his scalp go numb. He could feel that these black figures were not weak. Although he was not afraid of a single human figure, there were thousands of black human figures in the sky. Even he was in a difficult situation when dealing with so many vengeful spirits. That should be the case. It is said that the primogenitor's cultivation technique requires these vengeful spirits. I think that the vengeful spirits here should be controlled by the primogenitor. You don't have to worry about them attacking us. Lu Jitian said calmly. Hee, little guy, you have a good temperament. Just now, I saw you use the Lu family master's token to awaken the tombstone. You must be the current Lu family master. Suddenly, a cold voice rolled over from the sky. The two of them raised their heads and stared. To their surprise, they discovered that the countless vengeful spirits in the sky had suddenly merged together. In the end, they formed a black skull that was several dozen feet in size. There were two green, phosphorescent flames burning continuously in the empty eye sockets of the skull. It looked quite strange and eerie. Greetings, Lord Founder. This junior is the current head of the Lu family, Lu Jitian. I am already the 15th head of the Lu family. Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen respectfully knelt on the ground as Lu Jitian's voice trembled slightly. Lu Jiwen, on the other hand, was still kneeling on the ground. He stole a glance at the skull in the sky with reverence on his face. He could feel the immense pressure emanating from the skull. It was a natural sense of oppression due to the huge difference in their cultivation levels. He knew that the so-called primogenitor in front of him had probably reached the pinnacle of strength. Even he felt an unconcealable pressure from the primogenitor. Is it the 15th? Ever since I established the Lu family, the position of patriarch has changed 15 times. It seems that time has passed really quickly. Unknowingly, nearly 1,000 years have passed since you used the patriarch's token to summon me. Something must have happened in the family, right? The green phosphorescent flames primogenitor, a primogenitor, Lu Jiwen. Lu, a primogenitor. A few days, an unknown youth appeared in Luchuan town. His name is Juwen Lu Jian, Lu Jitian Lu, Lu Jianis, Zhuowen, Lu Ju Lu, Lu Jitian, who was kneeling on the ground, did not dare to be negligent. He reported the matter of Juwen and the Lu family's situation to the Black Skull. Of course, Lu Jitian also added some details. More than half of the family's elites have been lost. Your son was killed and your third brother was crippled. The culprit behind all this is only a 15-year-old youth whose cultivation level is only at the Void realm. The Lu family primogenitor's voice was calm. It was as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. It seems that the Lu family has been declining while I was in seclusion. Back then, although our Lu family only occupied Luchuan town, our strength was only a hair's breadth away from the Wang family, the #1 family in Vine Armor City. But now, we have suffered such heavy losses just to deal with a brat who smells like milk. Lu Jitian's face twitched. He did not expect the primogenitor to not care about the Lu family's losses. From the primogenitor's words, Lu Jitian could tell that the primogenitor had no feelings for the Lu family. Lu Jitian clenched his teeth and cupped his hands again. He said, "This brat used despicable means to steal the interspatial bag of one of our experts. I estimate that the expert's cultivation level is at least at the ultimate Emperor realm. The items in the interspatial bag of such an expert must be very precious." Oh, an ultimate Emperor realm expert's interspatial bag? The Lu family primogenitor's voice finally fluctuated. Seeing that the Lu family primogenitor was interested, Lu Jitian eagerly recounted the situation. Of course, Lu Jitian also edited the story. That brat actually jumped into the divine fiend dark eye within her spatial bag? Even I might not be able to return from such a dangerous place. He really has a backbone. From what you said, this brat is also a member of the Joie family in Rotten Armor City. Since he is a member of the Joie family, I have no choice but to interfere. That old bastard from the Joie family plotted against me back then. I will settle this debt with his descendants. Lu Jitian's face immediately lit up with joy when he heard this. He quickly said, Primogenitor, you agree to deal with the Joie family. This junior knows that the Wang family of Rotten Armor City and the Joie family are not on good terms. We can join forces with the Wang family and completely eradicate the Joie family. N. We will do as you say. This old man used to have a good relationship with some people from the Wang family. Even if those old friends are no longer around, I believe that the Wang family will still give me some face because of this old man's name. In another 2 months, I should be able to come out of closed-door training. You can inform the Wang family in advance. In 2 months, the Joie family might be removed from the list. At this point, the black skulls above the mass grave gradually dissipated, revealing the blue sky above. Hee. Now that the ancestor has agreed, it's our turn to contact the Wang family. Once the ancestor comes out of seclusion, it will be the day the Joie family will be wiped out. Zhuowen, since you're already dead, then the debt you owe will be repaid by your family. Lu Jitian narrowed his eyes as a trace of viciousness slowly leaked out from the slits of his eyes. Big brother, I heard that Zhuowen is inextricably linked to Master Karaki of Rotten Armor City as well as the city Lord's Mansion. If we join forces with the Wang family to attack the Joie family, I'm afraid that it will be very disadvantageous for us if those two help us. Lu Jiwen suddenly said worriedly. Second brother, don't worry. I heard that in 2 months, the castellan of Rotten Armor City, Guyutian and Master Crocky will go to the county city to participate in a grand event. Without these 2 key figures in Rotten Armor City, the other forces will not help the Joie family and offend the Wang family and our Lu family. As long as the Joie family is wiped out, I'm sure that Guyutian and Master Karaki will not attack our Lu family for the sake of the Joie family. Hearing this, Lu Jiwen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The heaven fiend dark eye was shrouded in endless cold turbulence all year round. Even a corporeal young warrior would not dare to enter such a desperate situation. Within the depths of the cold current, in a rather remote and windless area, a delicate and handsome young man was seated cross-legged. Around the young man's body, waves of rich medicinal strength wrapped around him. It seems that this kid has almost recovered. A little black dog floated in midair, its pair of small black eyes staring straight at the youth sitting cross-legged. Boom! A thunder-like sound was emitted from within his body. Immediately, waves of ear-piercing sounds of bones being dislocated were emitted from within his body. Then, the endless medicinal power around the young man poured into his body like a river flowing into the sea. An extremely powerful aura slowly emanated from the young man's body. After 2 months of medicinal power, this kid has not only recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation has also improved a lot. Xiao He stared at the young man in front of him and muttered to himself. Xiao He's words had just sounded when the young man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. After which, the young man inhaled a deep breath of air. His chest expanded to its limit. Immediately, the countless drifting energy particles in the surroundings were sucked into his body. I've stayed in the first level of the Yin Void realm for too long. After this accumulation, I think I can have a big breakthrough. The young man's lips moved a few times, and he whispered to himself. After he finished speaking, the endless yuan qi around the young man's body turned into an invisible whirlwind. Like a whale sucking in water, it fiercely poured into the young man's body. Under this somewhat barbaric infusion, the young man's aura continued to grow. First level of the Een Void Realm. Peak of the first level of the Een Void Realm. Rushing into the second level of the Een Void Realm. The rapid original energy was like a dam bursting out of a dam, reluctantly gathering in his dantian. With a crisp sound, Zhou-En's aura instantly rose to the peak of the second level of the Een Void Realm. This kind of growth continued without any sign of weakening. Boom! When Zhou-En's aura reached the fifth level of the Een Void Realm, the growth of the original energy in his body slowed down. When it reached the sixth level of the Een Void Realm, the aura in Zhou-En's body stabilized completely. Humph! This is not enough. Zhou-En snorted coldly, and suddenly threw out 10 elixirs with strong efficacy from his interspatial bag. The efficacy of each of these elixirs was comparable to that of a level 4 spiritual medicine. Now, Zhou-En took out 10 elixirs at once, which showed how rich he was. Numerous pure efficacy poured into Zhou-En's body. Under this kind of vigorous efficacy, the stagnant aura in Zhou-En's body showed signs of loosening again. With another boom, Zhou-En's aura rose to the 7th level of the Een Void Realm. However, the efficacy of the 10 level 4 elixirs was more than that. With the help of the efficacy, Zhou-En's aura broke through the shackles of the 7th level of the Een Void Realm at a relatively slow speed and reached the 8th level. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhou-En's eyes were full of joy. In fact, this kind of rapid promotion was not beyond Zhou-En's expectation. After all, Zhou-En had gone through a life and death situation, so his comprehension was far beyond that of an ordinary Een Void Realm expert. In addition, there were enough spiritual medicines in the Tyrant Blood interspatial bag. After 2 months of accumulation, Zhou-En was not surprised to have this kind of promotion speed. Chapter 133. Refining the holy symbol of ice and fire. The special characteristic of the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune is that it uses 2 extreme powers to forcefully merge together and create an even more terrifying, explosive power. According to what I know, the previous owners of the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol were all arrogant and domineering. With the help of the Ice Flame Saint Talisman, all the previous owners were able to kill enemies above their level. It can be said that the Ice Flame Saint symbol is the symbol with the heaviest killing intent among the 9 great saint symbols. So when you absorb it later, you must pay attention to the killing intent within the saint symbol. If you can't withstand the erosion of the saint rune's bloodlust, you will become nothing more than a killing machine. The black puppy hovered in the air, looking at the young man not far away and the strange ice-fire holy rune above the young man's head. Since I've already chosen this path, do I have any other choice? After all, high rewards are often accompanied by high risks. Zhou-En's eyes flickered. Immediately, a determined look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Good. Since you've decided, let's begin. However, you must remember that if you are unable to endure the absorption process, it is best to withdraw in time. Otherwise, even I will find it difficult to save you. Xiao He stared deeply at the young man in front of it. Then it waved its little paw and controlled the holy ice-fire rune above to approach Zhou-En. Boy, try to use your mental power to touch the holy symbol of ice-fire. Feel the energy fluctuation of the core of the holy symbol of ice-fire. As long as you can feel the fluctuation and resonate with it, the chances of you absorbing the holy symbol of ice-fire will be very high. When Zhou-En heard Xiao He's voice, he quickly calmed himself down and focused on expanding the mental strength in his Naiwen palace. His mental strength was like countless tentacles, slowly wrapping around the holy ice-fire rune in the air. Sizzle! A somewhat strange sound slowly rang out from the saint symbol. Soon after, the strange pattern at the center of the saint symbol suddenly emitted a 5-colored glow. The instant this 5-colored glow formed, the 2 icy blue and fire red regions at the edge of the saint symbol gradually fell off. In the end, only a strange symbol was left. This symbol was the core pattern of the holy ice-fire rune. From time to time, it would emit a colorful light. Although it looked gorgeous, it was actually deadly. This should be the core of the holy ice fire rune. Boy, as long as you can refine this holy symbol of ice fire rune, you will be able to completely control holy ice fire rune. Xiao Hei, who was floating in the air, had a fiery look in its eyes. Even it had never seen the true appearance of a treasure like the holy symbol of heaven and earth. Now that such a treasure was placed in front of it, it was no wonder that it was so excited. The symbol was roughly the size of a palm. However, the frightening aura that was emitted from it caused even Blackett to not dare to be the slightest bit careless. When the symbol appeared, a strange energy that was neither hot nor cold abruptly emerged in the entire space. At the same time, a 5-colored ball of energy burst out from the symbol. The powerful 5-colored ball of energy cut through the void and finally turned into a huge stone door that was made of ice and fire. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the stone door of ice and fire that had suddenly appeared in the air. He could feel that there was something within the stone door that was calling out to him. Moreover, this feeling was becoming increasingly intense as time passed. Zhuo Wen knew that if he wanted to completely refine the holy ice fire rune, he had to obtain the holy symbol's approval. Only by obtaining the holy symbol's approval would he have the chance to refine it. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's eyes were motionless and his face was calm. Without any hesitation, the powerful mental energy in his Naiwen palace suddenly poured out and turned into a small, golden figure above his head. If one looked closely, the small figure looked exactly like Zhuo Wen. This small figure was an avatar created by Zhuo Wen's mental energy. The small figure quietly sized up the young man who was sitting cross-legged below. Then, without any hesitation, it charged into the stone door that was made of ice and fire in the void. As Zhuo Wen's mental energy charged into the stone door, his body completely froze. His face was calm and his eyes were tightly shut, just like a statue. Kid, you have to act according to your ability. Don't force yourself. You have to come out. Otherwise, what am I going to do? Xiao Hei rubbed his hands and muttered as he watched Zhuo Wen charge into the stone door without any hesitation. Silence, endless silence. After Zhuo Wen passed through the stone door of fire and ice, what appeared in front of him was actually a road that stretched as far as the eye could see. The road was surrounded by dense fog, and it was simply impossible to distinguish the surrounding scenery. What was strange was that the top of the road was a world of ice and snow. The endless snowflakes were blown by the cold currents, and the road was covered in a layer of white snow. Below the road, there was a boundless sea of magma, and a fiery aura assaulted their nostrils. The scenery above and below the path was so extreme, but it just so happened that they appeared on the same path at the same time. Zhuo Wen did not hesitate and stepped into the path. He knew that there was no way out, and the only thing he could do was to keep moving forward. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Time passed like this, and Zhuo Wen kept walking on this path. In the process of walking like an ascetic monk, Zhuo Wen's gaze became more and more determined. He did not know where the end of this path was. He also did not know how long he had to walk. He did not even have the slightest concept of time. However, he only believed that he could not stop walking. Even if he was just walking like a machine, he firmly believed that he could not stop walking. As he walked, the vitality and strength in his body gradually dissipated. In the end, he grew old as he walked. His body became haggard, and his gaze became a lot more turbid. However, this could not hide the firm belief in Zhuo Wen's eyes that he would never give up and his heart that would never stop. The path is in the heart. All illusions are just illusions. Only one's willpower exists forever. This is the seamless path of ice and fire. Little chap, your strength is too weak, but your willpower is very strong. Have you seen through this seamless path now? A vigorous voice came from the depths of the void. It was like the echo of a valley that constantly rippled through the entire void. At this moment, Zhuo Wen no longer had the appearance of a young man with a delicate face. Instead, he had the appearance of an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were still brimming with spirit, as if nothing could dim the light in his eyes. What's the difference between seeing through it and not seeing through it? Since I believe that the path is right in front of me, I will follow my will and walk down it without regret. Even if I die on the path, as long as I have a clear conscience, it will be the right thing to do. Zhuo raised his head slightly. His turbid eyes were filled with a sharp light as he quietly stared at the void. He knew that there must be a pair of eyes in the void silently observing this place. Only the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's talisman spirit would be able to peep at this place. Zhuo knew that only by gaining the recognition of the symbol spirit would he be able to completely control the power of the Ice Fire sacred symbol. Little chap, it's really rare for you to have such a comprehension at such a young age. A loud laugh came from the void. Soon after, Zhuo saw a ray of light appear at the other end of the path. This ray of light was also spreading out. Zhuo pursed his lips and suddenly took a step forward. Soon after, the path behind him suddenly distorted and exploded like glass. Then, the distorted space turned into a beautiful starry sky. Zhuo stepped on the starry sky. His white hair gradually turned black. The wrinkles on his face also gradually disappeared. Finally, an old man instantly turned into a delicate young man. In front of him, an ancient rune was quietly suspended in the air. An ancient and vicissitude aura was instantly emitted from this rune. Looking at the rune, Zhuo's lips curled into a smile. He knew that the rune in front of him should be the symbol spirit of the Ice Fire sacred symbol. Little chap, you are the first person to step into my spiritual space in 10,000 years. The fact that you can reach this place already shows how strong your willpower is and how terrifying your talent is. However, it won't be so easy if you truly want to obtain control of the Ice Fire Saint symbol. A voice that carried the vicissitudes of life sounded from the symbol. It was like a buzzing sound in Zhuo's ears. Zhuo stood in front of the rune and bowed respectfully. The sacred symbol was a supreme treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world. Zhuo naturally did not dare to slight such an ancient existence. Elder, what do you mean? Zhuo asked respectfully. I'll tell you the truth. The Ice Fire sacred symbol you obtained was merely formed from a wisp of my origin energy. It is not my actual body. However, I didn't expect you to be able to walk out of the seamless path of ice and fire and enter my spiritual space. It seems that you are not simple. The rune's voice sounded again. However, there was a trace of surprise and amazement in its voice. Only a wisp of origin energy. Zhuo's face instantly turned green when he heard this. According to this rune, what he had risked his life to snatch wasn't the main body of the Holy Ice Fire rune. It was merely a strand of origin energy similar to a clone. Don't underestimate this wisp of origin energy. It replicates 20% of my actual body's power. If you can control this wisp of origin energy, you can forcefully combine the power of ice and fire to create an even more powerful explosive power. This should be enough for you. A cold laugh came from the rune. Chapter 134. A promise of 10 years, little guy. His temperament was not bad. There was no free lunch in this world. How much you wanted to get, you had to pay the price. Sometimes, gains and sacrifices are equivalent. Another loud laughter came from the talisman. However, the laughter quickly came to an abrupt end, following which, the voice from the rune became somewhat solemn. This wisp of power of origin was intentionally spread to the outside world by the seat, for the sake of finding a fated person. Little guy, you can rely on your will to enter my soul space. You're not ordinary. Therefore, I only have one request, and that is that you must join the Divine Academy. Excellent God's Academy. Zhuo was startled. He had never thought that the symbol spirit would actually mention the Divine Academy. This was already the second time he had heard the name Divine Academy. Last time, when they were fighting for the holy symbol of ice fire, Aoki had also mentioned it, and the fallen tyrant blood seemed to be a member of the Divine Academy. Haven't you heard of Garcia Academy? The Fuling also sensed the confusion on Zhuowen's face and asked in bewilderment. Zhuowen nodded like a hoodlum, indicating that he really didn't know. Looks like you're from a very remote place. You haven't even heard of the Divine Academy. You should also know that Blue Dragon Hall is the #1 power in the Eastern Lands, and Fine God Academy strength is only below Blue Dragon Hall. It can be said that they are the #2 power in the Eastern Lands. You must know that the Eastern Lands is vast, and there are countless powers within it. To be able to stand out from so many powers and become the second largest power in the Eastern Lands, it can be seen how powerful the Divine Academy is. When Zhuowen heard this, his eyes narrowed. He never would have thought that this so-called Fine Gods College was actually the second strongest power in the East. Their overall strength was only below the Blue Dragon Hall. Although Zhuowen wasn't clear about the distribution of power in the Eastern Land, he knew that the Eastern Land was very vast. From some ancient books, it could be seen that the area of the Eastern Land was several times larger than the Earth in his previous life. From this, one could see how big the entire Eastern Land was. Moreover, the Qingxian Empire that Zhuowen belonged to seemed to be a small force among the countless forces in the entire Eastern Land. However, the strength of the strongest person in such a small force, Emperor Qing, had already reached the sovereign realm. Then, wouldn't those forces that were much stronger than the Qingxian Empire have experts of the pilgrimage realm? On the heavenly armor continent, Saint Pilgrim realm powerhouses were hailed as saints by many warriors. Warriors who could reach such heights were almost at the top of the entire continent. Whether it was in terms of power or prestige, they had reached the point where they were revered by tens of thousands. My request is very simple. There is an ancient hall in the center of the Divine Academy. It is called the Hall of Ice and Fire. It contains both the extreme powers of ice and fire. The hall has a total of 18 levels. As long as you can enter the first 8 levels, I can use my origin energy to forcefully drag you to the 18th level. My main body is on the 18th level. The talisman spirit's voice fluctuated slightly. When Zhuowen heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. The talisman spirit said it so easily. Since the Divine Academy was the second most powerful force in the Eastern Land, its standards for accepting disciples must be very strict. With his current level, it would be very difficult for him to enter the Divine Academy. The talisman spirit seemed to have sensed Zhuowen's apprehension and sneered, "Kid, this seat has already said that if you want to gain something, you have to pay a price. If you can't even enter the Divine Academy, then you should get out of here as soon as possible. The holy symbol of ice and fire is not something that a timid person like you can control." Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen nodded and said, "I promise you that I will try my best to enter the Divine Academy. However, the Hall of Ice and Fire shouldn't be easy to enter." "Haha, of course, since you've already agreed. This source energy will naturally belong to you. However, you only have 10 years. If you're unable to complete the mission I've given you in 10 years, I'll take back this source energy from you. Therefore, it's best for you to work hard to improve yourself. I'm looking forward to meeting you again at Fine God Academy." When the talisman spirit finished speaking, its voice abruptly stopped as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. However, the strange runes in the depths of the starry sky split into 2 and shot into the back of Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen only felt a wave of heat on the back of his hand. Soon after, 2 special runes appeared clearly on the back of his hand. "Kid, remember, you only have 10 years. Now that my origin energy is almost exhausted, I must fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, I look forward to our next meeting. Before I leave, I will give you a small gift." The runes on the back of his hand suddenly brightened. The familiar voice of the talisman spirit once again appeared in his mind. Immediately, a strange energy shot into his chinkoan bag. One could see a black-colored bead flying out of the bag and suspended in the midair. A familiar ripple was suddenly emitted from the bead after this energy completely entered it. Immediately, a dark black ink-like flame suddenly surged out and transformed into a black-colored pillar that seemed to pierce through the sky. Nirvana demon flame? Looking at the fire pillar that shot towards the sky in front of him, he also knew that the small gift that the talisman spirit had mentioned should be to help him awaken the Nirvana demon flame from its deep sleep in advance. The fire pillar seemed to want to pierce through the sky as it stood in the empty space. Zhuowen could sense that the Nirvana demon flame strength had already reached an extremely powerful level ever since it had absorbed the endless resentment within the evil fiend devil bead. If the strength of the Nirvana demon flame in the past had barely reached the level of the human stage, the current Nirvana demon flame strength had undoubtedly reached the level of the peak of the human stage. The strength of the Nirvana demon flame at this level was not weaker than an ordinary peak corporeal young expert. It was likely that it did not even need to fear a half step to the bright king stage expert. Zhuowen looked deeply into the empty space before bowing respectfully. He also knew the intention of the talisman spirit's actions. Rumble. At the same time, a thunder-like loud sound was transmitted from the empty space. Immediately, the entire bright starry sky began to distort after this loud sound. Zhuowen's consciousness also descended into darkness. When Zhuowen once again opened his eyes, he coincidentally saw a Xiaohe dog in front of him. The dog's face was filled with fear as it stared at him. The worry in Xiaohe's eyes gradually faded when he saw that Zhuowen had safely opened his eyes. Instead, he laughed shamelessly. This dragon lord knew that you were very lucky and would not fall into a deep sleep without waking up. This dragon lord is really clever. Xiaohe rolled his eyes at the conceited Xiaohe dog in front of him. He could be considered to have gained a new understanding of the shamelessness of this Xiaohe dog in front of him. He did not know who was the one who had been staring at him with a worried expression earlier. Now that he had woken up, the dog began to boast. How many days have passed? Zhuowen rubbed his head and asked. About half a day. You were not in there for long. Speaking of which, did you manage to refine the holy talisman in the end? Xiaohe suddenly asked nervously. Zhuowen smiled and stretched out the back of his hands. There were 2 runes that almost matched each other on the back of his hands. If the 2 runes were combined together, they would form a complete rune. This rune was the core rune of the Holy Ice Fire rune. You refined it? That's great. It seems that this dragon lord did not misjudge you. You actually managed to refine the Holy Ice Fire rune. With the Holy Ice Fire rune, you are destined to embark on the path of an unparalleled expert. Xiaohe's eyes lit up when he saw the rune on the back of Zhuowen's hand. Seeing the joy on Xiaohe's face, Zhuowen hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still told Xiaohe about the agreement between the symbol spirits. Xiaohe rubbed his chin with both paws. His gaze became serious, and his face suddenly became somewhat gloomy. Kid, according to what I know, although the holy talisman is a treasure of heaven and earth and has a unique and powerful strength, the world is fair. The holy talisman has a powerful strength, but it does not have intelligence. Zhuowen's heart suddenly jumped when he heard this. If what Xiaohe said was true, and the holy talisman did not have intelligence, then who was the owner of the holy talisman talking to him in that strange space? That's impossible. After all, the saint talisman origin in my body was given to me by the person who called himself the symbol spirit. If he wasn't the symbol spirit of the saint talisman, how could he control the ice flame saint talisman and separate a strand of its origin energy? Zhuowen's heart became increasingly confused. After Xiaohe's reminder, there were indeed some loopholes in the words of the person who called himself the symbol spirit. Moreover, his tone was somewhat urgent, as if he could not wait any longer. The symbol spirit of the holy talisman is not the only one who can separate the holy talisman's origin energy. The true owner of the holy talisman also has this ability. However, forcefully separating the origin energy will cause some harm to the owner. Normally, the owner of the holy talisman will not do such a thankless task. Xiao He narrowed his eyes, and his voice had completely calmed down. The owner of the holy talisman? Then why would he do such a thing? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to ask. Perhaps this mystery can only be solved when you enter Jia Shin Academy. However, you have to be extra careful with the owner of the holy talisman. That guy definitely does not have good intentions. Fortunately, you have only obtained a strand of the holy ice fire rune's origin energy. However, this is already a great opportunity for you. Xiao He said cautiously. Zhuowen nodded slightly. After all, he had a 10-year agreement with the owner of the holy talisman. During these 10 years, the holy ice fire rune's origin energy in his body completely belonged to him. That's right. Since this holy ice fire rune is not complete, does it still help with the recovery of your soul energy origin energy? Zhuowen suddenly asked curiously. There should be more, but it is not as obvious as a complete holy talisman. Xiao He said as he nodded slightly. Chapter 135. Leaving the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye Kid. The cold air current in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye is not simple. Even a corporeal Yang stage warrior would be smashed to pieces if they entered. Do you have the confidence to break out of this cold air current area? Xiao He stared at the youth in front of him in astonishment. I have already mastered the ice fire holy symbol. Although it is not complete, its power is extraordinary. The ice fire holy symbol has the ability to control the cold air and the power of fire. Although the cold air current in the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye is powerful, it is only an ordinary cold current. It is only because there is so much cold air here that it has become such a dangerous situation. Zhuowen stared at the cold air current that was constantly sweeping up above him. His eyes were filled with calmness. What you said makes sense. However, if you really can't hold on, you can use the power of the ice fire holy symbol to forcefully recover this dragon lord. At that time, this dragon lord will bring you out of this damned place. Xiao He nodded and agreed. In that case, let's try the power of the ice fire holy symbol. As Zhuowen spoke, he clenched his right hand into the air, and the symbol on the back of his hand suddenly emitted an icy blue light. The symbol on the back of his right hand represented the power to control the cold air, so it displayed an icy blue color. The symbol on his left hand represented the power to control the power of fire, so it should display a fiery red color. The instant Zhuowen extended his right hand, the cold chi flow above the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye seemed to have stopped. It instantly came to a standstill. Immediately, it stopped for around 15 minutes before the endless cold chi flow in the sky suddenly poured into the symbol on the back of Zhuowen's hand like 10,000 rivers rushing into the sea. Zhuowen only felt a chill on the back of his hand. Immediately after, he felt a cool and strange energy enter his body. This strange energy spread to his limbs and bones, making him feel an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. Then, the endless cold air current in the sky surrounded Zhuowen. Being in the huge cold air current, Zhuowen did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he felt cool and comfortable. Under the cover of the cold air current, Zhuowen's body gradually floated up. As expected of the ice fire holy symbol, the cold air current of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye is like an obedient child in front of it. It doesn't dare to be presumptuous at all. Zhuowen sensed the cold energy flow around him that was like a barrier. He could feel that when he used the ice rune on his right hand, the cold energy flow transmitted traces of reverence. Obviously, the cold air current chi did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the ice fire holy symbol. After all, the ice fire holy symbol was a treasure that had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. The ice-fire holy symbol contained the ice symbol and the fire symbol. It contained a pressure that all the cold air and flames in heaven and earth feared. Although the ice-fire holy symbol that Zhuowen currently possessed was incomplete, it was not something that the ordinary cold air of the heaven fiend dark eye could defy. Moreover, Zhuowen could feel that as he floated up, the ice symbol continuously absorbed the endless cold air around him. As the cold air was continuously absorbed by the symbol, Zhuowen could feel a strange energy entering his body from the back of his hand. After this energy entered his body, it continuously nourished the Yuan power in his Dantian and the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. Zhuowen knew that this strange energy was most likely transformed from the cold air absorbed by the ice symbol. What surprised Zhuowen was that under the nourishment of this strange energy, the Yuan power and mental energy in his body increased. No wonder Xiaohe had said that the ice-fire holy symbol had undeniable benefits for both cultivators and arcana masters. There were still quite a number of cultivators at the edge of the heaven fiend dark eye, constantly searching and searching. 2 months ago, a young man called Zhuowen had fearlessly faced the 3 strongest cultivators of Luchuan town. After experiencing a disastrous battle, this young man had finally chosen to enter the heaven fiend dark eye. Along with his disappearance was the mysterious treasure that the Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance had been searching for. Many cultivators were here with the mentality of trying their luck. They knew that if the mysterious treasure in Zhuowen's hands was coincidentally thrown out by the cold air current of the heaven fiend dark eye and found by them, they would very likely rise to prominence. It was with this mentality of trying their luck that most of the cultivators of Luchuan town were here. They tirelessly searched every corner of the heaven fiend dark eye. However, to their disappointment, they did not even see the shadow of the mysterious treasure. Although they had not seen any signs of the mysterious treasure after 2 months of searching, this place had become increasingly lively. Originally, most of the people here were from the Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance. However, due to the fact that Zhuowen had single-handedly defeated the 3 strongest cultivators of Luchuan town that day, many cultivators who did not belong to either side had come because of his reputation. It was precisely because of Zhuowen's powerful performance 2 months ago and the rumors that constantly spread in Luchuan town that had intentionally or unintentionally molded Zhuowen into a genius youth who was not afraid of strong enemies. Even the Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance did not expect that the great battle that day would bring Zhuowen such great popularity. His popularity had even faintly surpassed the current Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance. What's that? The heaven fiend dark eye seems to have gone berserk? The originally quiet environment at the edge of the heaven fiend dark eye was immediately broken by a surprised voice. As the voice sounded, countless cultivators here turned their gazes towards the heaven fiend dark eye in the sky. When they saw the scene of the heaven fiend dark eye clearly, a trace of shock surfaced on their faces. In the sky above the heavenly fiend dark eye, the gigantic eyeball that was formed by endless cold aura suddenly trembled. The endless cold aura actually formed a huge spiral vortex at the pupil of the eyeball. It was as if there was a powerful energy in the depths of the pupil that stirred up the cold aura of the entire heavenly fiend dark eye. What's going on? Why is such a strange phenomenon happening in the heaven fiend dark eye? That's right. The heaven fiend dark eye has been sitting peacefully in the depths of the annihilation forest for thousands of years. Today, it seems to be a little restless, as if someone is wantonly destroying it inside. On the empty ground, there was an uproar in an instant. Countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the heaven fiend dark eye that had begun to churn violently. The cold air currents on the surface of the heaven fiend dark eye were like blades that swept across the entire space, cutting it apart. Some of the cold air currents that leaked out even sprayed onto the empty ground. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time were immediately seriously injured by the cold air currents. At the empty ground where the cold air currents landed, A deep pit that was several feet in size was smashed out. Staring at the deep pit created by the cold air currents in front of them, all the cultivators' pupils contracted. They did not expect that just one cold air current could cause such a huge destructive force. If countless cold air currents with such terrifying power appeared at the same time, many of the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts at the thought of this possibility. No wonder the heaven fiend dark eye was called a dead end. The cold air flow inside was too terrifying. Just one wave was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Quick, look. It seems like something is coming out from inside. Oh my God, in such a terrifying cold air current, what kind of existence is able to remain unharmed in the cold air current? As these words fell, the other cultivators also cast their gazes towards the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye. Indeed, as the previous person had said, there was indeed a dark figure in the depths, slowly moving towards the outside. What made these cultivators even more incredulous was that the figure that seemed to be coming out from the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye seemed to be a human figure. In other words, it was very likely that the figure that had appeared from the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye was a human cultivator. Thinking of this possibility, it immediately caused the hearts of all the martial artists to tremble fiercely. To be able to come out unscathed from so many terrifying cold air currents, just what level of strength did this martial artist have? Under the gazes of so many people, in the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye, a figure surrounded by endless cold air finally appeared in front of everyone. However, what made everyone stunned again was that this figure was actually a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The youth's face was delicate and handsome, and his expression was indifferent. At a glance, he seemed to be harmless to both humans and animals. This youth was Zhuowen, who had just come out of the heaven fiend dark eye. With the help of the ice runes in his body, it was not difficult for Zhuowen to walk out of the heaven fiend dark eye. The youth gently waved his right hand, and the cold air currents around his body immediately supported him as he slowly landed on the ground. As the youth landed, everyone's gazes gathered on him. The youth also noticed the gazes around him. He frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Everyone, is there anyone from the Liu family or the Mercenary Alliance here?" As the youth's voice fell, all the cultivators present involuntarily cast their gazes in the same direction. In that direction, there was a group of neatly dressed cultivators. The leader of this group of cultivators seemed to have reached the half-step corporeal yang stage. Hee, don't even think about leaving today. All of you will stay here." Zhuowen stared at the neatly dressed cultivators, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold arc. Soon after, Zhuowen suddenly took out the dragon vein saber, which was as tall as a person, from his chinkuan bag. Then his entire body turned into a ghost as he rushed towards the group of people. When the leader of the group heard Zhuowen's words, he was a little angry and sneered, "What an arrogant brat! You actually dare to speak such arrogant words. Do you know what kind of colossus our Liu family is? It's precisely because I know that you are from the Liu family that I came to find you. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do?" A cold voice suddenly came from behind the leader. The leader suddenly turned his head and saw a youth smiling at him. Soon after, a huge broadsword swept towards him. Bang! Under the huge force of the dragon vein saber, the leader of the Liu family was instantly sent flying. In the end, he flew into the heaven fiend dark eye, which was filled with cold air. A shrill scream came from the heaven fiend dark eye. Soon after, the scream came to an abrupt end. When the scream came to an abrupt end, the empty ground instantly fell into silence. Then a series of difficult swallowing sounds suddenly rang out. The Liu family leader's cultivation had reached the half-step corporeal yang stage. He was considered the strongest among these cultivators, but he was killed by this youth in one move. Chapter 136. Breaking into the Liu family. Zhuowen did not stop after dealing with the leader of the Liu family in one move. He moved like a ghost and flashed towards the rest of the Liu family troops, who had already become sluggish. Shrill screams rose and fell in the empty ground. They were incomparably loud. In the blink of an eye, all the troops of the Lu clan on the empty ground had been slaughtered by the young man who had suddenly appeared. The young man's eyes flickered as he stared at the surrounding martial artists who were trembling with fear. Then he leaped and transformed into a shadow as he rushed towards the depths of the dense forest. Very quickly, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Who is this kid? He has such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age. Even a half-step young corporeal realm warrior was instantly killed. What's even more unbelievable is that this kid actually came out from the heavenly fiend Dark Eye. The warriors on the open space sighed as they watched the youth's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Soon after, it caused an uproar. Many warriors were curious. Who was that youth? A person who could instantly kill a half-step young corporeal realm warrior was definitely not a nobody. I remember now. This kid should be the legendary Zhuowen who has been the talk of Luchuan town for the past few days. I recognize this kid's broadsword. He once relied on this broadsword to escape from the encirclement of Lu Jitian and the other two experts in the cave. Suddenly, a voice of sudden realization resounded across the entire empty ground. Immediately, the empty ground became somewhat quiet. The silent atmosphere only lasted for a moment before an even louder clamor resounded throughout the open space. He's the Zhuowen who resisted the encirclement of Lu Jitian, Lu Jiwen, and Qian Shang and obtained the rare treasure in the end. Oh my god, this guy is too abnormal. Wasn't he forced to jump into the heavenly fiend Dark Eye 2 months ago? Now he can actually rely on his own strength to come out again? What kind of strength does he need to do this? It seems like the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance have really provoked an opponent they shouldn't have. I can feel that Zhuowen's strength has become somewhat terrifying. This time the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance are really unlucky. In the open space, all the warriors looked into the depths of the forest with complicated gazes. They knew that the youth was definitely heading to Luchuan town, and his target was the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance. In the main hall of the Lu family, Lu Jiwen sat upright at the head of the table. His eyes were slightly squinted, and he seemed to be at ease. Reporting to Second Master, we have captured the remaining members of the Flowing Flame mercenary group. How should we deal with them? A black figure suddenly rushed into the hall, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported to Lu Jiwen. Oh, after spending 2 months to catch them, it seemed like the remnants of the Flowing Flame mercenary group were quite good at hiding. Bring them all up. I want to personally interrogate these people. After all, my third brother was crippled because of them. Lu Jiwen's lips curled into a cruel smile as he spoke indifferently. Yes. The black-clothed person respectfully lowered his head. Immediately, he gently withdrew from the hall. Not long later, he led a couple of people into the hall. These people were wearing heavy shackles on their bodies. As they walked, they would occasionally emit ear-piercing, clanging sounds. This group of people was none other than Han Shui and the others. Other than the two sisters, Han Shui and Han Yu, even the simple and honest Uncle Feng Yu, the girl in red, and the white-clothed youth, Feng Gong, were present. Lu Jiwen, what right do you have to capture our Flowing Flame mercenary group? In the hall, Han Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she tenderly shouted, "What right do I have? If it weren't for you, how could my third brother have been crippled? I'm already merciful enough that I haven't killed you yet, and you still want to ask me why?" Lu Jiwen coldly chuckled. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of Yuan power immediately poured out. Han Shui's beautiful face was filled with stubbornness, but under this surge of Yuan power, her face instantly turned pale. Her knees bent, and she involuntarily knelt in the hall. "Since you're already a prisoner, you should act like one. If you provoke me, I don't mind killing you as an example to others." Han Shui's expression froze, and her eyes suddenly turned red. However, In the end, she did not say anything. She knew that Lu Jiwen was a man of his words. If she still dared to speak like she did just now, she was afraid that Lu Jiwen would really kill her as an example to others. Lu Jiwen's words also had a certain effect. Not only Han Shui, but even the others did not dare to say anything. It's all that Zhouwen's fault. Even after his death, he still implicated us. If he hadn't crippled the Lu family's third head, our Flowing Flame mercenary group would not have fallen to such a state. The white-clothed youth, Feng Gong, who had been following at the back, suddenly complained in a low voice. If it weren't for Big Brother Zhouwen's rescue that day, I'm afraid that our Flowing Flame mercenary group would have already ceased to exist. Now, you're actually starting to complain about Big Brother Zhouwen. Feng Gong, I used to think that you were a real man, but I never imagined that it was all just a disguise. You're just a despicable person in your bones. The red-dressed girl glanced at the white-clothed youth behind her with some disgust as she spoke in an indifferent tone. When the white-clothed youth heard the girl's mocking words, his face immediately turned red. He wanted to defend himself, but found that he had nothing to say. In the end, he could only coldly snort and fall into silence. Lu Jiwen's gaze was rather strange as he looked at everyone in the hall. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion suddenly broke out from outside. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Lu Jiwen frowned slightly as he spoke in an unhappy tone. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and soon after, a black shadow shot out like an arrow towards Lu Jiwen, who was seated at the head of the hall. Lu Jiwen's pupils shrank as he waved his right hand. His powerful Yuan power suddenly turned into a Yuan power palm, which fiercely struck the black shadow. With a dull sound, Lu Jiwen finally saw the true face of the black shadow that was shooting towards him. It was actually a warrior. To be more precise, it was the black-clothed man who had just reported to him. At this moment, the black-clothed man's eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Lu Jiwen. Blood, mixed with pieces of internal organs, spat out from his mouth. Finally, he spat out a few words with difficulty before his eyes closed and he completely lost his breath. That Zhouwen has returned. He is not dead. When Lu Jiwen heard the black-clothed man's last words, his pupils shrank again as his calm gaze was suddenly replaced by horror. Zhouwen? How is that possible? That kid has already entered the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. You should know that even a young corporeal realm warrior would definitely die in that place, let alone the kid who is only in the Yin Void realm. Lu Jiwen's gaze suddenly became a little uncertain. He could tell that the black-clothed man's words were probably true, but he was unwilling to believe it. The Heaven Fiend Dark Eye was a famous place of death in the Annihilation Forest. With Zhouwen's weak strength, how could he possibly walk out of there alive? Thump, thump. Steady and rhythmic footsteps gradually sounded throughout the entire hall. Immediately, a somewhat skinny but extremely tall figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. The clear footsteps attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Following the source of the sound, Han Shui and the other four, who were shackled, and Lu Jiwen, who was seated at the head of the hall, involuntarily turned their gazes towards the door. Patter! Finally, the moment the figure stepped into the hall, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to have solidified. Whether it was Han Shui, Han Yu, the other three, or even Lu Jiwen, who was seated at the head of the hall, they all stared blankly at the tall figure that had just appeared in the hall. Lu Jiwen rubbed his eyes hard until he was sure that he was not mistaken. Then, the dullness in his eyes loosened a little. However, within the dullness, there was more disbelief and extreme horror. This was because the person who had appeared in the hall was actually the stubborn youth, Zhouwen, who had been forced into the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye by the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance 2 months ago. Zhouwen? He is not dead. Han Shui also woke up from her daze. Staring at the youth who had appeared in the hall, her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. On the other hand, Han Yu, Feng Yu, and the red-dressed young lady all revealed a relaxed feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The corners of their mouths also revealed a gratified smile. Only the white-clothed young man's expression had become somewhat gloomy. Lu Jiwen, today I, Zhuowen, will take the lives of the Lu family. The youth stood quietly in the middle of the hall. His body, which was not very muscular, faintly emitted a powerful aura like that of a wild beast. I really did not expect that a bastard like you would still be alive. I guess you were able to walk out of the heaven fiend dark eye because you relied on a treasure in the expert's Qinkuan bag. Hee, such a treasure would be wasted on you. Only by giving it to the Lu family can we make the best use of it. The dullness on Lu Jiwen's face slowly faded away. It was replaced by a ferocious smile and a trace of greed in his eyes. He could feel that Zhuowen's aura had reached LV8 of the Yin Void realm. He remembered that 2 months ago, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at LV1 of the Yin Void realm. In just 2 months, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the Qinkuan bag must have contributed to this. Moreover, since Zhuowen was able to escape from the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, there must be a treasure in the Qinkuan bag that was not afraid of the cold air current of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Thinking of the various benefits in the Qinkuan bag, the greed in Lu Jiwen's eyes became more intense. Boy, even if you rely on the various benefits in the Qinkuan bag to make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, your cultivation is only at LV8 of the Yin Void realm, while I am at LV1 of the corporeal Yang realm. To me, you are like an egg striking a stone. If you don't want to suffer more physical pain, you'd better hand over the Qinkuan bag obediently. Lu Jiwen suddenly took a step forward. The original energy in his body poured out like an ocean, and the ferocious look on his face became more intense. Chapter 137. Fighting a Yang Reality, Realm Martial Artist, Zhuowen. You have to be careful. Lu Jiwen is a first-stage corporeal Yang martial artist. In the hall, Han Shue's pretty face was filled with worry as she spoke. Zhuowen nodded slightly and smiled at Han Shue. I know, but this guy is nothing to me. I'll take care of him later and then release the shackles on your bodies. Truly a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 2 months ago, I don't know who was forced by us to jump into the heavenly fiend Dark Eye. Although I don't know how you escaped from the heaven's fiend Dark Eye, you still dare to come to our Lu family and cause trouble. I have to say that you are stupid. Lu Jiwen was so angry that he laughed. At that time it was because the 3 of you joined forces that I was no match for you. Now it's just you alone. Do you think you have the confidence to keep me here? Moreover, I have also obtained many benefits from the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Now, even if the 3 of you join forces again, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for me. Zhuowen placed his hands on the hilt of his saber and said indifferently, What a sharp-tongued brat. You only know how to talk big. Now, I want to see if you've really improved a lot, as you said. Lu Jiwen let out a sinister laugh. Both his legs suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot toward Zhuo when like an arrow leaving the bow. The Yuan power in his body was like a vast ocean, and it poured out like a broken dam. The air in the entire hall seemed to have solidified due to this fluctuation. Earth-splitting seal. A deep roar sounded out from Lu Jiwen's throat. Soon after, Lu Jiwen's hands formed a seal as a powerful Yuan power transformed into a glowing seal on his palms. Holding the light seal in his hand, Lu Jiwen revealed a sinister smile. He looked coldly at Zhuowen and pressed his palm down. An earth-shattering vibration suddenly shook the entire hall. Soon after, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks gradually expanded, and finally, countless sharp spikes emerged from the cracks. The earth spikes were like the fangs of a giant beast as they shot toward Zhuowen. They were so dense that they almost enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Sister, will Zhuowen be a match for Lu Jiwen? Han Yu's face immediately turned incomparably pale as she stared at the earth spikes that were densely packed like raindrops. She could feel the frightening power contained within those earth spikes. She might not even be able to block one of them, let alone the seemingly endless earth spikes. A bitter smile appeared on Han Shue's face when she heard Han Yu's question. How could she not have sensed the powerful might of the earth spike? Although she had never underestimated Zhuowen, he was a corporeal young realm warrior after all. Such an expert was already at the pinnacle of Luchuan town. However, Zhuowen's aura was only at level 8 of the Yin Void realm. There was a huge gap between their strength. This guy doesn't seem to be very smart. His cultivation is clearly inferior to others, yet he insists on acting like a hero. Let's see if he can still be as arrogant as before when he is beaten down later. The white-clothed young man, standing at the back of the hall, muttered to himself sinisterly. He was now very displeased with Zhuowen. In his opinion, if it weren't for Zhuowen's appearance, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself in front of the girl in the red dress, and their relationship would become so terrible. At this moment, he couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die at Lu Jiwen's hands. Boom! The densely packed earth spikes, which were like raindrops, fiercely bombarded the figure. In the end, countless earth spikes formed a small hill on the spot where Zhuowen had just been standing. Overconfident dog, your strength is still so weak. With such little strength, you want to destroy our Lu family? What a joke! Lu Jiwen said indifferently as he stared at the small hill in front of him. His eyes were filled with coldness. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of wind being torn apart behind him. Then, a light voice suddenly entered his ears. I should be the one saying this. Your earth-splitting seal wasn't very good just now. It didn't even touch the corner of my clothes. But now, it's time for me to return the favor. Lu Jiwen's pupils shrank. Soon after, he felt the air flow behind him rapidly. He suddenly turned his head and saw Zhuowen's sinister smile. Then he saw a huge blade that was constantly enlarging in front of him. Bang! The dragon vein saber was like a rough door plank. With a tyrannical aura, it viciously smashed into Lu Jiwen's face. With a dull sound, Lu Jiwen flew out in an extremely embarrassing posture. In midair, blood, mixed with many teeth, splattered out. After drawing a parabola in the air, Lu Jiwen heavily collided with a pillar in the hall. His entire body was embedded in the pillar made of bluestone. In an instant, the hall became silent. Han Shui rubbed her eyes hard. When she saw that the figure embedded in the pillar was indeed Lu Jiwen, a trace of astonishment gradually rose in her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful eyes wandered as she stared at the tall figure in the hall. He was holding the dragon vein saber and standing there quietly. His expression was serene and he was unscathed. The astonishment in her eyes instantly turned into sluggishness. When did this guy become so strong? Han Shui muttered to herself. She still felt a little dizzy. Her gaze lingered on the thin figure of the youth for a long time. Han Shui still remembered the first time she met the youth in front of her. The youth's cultivation was lower than hers. However, when the youth appeared in front of her again, not only was his cultivation far superior to hers, but he was even able to easily defeat a stage 1 corporeal young warrior in one move. This kind of strength, this kind of talent, and this kind of terrifying advancement speed. Even Han Shui could not help but feel a chill in her heart. The youth in front of her was too abnormal. The white-clothed youth, who originally had some resentment towards Zhuowen, secretly looked at Lu Jiwen, who was coughing up blood on the pillar. He lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at Zhuowen. He also finally knew how terrifying the youth in front of him was. Han Yu and Uncle Feng Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Naturally, Zhuowen defeating Lu Jiwen was the result they had hoped for. On the other hand, the beautiful eyes of the red-dressed girl were filled with fanatical worship. From the moment Zhuowen appeared, her gaze basically did not leave Zhuowen's figure. Clang! 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 The shackles on Han Shui and the other 4 people were also broken. Zhuowen, thank you so much this time. Han Shui's eyes were filled with gratitude as she came in front of Zhuowen and said with a smile, Zhuowen waved his hand and immediately came in front of Lu Jiwen, who was on the pillar. His indifferent eyes coldly examined Lu Jiwen, who was on the pillar. In fact, when he entered the Lu family, he realized that the Lu family had pitifully few people. Moreover, the leader of the Lu family seemed to be Lu Jiwen alone. The strongest person, Lu Jitian, was nowhere to be seen. The strange phenomenon of the Lu family made Zhuowen even more suspicious. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in his heart. How did the Lu family's people become so few? Where is your big brother, Lu Jitian? Zhuowen glanced at Lu Jiwen and asked indifferently, "He, my big brother? He has already gone to Rotan Armor City. If there are no accidents, your Zhuowen family will probably be exterminated today." Haha. Lu Jiwen laughed wildly. What a joke. Our Zhuo family is one of the 3 great families in Rotan Armor City. Do you think a mere Lu family can exterminate us? Zhuowen sneered. Hee. Our Lu family's strength is not what you see on the surface. You probably don't know that our Lu family still has an ancestor. Our ancestor is a figure from 1,000 years ago. It is said that his strength is about to reach the Zhao King realm. With our ancestor and the Wang family's cooperation, can your Zhuo family really withstand it? Lu Jiwen's face was full of mockery, and the corner of his mouth was full of arrogance. When Zhuowen heard this, his face immediately turned ugly. If what Lu Jiwen said was true, then the Lu family also had an expert who was half a step into the Zhao King realm. In addition to the Wang family, which was originally stronger than the Zhuo family, the Zhuo family was really in danger. Humph. Lord Guyu Tian and Master Karaki are still in Rotan Armor City. They won't let you do whatever you want. Zhuowen snorted coldly. Haha. Zhuowen, don't hold on to your wishful thinking anymore. Do you think we won't consider Guyu Tian and Master Karaki? Today, Guyu Tian and Master Karaki coincidentally went to the county city to participate in a festival, so these 2 experts aren't in the city. Therefore, no one will help your Zhuo family. Lu Jiwen sneered. Zhuowen's face darkened. If Guyu Tian and Master Karaki weren't in Rotan Armor City, then the Zhuo family would be isolated and helpless. Just as Zhuowen was lost in thought, a cold light flashed in Lu Jiwen's eyes. His right hand formed into a claw, and surging elemental energy suddenly turned into a giant claw. He fiercely swung it towards the top of Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen, not only will your family be destroyed, but you will also die here. Go to hell. Lu Jiwen's eyes were filled with madness. Boom! When the elemental energy claw was about an inch away from Zhuowen's head, it couldn't go any further. It was as if there was a layer of barrier blocking the elemental energy claw. The crazed look in Lu Jiwen's eyes suddenly froze. Traces of astonishment gradually rose on his face. Mind power? You're an Arcana Master? Lu Jiwen cried out in shock when he felt the strange energy in front of Zhuowen. Before you die, let me tell you a secret. Actually, my strongest point now isn't my martial strength, but my mind power. Chapter 138. Second rank Lu Jiwen's pupils constricted as he stared at the approaching mind storm. He could feel the terrifying energy contained within the mind storm. Damn it! Lu Jiwen cursed as he suddenly propped up his armor. At the same time, the Yuan power in his body poured out and formed a Yuan power wall in front of him. He wanted to completely block the spiritual storm. Rumble. The mental energy storm violently slammed into the Yuan power wall. A thunderous boom instantly sounded out. Soon after, Lu Jiwen was shocked to discover that the Yuan power wall that he had condensed with all his strength was actually crumbling inch by inch under the impact of the mental energy storm, as if it was made of paper. In the end, the elemental energy wall was crushed by the mind storm and turned into a speck of light. The mind storm's momentum did not diminish as it continued to sweep towards Lu Jiwen. How can this spiritual energy be so powerful? Could it be that you're a second-rank Arcana Master? Lu Jiwen's expression finally changed when he saw the consciousness storm sweeping towards him. He didn't expect Zhuowen's spiritual force to have reached the second rank. In other words, Zhuowen was a respected second-rank arcana master. One had to know that arcana masters were highly respected in the Qing Xian Empire. Even a first-rank arcana master could receive special treatment from the empire, let alone a second-rank arcana master. Moreover, Zhuowen was only 15 or 16 years old. The fact that he was able to become a second-grade arcana master at such a young age was a testament to his terrifying talent. Lu Jiwen could imagine that if Zhuowen was allowed to continue developing, he would definitely reach a terrifying level in the field of arcana. When Lu Jiwen thought of this possibility, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a trace of regret. He knew that the Lu family had offended someone they should not have offended. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Jiwen was instantly engulfed by the storm. All they could hear was a shrill scream that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The scream only lasted for a while before it abruptly stopped. The powerful might of the mental energy storm caused the entire hall to tremble. Soon after, under the horrified gazes of Han Shui and the rest, the entire hall began to show signs of collapsing under the storm. Go! This place is about to collapse. Han Shui made a prompt decision. She immediately led a few people out of the hall. The moment the 5 of them walked out of the hall, the Lu family's hall was turned into ruins by the raging storm. It was a complete mess as far as the eye could see. A figure stood quietly above the mental energy storm. Han Shui and the other 4 lifted their heads to look at the figure above the storm. Their eyes revealed a trace of respect. However, when Zhuowen revealed his powerful mind attribute, Han Shui and the others were still stunned. They never expected Zhuowen to be an arcana master, and a grade 2 one at that. Originally, they thought that Zhuowen's martial arts talent was already terrifying enough, but now the mental power talent he displayed was even more terrifying. As they stared at the figure in the mental energy storm in the sky, once again, Han Shui and the other 4 suddenly gave the same evaluation in their hearts. This fellow was simply a monster. Even the white-clothed young man, who originally did not like Zhuowen, was completely shocked by the terrifying talent that Zhuowen had displayed. Not far from the Lu family, there was a huge campsite. Mercenaries in strange clothes gathered in the campsite. In the middle of the campsite was a rather luxurious and huge tent. This campsite was the headquarters of the Mercenary Alliance. The most luxurious tent in the middle of the campsite was the residence of the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Qian Shang. At this moment, a slender and muscular figure stood quietly at the top of the tent. This figure was the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Qian Shang. Qian Shang's eagle-like eyes were fixed on the huge mental energy storm not far away. The storm was not unfamiliar to him. It was the Lu family. Reporting to my lord, I have already investigated what happened in the Lu family. It is said that a young man barged into the Lu family alone and turned the entire Lu family upside down. Even Lu Jiwen was killed by him. A mercenary rushed to the top of the tent and reported with one knee on the ground. A young man? It seems that the young man who caused havoc in the Lu family should be Zhuowen. I didn't expect the rumor that Zhuowen came out of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye alone to be true, Qian Shang said with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining. Even Qian Shang felt that the news of Zhuowen coming out of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye was somewhat unbelievable. The Heaven Fiend Dark Eye was a famous place of death in the Annihilation Forest. Even warriors of the Yang realm would not survive if they entered. At that time, Zhuowen was only in the first stage of the Yin Void realm. It was already a miracle that he could survive and come out alive. Perhaps the items in the ultimate experts interspatial bag have already exceeded our expectations. I think that the young man must have relied on the treasures in the bag to get out of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. It is also because of the treasures in the bag that his strength increased greatly. regardless of. Speaking of this, Qian Shang's mouth revealed a trace of a greedy smile. He thought to himself, however, those treasures will still fall into my hands in the end. Aning, take all our brothers and follow me to the Lu family immediately. Qian Shang suddenly glanced at the mercenaries behind him and said with some urgency, Sir, do you want to take all our brothers? Aning asked, puzzled. In his opinion, wasn't it a bit of a fuss to take all the mercenaries of the mercenary union to deal with a young man? Yes. The young man we are facing this time is not simple. To tell you the truth, the young man who caused havoc in the Lu family is the Zhuowen who was forced into the heaven fiend dark eye by me, Lu Jitian, and Lu Jiwen 2 months ago. The fact that he was able to come out of the heaven fiend dark eye means that he is not simple, Qian Shang said with a serious expression. When Aning heard this, his body could not help but tremble. His eyes suddenly became a little surprised. He did not expect that the young man who caused havoc in the Lu family was the Zhuowen who had been the talk of Luchuan town for the past 2 months. I will go and gather our brothers now. Aning bowed and nodded. Then he disappeared from the top of the tent. Zhuowen, since you have already appeared, don't even think about running away. Qian Shang's eyes were full of coldness as he stared at the storm in the distance. Above the Lu family, the mental energy storm gradually dissipated. Zhuowen's figure also landed on the ground. Zhuowen, I didn't know that your mental energy cultivation was so high. When we first met, you actually hid it from us. Do you not treat us as friends anymore? When they saw that Zhuowen had landed, Han Shui and the other 4 gathered around Zhuowen. Among them, Han Shui rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and pretended to be angry. Zhuowen was stunned. When he saw the anger on Han Shui's charming face, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He spread out his hands like a hoodlum and said, I didn't hide it from you back then. At that time, I had yet to come into contact with mental energy. I only started cultivating mental energy after we parted ways. Speaking of which, I have cultivated mental energy for less than a year. Hiss! Zhuowen's somewhat innocent explanation immediately caused Han Shui and the other 4 to gasp. Then they all looked at the innocent young man in front of them as if they were looking at a monster. In less than a year, his mental energy had reached the 2nd grade. Although Han Shui didn't know much about Arcana Masters, she knew that the difficulty of cultivating mental energy for Arcana Masters was much higher than for cultivators. The strength of a 2nd grade Arcana Master was comparable to a powerful cultivator at the corporeal yang stage. Han Shui couldn't imagine how the young man in front of her cultivated to be so abnormal. Looking again at the innocent young man in front of her, the corner of Han Shui's mouth twitched involuntarily. In the end, she sighed dejectedly. She knew that if she compared herself to the young man in front of her, she would only be asking for a beating. Now that the Lu family is basically empty, I don't think anyone will find trouble with your Lu Yen mercenary group in the future. Now, I should hurry back to Rotan Armor City. According to Lu Jiwen, the ancestor of the Lu family and the head of the family, Lu Jitian, have already joined forces with the Wang family to deal with our Zhuo family. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. Zhuowen looked deeply at Han Shui, who had a fiery figure in front of him. His gaze lingered on her sexy buttocks for a while before he naturally shifted his gaze away and said helplessly. Han Shui also noticed Zhuowen's gaze just now. Although her pretty face was a little shy, her expression was not ambiguous. When she met Zhuowen's gaze, she raised her head and puffed out her chest, appearing extremely seductive. However, Zhuowen's next words caused a trace of disappointment to appear in Han Shui's eyes. Is that so? Then you have to be careful. Whether it is the Lu family or the Wang family, they are not easy to deal with. Han Shui lowered her head and said somewhat sadly. Zhuowen chuckled. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly felt a warm body pounce into his embrace. His face immediately froze. Zhuowen, thank you. You have saved our Lu Yen mercenary group time and time again. Our Lu Yen mercenary group will never forget what you have done for us. Therefore, I hope that nothing will happen to you when you return to Rot Tan Armor City this time." A gentle voice slowly sounded in Zhuowen's ear, causing his entire body to tremble and go numb. Zhuowen only felt the delicate body in his embrace tremble. Soon after, Han Shui left Zhuowen's embrace with a lovable smile. However, her pretty face was completely red. Seeing the rebuke in Han Shui's beautiful eyes, Zhuowen laughed awkwardly. Soon after, he waved goodbye to the 5 people and leaped, intending to leave this place. Swoosh! Chapter 139. It is impossible to escape. A cold light flashed past, and the sound of wind breaking was almost inaudible. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear the slightest sound. Just as the cold light was about to approach Zhuowen, Zhuowen twisted his waist and finally dodged the attack at a rather strange angle. Clang! A palm-sized dagger was suddenly nailed into the wall behind Zhuowen. Gazing at the dagger on the wall, Zhuowen stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "Who is playing tricks? Don't tell me you don't dare to show yourself?" "Haha. Zhuowen, it seems that your cultivation has increased quite rapidly in the 2 months that we haven't seen each other. Now, he has reached level 8 of the Yin Void Realm." A dark and cold laughter was suddenly transmitted from outside the courtyard. Immediately, numerous locust-like, densely packed human figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings, surrounding the entire Lu clan's courtyard until not even a drop of water could pass through. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man slowly walked out from the front of the densely packed crowd. He looked down at Zhuowen from a commanding position. "1,000 deaths? I haven't even gone to look for you. Yet you've come knocking on my door? However, I'm in a hurry today, so you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, your mercenary union will follow in the footsteps of the Lu family." Zhuowen's gaze focused on Qian Shang as he spoke, coldly. "The Lu clan only has that piece of trash, Lu Jiwen, holding the fort. It's not a big deal that you've taken down the Lu clan. Do you think that you've completely destroyed the Lu clan just because you've killed Lu Jiwen? I'm afraid that when Lu Jiqian returns, your fate will be very miserable. Actually, it's not impossible for me to let you go. As long as you give me the Qinkuan bag that you snatched that day, then I swear in the name of the Mercenary Alliance's leader that I won't touch a single hair on your head." Qian Shang crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face full of confidence. In his opinion, even if Zhuowen could kill Lu Jiwen, it was not a big deal. After all, Lu Jiwen was only at level 1 of the corporeal Yang realm, while Qian Shang's cultivation was much higher than Lu Jiwen's. Apart from that, he had also brought along all the members of the Mercenary Alliance. Therefore, from his point of view, Zhuowen would not be able to escape this time, and that Supreme Expert's treasure would also belong to him. When he thought about how Zhuowen had relied on that treasure to increase his strength so much in such a short period of time, a greedy expression involuntarily appeared on Qian Shang's face. Zhuowen frowned slightly, and a trace of impatience appeared on his face. Right now, he was worried about the Zhuo family in Vine Armor City. He had no time to waste with Qian Shang here. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being merciless." The impatience on Zhuowen's face grew even denser. Soon after, before Qian Shang could open his mouth again, Zhuowen's foot suddenly stomped on the ground and his entire body shot towards Qian Shang like an arrow released from a bow. "What an arrogant brat! I've already given you a chance. Since you don't know how to grasp it, then you can go to hell." Qian Shang was also angered by Zhuowen's impatient attitude. His right hand suddenly grasped at the air, and a huge palm that was dozens of feet wide tore through the air. Soon after, it violently slammed towards Zhuowen. The powerful Yuan power undulations caused the surrounding cultivators to involuntarily retreat a dozen steps. Facing the mountain-like palm, Zhuowen was awe-inspiring and fearless. With a gentle clench of his right hand, the icy blue symbol on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. Soon after, a berserk flow of cold air swept out from the symbol. This cold current was the one that Zhuowen had absorbed from the Heaven Fiend Underworld Eye. There were hundreds and thousands of similar cold currents in the ice rune. Rumble. The cold current was like a pillar that wanted to pierce the heavens. It violently swept towards the large Yuan power hand in the air. Then, the two violently collided in front of everyone's eyes. A light that was like a scorching sun suddenly rose from the air. The entire Luchuan town violently shook a few times from the collision. This violent sound instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in Luchuan town. When these cultivators looked towards the huge ball of light in the air, a trace of disbelief appeared on their faces. What a powerful force! Who is the one who created this kind of energy? That direction seems to be where the Lu family is. Looks like something incredible has happened to the Lu family. Let's go. Let's go over and see what happened to the Lu family that caused such a huge commotion. After the clamor, all the cultivators in Luchuan town rushed towards the Lu family like a swarm of locusts. Boom! When the light in the sky gradually faded away, everyone was shocked to find that the giant hand of Yuan Qi, which was hundreds of feet in size, had actually collapsed under the attack of a cold air current that was like a hurricane, breaking apart inch by inch. Uft! Qian Shang suddenly retreated more than 10 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the calm-looking youth not far away, and his expression finally turned ugly. He suddenly felt that he had been too naive. It seemed that Zhuowen was not as simple as he had expected. At the same time that Qian Shang's chest retreated, countless cultivators from Luchuan town rushed to the periphery of the Lu family's courtyard. The scene of Qian Shang retreating with heavy injuries instantly appeared before their eyes. As they gazed at Qian Shang, who was constantly coughing up blood from his chest, a strange and shocked expression appeared on the faces of the cultivators who had just arrived. Following Qian Shang's line of sight, these cultivators could not help but cast their gazes towards the extremely calm youth on the other side. He is Zhuowen? Yes, this child is Zhuowen. I heard that 2 months ago, this child's cultivation was low, and he could only flee miserably when faced with the combined forces of the Mercenary Alliance's leader, Qian Shang, the Lu family's head, Lu Jitian, and the second head, Lu Jiwen. Now he is able to injure Qian Shang. I never imagined that this child would actually grow to such an extent in a short 2 months. Even Qian Shang is no match for this child. This child is truly terrifying. Numerous discussions suddenly sounded. Soon after, the previously deserted courtyard of the Lu clan instantly became incomparably lively. Countless practitioners without any faction or background gathered their gazes on Zhuowen's body. When Qian Shang heard the discussions around him, his expression immediately turned ugly. His gaze towards Zhuowen was filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Zhuowen, you forced me to do this. Only I have the right to possess the treasures on your body. Giving them to you will only be a waste. Brothers, all of you go and capture this child. Whoever captures this child will be rewarded with a grade 3 elixir. Zhuowen, so what if you are strong? After all, you are only one person while I have hundreds and thousands of subordinates. Qian Shang laughed sinisterly. Soon after, he waved his hand and said, Go! Kill him. Upon receiving Qian Shang's order, the hundreds of mercenaries behind him raised their weapons and fearlessly charged towards Zhuowen. Humph! A human wave tactic? However, this is completely useless against me. Zhuowen coldly snorted. The ice rune on his right hand shone even brighter. Soon after, hundreds and thousands of endless streams of cold air suddenly swept out from the rune, transforming into a huge cold current in the entire space. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded out as the nearest 100 mercenaries were immediately swept up by the cold current. Under the extremely powerful pressure of the cold current, these mercenaries were instantly crushed. Countless pieces of blood, mixed with the remnants of their internal organs, fell from the cold current. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a strange rain of blood. It was demonic and dazzling. Nearly 100 mercenaries were instantly killed, causing the remaining mercenaries to tremble with fear. Their hearts were suddenly filled with fear as they all stopped in their tracks, wanting to change directions and escape. Looking at the mercenaries who wanted to escape, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Soon after, the huge cold current once again split into hundreds of small cold currents. The cold currents were like raindrops as they swept towards the fleeing mercenaries. Mournful screams sounded out one after another. Under the endless cold currents, the bodies of the remaining mercenaries were completely crushed. In an instant, the entire courtyard turned into a bloodbath as blood practically covered the entire ground. The strong smell of blood almost filled the entire courtyard. In an instant, the courtyard became incomparably silent. Regardless of whether it was Han Shui and the other four in the courtyard or Qian Shang, whose smile had already frozen, or the other practitioners outside the courtyard who had been attracted by the battle, all of them had tacitly fallen into silence at this moment. When the silence reached the point where it was almost deathly silent, trembling sounds of inhalation rang out one after another in the entire courtyard. Some of the fellows with weaker endurance even vomited on the spot. At this moment, everyone's gazes towards the figure in the rain of blood were filled with reverence and fear. They did not expect that the young man in front of them would be so ruthless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of mercenaries were completely annihilated without leaving behind any bones. No, this was the full strength of our mercenary alliance. You actually killed all of them. Zhuowen, you bastard. Today I will kill you. A somewhat deranged voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, Qian Shang's eyes were crimson red as he rushed towards Zhuowen. The Yuan power in his body was urged without any regard for his life, as if he wanted to squeeze himself dry. Using the words you just said, I have already given you a chance. However, you did not grasp it. Therefore, who can you blame for all of this? Zhuowen shook his head slightly. Soon after, the ice rune on the back of his right hand lit up once again, following which, the cold current that appeared in the air above instantly transformed into an icy blue fist that viciously punched towards Qian Shang. Boom! Chapter 140. Alliance by marriage. When the warriors outside the courtyard focused their gazes on the deep pit not far away, they could not help but gulp. In the deep pit, Qian Shang's entire body was covered in wounds. He was even twitching nonstop, and his aura was extremely weak. Everyone knew that Qian Shang was obviously not going to survive, but the gaze of the youth in the courtyard was extremely calm, and there was not the slightest bit of abnormality on his face. Zhuowen looked indifferently at the surrounding warriors, whose faces were filled with fear. His face was expressionless as his figure flashed and rushed outside. In a few flashes, he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The warriors outside the courtyard looked at each other for a long time. After a short period of silence, a crazy uproar broke out. They knew that the two major factions of Luchuan town, the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance, had completely disappeared, and the instigator of all of this was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. He had single-handedly wiped out the two behemoths of Luchuan town. Such shocking news was about to spread to every corner of Luchuan town at a crazy speed, causing the small town to tremble. Luchuan town would forever remember the name Zhuowen. In Rattan Armor City, Zhuowen's meeting hall, Zhuo Xiangding sat at the head of the hall with a serious expression. Below him were the important figures of the Zhuo family, including Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian. At the same time, Zhuo Meishue, Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang, and other Zhuo family juniors were also gathered in the hall. The atmosphere in the hall was so solemn that it was somewhat frightening. Everyone's eyebrows were furrowed. Within the huge hall, not a single person opened their mouth to speak. The Wang clan has gone too far. These days they have been sending people to our Zhuo family market to make trouble. How arrogant! Zhuo Dingtian, who was sitting below, suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "The Wang clan has been acting strangely recently. Normally, even if the Wang family is just as arrogant, they wouldn't come to our Zhuo family market to make trouble. This has already violated the rules of the market." Zhuo Baitian was indeed the eldest son of the Zhuo family. He was quite calm and collected as he calmly analyzed the situation. Baitian is right. In recent days, the Wang clan's actions have become more and more abnormal. Moreover, according to the news from our spies, the Wang clan seems to have some uninvited guests. The Wang clan seems to be discussing something with these uninvited guests. Zhuo Xiangding, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned and said with a serious expression, "Uninvited guests? Does father know the origin of those uninvited guests?" Zhuo Baitian frowned and asked cautiously, "The people of the Wang family are extremely vigilant. Even the spies I've sent out have very limited information," Zhuo Xiangding said rather helplessly. As soon as Zhuo Xiangding said this, the hall fell into silence again. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. "Sai, for now, let's not pay attention to the Wang clan. As long as we are vigilant at all times, the Wang clan won't dare to do anything out of line. Baitian, have you found any traces of that kid Zhuowen?" Zhuo Xiangding took a deep breath and finally asked Zhuo Baitian. When Zhuo Baitian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. He said, "Ever since the two powerhouses came to our Rot 10 armor city 4 months ago, that kid Zhuowen seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. During this time, I have invested a lot of manpower and resources, but the result has been to no avail." Zhuo Xiangding's words also caused a trace of disappointment to flash in his eyes. He had placed all his hopes on Zhuowen. In his opinion, with Zhuowen's talent, it was very likely that he would become a peerless powerhouse in the future. Moreover, in the history of the Zhuo family, Zhuowen was also the most likely hope to lead their family back to glory. "Father, you don't have to worry too much. Although Zhuowen's whereabouts are unknown, fortunately his life card is intact. This means that Zhuowen is still alive. As long as he is not dead, we will find him eventually." Zhuo Baitian hurriedly said with a smile, "Sai, why is this kid so worrisome?" Baitian, continue to send people to search. Zhuowen is a rare genius in our Zhuo family for thousands of years. Nothing must happen to him. Zhuo Xiangding gently knocked on the table and finally waved his hand to order. Just as Zhuo Baitian was about to agree, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the hall, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. When everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance, a servant in green clothes slowly walked into the hall. In his hand was a red invitation card. Under everyone's gaze, the servant in green appeared natural and unrestrained, and there was not a trace of nervousness on his face. "Who are you?" Zhuo Xiangding asked as he stared at the green-clothed manservant who had suddenly appeared in the hall. "I am just a servant of the Wang family. This time, I am under the orders of the head of the family to send an invitation to the Zhuo family. I hope that the head of the Zhuo family can accept this invitation." The servant in green bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, and then he held the invitation with both hands and said, "Bring it up." Zhuo Xiangding frowned slightly and said, he did not understand what the Wang family meant by this. Ever since the battle in the market, the Zhuo family and the Wang family were like fire and water. Once they met, they would probably fight. So why did the Wang family want the Zhuo family to send an invitation? After receiving the invitation, the servant in green bowed respectfully and then left the Zhuo family. "Father, what is the Wang family's intention? And why did they send an invitation?" Zhuo Dingtian suddenly asked. Zhuo Xiangding's gaze became serious as he took the invitation and flipped through it. In the end, he coldly snorted and said, That old bastard Wang Yuanqing sent this invitation, saying that he is preparing to gather all the major factions in Rot 10 Armor City to discuss an important matter. In 3 days, we will gather at the Wang clan's residence. I wonder what this important matter is. Something important? What is Wang Yuanqing up to? Why is he suddenly gathering all the major forces in Rot 10 Armor City to his mansion to discuss something important? Zhuo Baitian's gaze turned serious. Humph. The Wang family is definitely provoking us. The invitation this time was probably not a simple invitation, but a declaration of war. It seems that the Wang family can't wait to deal with our Zhuo family. Zhuo Xiangding sneered. Zhuo Xiangding was a scheming old fox. He saw through things much more clearly than others, and he immediately saw the purpose of the Wang family's invitation. Then what should we do? Should we go or not? Zhuo Dingtian asked. Zhuo Xiangding frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's go." At this time, if the Zhuo family continues to be complacent, we will be ridiculed by the other forces in Rot 10 Armor City. Moreover, I have finally broken through the bottleneck a few days ago and reached a new level. Even if the Wang family is plotting something, the Zhuo family is not afraid. Father, you have broken through to the human king realm? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian asked at the same time. Both of them looked happy. It should be known that a human king realm martial artist was an unimaginable help to the family, and the family strength would undoubtedly increase by a large margin. Zhuo Xiangding nodded, slightly with a casual smile on his face. That's great. If this is the case, the Zhuo family is not afraid of the Wang family at all. Even if the Wang family and the Chen family join forces, with father's current strength, I'm afraid the two families will not gain any benefits. Zhuo Baitian said excitedly. Yes, now give the order to make preparations. We will go to the Wang family in 3 days. I want to see what the Wang family is up to. Zhuo Xiangding said with a cold smile. Yes, Zhuo Baitian and the others nodded heavily. Immediately, their eyes were burning with passion. They knew that going to the Wang family this time was likely to completely display the true strength of the Zhuo family. If the Wang family really wanted to deal with them, they were not afraid. Everyone in Rot 10 Armor City knew that the Wang family had sent out invitations. Many leaders of forces were extremely puzzled by the Wang family's sudden invitation. They did not know why the Wang family was doing this. However, the Wang family was the #1 family in Vine Armor City after all. Thus, many forces did not dare to neglect the invitations sent by the Wang family. All of them were preparing to head to the Wang family's banquet in a few days. Time flew by. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When the first ray of sunlight shone down in the morning, the originally quiet Rot 10 Armor City instantly became extremely lively. The wide streets were filled with a sea of people. Many of them were the leaders of Rot 10 Armor City, who had brought their own troops to the Wang family's mansion. As the main character of this banquet, the Wang family was even more lively. Various forces came and went in an endless stream. The sounds of greetings and small talk were endless. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of horse hooves rolled over. The road outside the Wang family's mansion was filled with dust and noise. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous gazes were cast towards the bustling entrance. Not far away, the rumbling sound of horse hooves could be heard. Almost 100 horses neighed as they approached. Finally, the person at the front waved his hand, and all of them stopped outside the Wang family's main gate. It's the Zhuo family. They actually came too. I heard that ever since the battle in the market, the Wang family and the Chen family's relationship with the Zhuo family is extremely bad. I didn't think that the Zhuo family would actually come. Hee. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch this time. I really don't know what the Zhuo family is thinking. They clearly have such a bad relationship with the Wang family, but they still dare to come to the banquet. Many gazes gathered on the Zhuo family outside the gate. They kept whispering to each other. There were even many people who did not understand the Zhuo family's arrival at this moment. Some time ago, the grudges between the Zhuo family and the Wang family had been spread like wildfire. It could be said that the two families were like fire and water. However, at this moment, the Zhuo family had come to the banquet. It seemed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Under the lead of Zhuo Xiangding, the Zhuo family members all dismounted from their horses. They glanced at the Wang family's mansion and prepared to enter. Chapter 141. The Ambition of the Wang Family. Oh, thank you for your concern. I hope that your Wang family's reception today will satisfy this old man. Zhuo Xiangding did not give Wang Yong the slightest bit of respect as he spoke with a cold expression. The corner of Wang Yong's eyes twitched. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the large group of people from the Zhuo family behind him. Patriarch of the Zhuo family, the space inside is not big. You can only bring a portion of people in. What? Are you afraid that we will cause trouble? Or are you purposely preventing us from bringing our men in? Zhuo Dingtian, who was a little impatient, said unhappily. Wang Yong shrugged and said, "What I said is the truth. If you really want to bring all of them in, I'm afraid you will offend many forces. Is this what you want?" Zhuo Xiangding took a deep look at Wang Yong before waving his hand. The men behind him immediately dispersed. Although Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation had advanced to the Zhaoqing realm this time, he had a vague feeling that this trip to the Wang family would not be simple, so he had made sufficient preparations. He had basically brought all the elites in the family just in case. After all, Wang Yuanqing was not a good person. Seeing Zhuo Xiangding's swift and decisive action, Wang Yong moved his body and made an inviting gesture. Seeing this, Zhuo Xiangding tilted his head and nodded at Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian. Then he walked through the door under everyone's gaze. Zhuo Baitian and some other core members of the family followed closely behind him. Looking at the backs of Zhuo Xiangding and his group, Wang Yong's eyes were filled with coldness. There was even a trace of killing intent hidden within them. He knew that after this banquet, the Zhuo family might cease to exist. In the Wang family residence, there was an extremely spacious hall. The hall was extremely large and could easily accommodate several hundred people. At this moment, the hall was bustling with people coming and going. There was an endless stream of people. The arrival of Zhuo Xiangding and his group had attracted the attention of many people in the hall. There was even a trace of mockery in many people's eyes. They all knew about the feud between the Wang family and the Zhuo family. At this moment, seeing that the Zhuo family had also come, many leaders of the forces were surprised and amused. Many people in the hall stayed far away from the Zhuo family. Some even pretended that they did not know the Zhuo family and went about their business. This directly caused the area around the Zhuo family's seat to be rather empty. Feeling the alienation of the people around him, Zhuo Xiangding narrowed his eyes and did not take it to heart. However, Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian were somewhat indignant. This was because there were many forces in the hall that were on good terms with the Zhuo family. However, at this moment, they all pretended that they did not know them. As time passed, the hall became more and more lively. Many forces in Rot 10 Armor City arrived one after another and took their seats. When all the forces arrived and took their seats, the noise in the hall decreased significantly. Then there was a commotion at the main entrance of the hall. Wang Yuanqing, dressed in a black robe, walked into the hall with the people of the Wang and Qin families with a smile on his face. As the initiator of this banquet and the head of the number 1 family in Rot 10 Armor City, Wang Yuanqing's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many leaders of the forces. Many people even congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Wang Yuanqing felt very comfortable with the feeling of being the moon, surrounded by stars. His face was full of smiles. Amidst the waves of compliments, Wang Yuanqing and Chen Sheng also passed by the Zhuo family seat. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on them. Head of the Zhuo family, I trust you have been well since we last met. Looking at you, it seems that you can still live for quite some time. You are indeed hale and hearty despite your age. Wang Yuanqing stared at Zhuo Xiangding and said plainly, "Ha, head of the Wang family, you flatter me. This old man will definitely live much longer than you." Zhuo Xiangding said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. When he heard this, a cold light flashed in Wang Yuanqing's eyes. However, he quickly hid it deep in his heart and only smiled. He knew that it was not worth it to fall out with Zhuo Xiangding now. Although Wang Yuanqing did not care about Zhuo Xiangding's words, it did not mean that the Wang family elder standing behind Wang Yuanqing did not care. The Wang family elder, who had been standing behind Wang Yuanqing, suddenly walked in front of Zhuo Xiangding and said coldly, "Are all the heads of the Zhuo family so ill-mannered? Our head of the family kindly invited you here. How dare you speak so rudely?" Wang Yuanqing frowned slightly. With a wave of his right hand, he blocked the elder behind him. Then he said to Zhuo Xiangding with a pleasant expression, "Head of the Zhuo family, please do not take it to heart. Elder Wang was just joking with you. I hope that you can enjoy the banquet." As he said this, Wang Yuanqing glared fiercely at the elder. Then he led the crowd behind him and walked past Zhuo Xiangding. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiangding frowned slightly. The more Wang Yuanqing acted like this, the more uneasy he felt. What exactly was Wang Yuanqing up to? The scene just now had caused the atmosphere to become much colder. Everyone knew that the banquet this time would not be so simple. Wang Yuanqing sat down in the center of the hall. Then he laughed loudly and said, "I am very happy that everyone was able to come today. Once again, I will thank you in advance." With that said, Wang Yuanqing happily cupped his hands to everyone in the hall, appearing extremely polite. Naturally, everyone in the hall also complimented him and cupped their hands in return, appearing extremely polite. After everyone returned the gesture, Chen Sheng, who had been sitting in the middle of the hall, suddenly stood up and walked behind Wang Yuanqing. He looked as if he was following Wang Yuanqing's lead. Chun Xing's actions immediately stunned everyone in the hall. Chun Sheng was the head of the Chun family, one of the 3 great families in Rot 10 Armor City. Why was he standing so respectfully behind Wang Yuanqing? It was as if he had become Wang Yuanqing's subordinate. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Wang family mansion became serious and strange. Just as the Wang family mansion sank into a strange atmosphere, a figure suddenly rushed towards the Zhuo family at a dazzling speed. This was a handsome young man. When the young man saw the 2 large words, Zhuo family, written on the signboard in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. However, what made him rather surprised was that it was currently noon. The entire Zhuo family seemed a little cold and cheerless. "You are young Master Zhuowen?" Just as the young man was lost in thought, a voice filled with doubt and inquiry suddenly rang out from behind him. Zhuowen was startled. He immediately turned around and coincidentally saw a servant in black looking at him with a face full of surprise. "It really is young Master Zhuowen. Young Master, you don't know. But in the 4 months you were missing, the head of the family has been frantically looking for you everywhere. It's great that you're back now." Zhuowen looked at the servant in front of him, whose face was full of surprise. He nodded slightly and asked, "What's wrong with the Zhuo family today? Why is it so quiet?" "Young Master, you don't know? Actually, the head of the family led the elites of the family to the Wang family this morning." The servant in black looked rather agitated as he explained the matter of the Wang family's invitation to Zhuowen in full detail. When Zhuowen heard this, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the Wang family to ally with the Chen family. He remembered that the Lu family was also involved. Moreover, according to Lu Jiwen, the cultivation of the Lu family's ancestor was at least half a step into the Zhaowang realm. Speaking of which, the Wang family had at least 3 half a step into the Zhaowang realm. There might even be 1 Zhaowang realm martial artist. This time, the Zhuo family was really going to a Hongmen banquet. I need to go to the Wang family immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Zhuo Wen's expression became quite grave. He ignored the black-clothed manservant and turned into an illusory figure that rushed in the direction of the Wang clan. In the middle of the hall, Wang Yuanqing looked around, then turned around and whispered a few words to Qinsheng. He then stepped forward and smiled. Everyone must be wondering why the head of the Wang family invited you here today, right? Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. They knew that Wang Yuanqing was about to reveal his true intentions. Everyone's gaze gathered on Wang Yuanqing's face as they waited for him to continue. Seeing that he had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention, Wang Yuanqing's lips curled into a smile. He said calmly, "In my Rattan armor city, there are countless forces, big and small. However, to put it bluntly, most of them are not presentable. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion has never interfered with the affairs of these forces. This has caused the distribution of forces in Rattan armor city to be like a sheet of loose sand. It is precisely this situation that has caused many forces to have conflicting interests, resulting in unnecessary fights. Therefore, in order to ensure that everyone's interests are aligned and maximized, I have already discussed with the head of the Qin family. We have decided to form an alliance. This time, I have invited everyone here because I want everyone to join the alliance and discuss the benefits together." As soon as he said this, the hall fell into silence. Then, everyone stared strangely at the smiling Wang Yuanqing. Wang Yuanqing's words sounded good. He wanted to form an alliance. He probably wanted to gather all the forces in Rattan armor city and let him manage it himself. Then, wouldn't everyone else become Wang Yuanqing's subordinates? What a good plan. This old guy's heart is really big. Isn't he afraid of being full? Zhuo Xiangding shook his head as he muttered maliciously in his heart. Although the Wang and Chen families had some prestige in Rattan armor city, it had not reached the point where everyone would respond to a single call. Let's not even talk about whether this alliance would be able to benefit everyone. Among the various leaders present, who would be willing to become someone else's subordinate? Indeed, just as Zhuo Xiangding had predicted, a figure stood up as soon as Wang Yuanqing finished speaking. Head of the Wang family suggestion is not bad. However, we do not like to be restricted, so we will take our leave first. As soon as they finished speaking, the group of people turned around and prepared to leave. Hee. You are not willing because you think that I, Wang Yuanqing, am not qualified to lead you, right? Looking at the group of people who were about to leave, Wang Yuanqing smiled coldly. He suddenly stood up, and an aura as vast as the ocean suddenly surged out. Following that, an enormous pressure poured out and directly bombarded the bodies of the people who were about to leave. Pucci, Chapter 142. Tit for tat, Human King Realm? The spacious hall suddenly descended into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on the few people who had been killed by Wang Yuanqing in one move, as well as Wang Yuanqing, whose aura was like a mountain. Among the people who had left, there were a few ninth-stage Yang realm experts. However, they were unable to resist Wang Yuanqing's attack. Only a human monarch could achieve such a feat. Everyone knew that after the corporeal Yang realm was the Zhao King realm. The Zhao King realm was divided into 3 sub-realms: the Human King realm, the Earth King realm, and the Heavenly King realm. Wang Yuanqing had undoubtedly reached the Human King realm. If Wang Yuanqing was only at the half-step to Yang corporeal realm, they would not be afraid. However, it was a different story if he was at the Human King realm. There were only 2 experts above the Human King realm in the entire Tengjia city. They were Guyu Tian and Gu Lai from the city lord's office. Now there was another one. It was Wang Yuanqing from the Wang family. Since the Castellan's palace had never interfered with the conflicts of the factions in the city, Wang Yuanqing could be considered the number 1 person among all the factions in Rattan armor city. How is it? Do I have the qualifications to do so now? Let me tell you the truth. The Qin family has already formed an alliance with our Wang family. With the alliance between our 2 families, I'm afraid that other than the city master's office, there really isn't anyone who can go against us. Furthermore, the city master's office usually doesn't care about these trivial matters. So I advise everyone to be sensible. Looking at the people around him, Wang Yuanqing's face became extremely cold, and his tail was finally exposed. This time no one retorted. Everyone's expression was ugly. They knew that if they didn't agree today, their fate would be the same as those people from before. The scene suddenly became incomparably silent. The atmosphere was strange, and no one dared to make a sound. A smile appeared on Wang Yuanqing's face. He was quite satisfied with the deterrence effect. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Patriarch Wang is indeed ambitious. However, we, the Zhuo family, are not interested in the alliance, so we will take our leave now. Zhuo Xiangding and the members of the Zhuo family behind him slowly stood up and half-heartedly cupped their hands at Wang Yuanqing. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, they directly walked out, completely disregarding Wang Yuanqing. Had the Zhuo family gone crazy? This was the thought that popped up in everyone's mind. In the middle of the hall, Wang Yuanqing's face gradually darkened. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Yuanqing did not flare up on the spot. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He, the head of the Zhuo family, is indeed bold. I, Wang Yuanqing, am not a calculative person, but... Wang Yuanqing suddenly paused, and the coldness on his face intensified. However, the reason I formed the alliance is to align the interests of Tengjia City. The Zhuo family can naturally withdraw, but you must hand over all the properties under the Zhuo family's name. Only then will there be no conflicts of interest in the future, and unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. Zhuo Xiangding's expression was as calm as water. He raised his head slightly and stared indifferently at Wang Yuanqing. What if I don't hand it over? You don't hand it over? Then I'm afraid the Zhuo family will not be able to walk out of this hall today. When Wang Yuanqing finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. It was like a towering mountain, pressing down on everyone around him until they could not breathe. Feeling the undisguised killing intent on Wang Yuanqing's face, everyone knew that the Zhuo family would not be able to walk out of the Wang residence today. Since the Zhuo family dared to attend today's banquet, we naturally have the confidence to leave. Is the human king realm that great? Zhuo Xiangding's indifferent voice slowly rang out, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He took a step forward, and an aura that was no weaker than Wang Yuanqing's surged out. His aura was no weaker than Wang Yuanqing's at this moment. Oh my God! Another human king realm. Today I've seen 2 human kings. Just as Zhuo Xiangding's aura burst out, the hall instantly erupted into an uproar. Numerous shocked gazes were focused on the former. Only now did they understand why the Zhuo family was not afraid of the Chen and Wang families joining forces. It turned out that the Zhuo family also had a human king realm expert. Zhuo Xiangding has also entered the human king realm? Facing Zhuo Xiangding's surging aura, the people from the Wang and Qin families were also shocked. Obviously, this unforeseen event had greatly exceeded their expectations. No wonder the head of the Zhuo family has been so calm since the beginning. It turns out that he has also entered the human king realm. Wang Yuanqing's eyes were fixed on Zhuo Xiangding, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect Zhuo Xiangding to also be a human king realm expert. This was something he had not expected. At this moment, he also felt that the Zhuo family's problem had become extremely troublesome. However, thinking of the many preparations he had made, Wang Yuanqing's heart calmed down a little. After all, the Zhuo family was going to be wiped out today. After all, the Zhuo family now had the strength to threaten the Wang family. Therefore, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He understood that if the Zhuo family was allowed to grow, there would be endless trouble in the future. This Zhuo family must be eliminated as soon as possible. Zhuo Xiangding, do you really think that just because you have entered the Human King realm, your Zhuo family can contend with our Wang family? Perhaps you've miscalculated. Speaking of this, Wang Yuanqing suddenly cast a sidelong glance at a corner of the hall. Immediately after, he cupped his hands respectfully and said, "It seems that this time we still need Senior Lu's help." Everyone was stunned when they heard these words. Even Zhuo Xiangding's expression changed. He immediately turned his gaze towards that spot, only to see a human figure wrapped in a black robe quietly sitting in the corner. I really did not expect things to develop to this point. However, it's just as well. I also want to find the Zhuo family and settle the old and new grudges together. The black-robed man's voice was quite eerie, and it made people's hair stand on end. Boom! The black-robed man slowly stood up. Suddenly, countless wisps of black gas spread out from his black robe, forming a huge black skull above his head. At the same time, an aura that was even more powerful than Zhuo Xiangding's and Wang Yuanqing's gushed out from his body. The powerful aura was like a mountain. Under this pressure, everyone in the hall felt a sense of suffocation. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. They did not expect that there would be a Human King realm expert in the hall. Moreover, this mysterious expert's strength was even stronger than that of Wang Yuanqing and Zhuo Xiangding. A profound Human King realm expert. Zhuo Xiangding looked at the powerful aura of the black-robed man. His pupils could not help but shrink, and he blurted out involuntarily. The Zhao King realm was divided into 3 realms. They were the Human King realm, the Earth King realm, and the Heavenly King realm. Within the 3 realms, each realm was divided into initial, profound, and complete realms. As Zhuo Xiangding and Wang Yuanqing had just entered the Human King realm, they had only reached the initial Human King realm. However, the black-robed man in front of them was different. He had reached the profound Human King realm. Although there was only 1 realm between them, the difference in strength between them was huge. If Zhuo Wen were here, he would be shocked. He had heard from Lu Jiwen that their ancestor strength was only around the half-step Zhao King realm. However, it seemed that this information was not correct. The black-robed man in front of them was the ancestor of the Lu family. His cultivation had reached the profound Human King realm, which was far beyond the half-step Zhao King realm. You must be the current family head of the Zhuo family. You are quite insightful to be able to see my current realm. I can give you a chance. If you surrender to me and hand over the Zhuo family to me, I can consider not killing you, the black-robed man said with a sinister smile. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes narrowed slightly and his brows slowly furrowed. He had not expected Wang Yuanqing to be able to find such a powerful helper. It seemed that Wang Yuanqing had really invested a lot this time. Senior, I don't think our Zhuo family has offended you. Why are you helping the Wang family to deal with our Zhuo family? If the Zhuo family has given you benefits, our Zhuo family can do the same. Zhuo Xiangding's words were neither servile nor overbearing, but they were filled with reverence. Facing a warrior whose cultivation was higher than his, Zhuo Xiangding naturally did not dare to act rashly. You haven't offended me? If you really hadn't offended me, I might not have caused trouble for your Zhuo family. However, the truth is that your Zhuo family has already offended me. To tell you the truth, my name is Lu Qingshang. I am the ancestor of the Lu family of Luchuan Town. I've said before that I will settle old and new grudges with the Zhuo family. The old grudges refer to the sneak attack on me by the previous family head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Mingho. He caused me to be seriously injured and have to go into seclusion. The new grudge is related to that little bastard from your Zhuo family named Zhouwen. When Zhuo Xiangding heard this, his expression changed. He never thought that the information about Zhou Wen that he had been searching so hard for would actually come from this black-robed man. Zhou Wen, what's wrong? Zhuo Xiangding asked in a deep voice. What's wrong? That little bastard slaughtered almost all of our Lu family's elites and caused us to suffer heavy losses. He even snatched away an important treasure of our Lu family. His actions can be said to be extremely heinous. Even my third brother, who was at the half-step corporeal young stage, was killed by that kid. A figure suddenly walked out from behind the black-robed man. His face was filled with resentment as he listed all of Zhuowen's crimes. It was as if Zhuowen had become an extremely heinous villain. This figure was naturally Lu Jitian, who had followed Lu Qingshang here. As Lu Jitian continued to narrate, the faces of the people in the hall became somewhat surprised. They had not expected that a mere Zhuowen would be able to force the two major factions of Luchuan town into such a state. Then where is Zhuowen? Zhuo Xiangding suddenly roared as an ominous premonition grew in his heart. Chapter 143. The Battle Innate Fiend Dark Eye. In the hall, the other factions were in an uproar. Many of them knew about the desperate situation in the Annihilation Forest. They knew that since Zhuowen was forced into the innate fiend Dark Eye, Zhuowen would not be able to survive. When they thought of this, many factions cast their gazes at the silent Zhuo Xiangding nearby. They clearly knew that Zhuowen was a rare genius of the Zhuo clan. Whether it was in terms of talent or strength, he was 1 in 100. Moreover, what was even more praiseworthy was that Zhuo Wen's talent as an arcanist was not weak. Everyone knew that if such a genius was allowed to mature, the rise of the Zhuo family would be a foregone conclusion. However, now that they had suddenly received news that Zhuo Wen had actually been forced into the Heaven Fiend Underworld Eye, it naturally caused many factions to wring their hands and sigh. Of course, this sigh also contained a sliver of rejoice. After all, the Zhuo clan was already sufficiently powerful. If they were to include an extremely talented genius like Zhuowen, it would really be difficult for any faction to suppress the Zhuo clan in the future. Zhuo Xiangding's face suddenly darkened and he fell into a strange silence. Behind him, the Zhuo family members' eyes flashed with unwillingness and anger. They had watched Zhuowen rise step by step in the Zhuo family. In the end, he had gained the recognition of the entire clan. Everyone believed that with Zhuowen's talent, he would definitely lead the Zhuo family to glory in the future. But now it was all for naught. You, die! An oppressive roar suddenly rang out. Everyone in the hall only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The originally quiet and motionless Zhuo Xiangding seemed to have teleported and instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Jitian. Kiki, you have some guts to kill someone in my hands. Do you think that's possible? Lu Qingshang, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, gave a sinister and strange laugh. Soon after, the black skull on his head suddenly flew towards the enraged Zhuo Xiangding. A sinisterly cold glint suddenly flashed across Zhuo Xiangding's eyes. Soon after, he suddenly patted his Qinkuan bag, causing a black shadow to abruptly fly out from within. It directly transformed into a gigantic black metal tower beside him. The black iron tower was the gravity tower that Zhuowen and the other juniors had entered. This time, Zhuo Xiangding came to the Wang family's banquet. Naturally, he had made many preparations. Naturally, he had brought the family's medium-level soul treasure gravity tower with him. With the power of the gravity pagoda, he knew that he could fight against a profound sovereign realm expert with his initial human king realm cultivation base. Rumble. As soon as the gravity tower appeared, the gravity in the entire space increased by several times. Everyone felt their bodies sink and they could not stand steadily. Some of the weaker warriors even knelt on the ground with a plop under the power of the gravity. In the end, the black skull collided with the gravity tower. The entire space seemed to have collapsed at this moment. It trembled violently, and countless bursts of light scattered in all directions like a meteor shower. They smashed into the ground, creating deep pits. Zhuo Xiangding groaned and took advantage of the gap between the gravity tower and the black skull to take a step forward. His entire body was like a swimming fish as he suddenly arrived in front of Lu Jitian. Actually, I should thank you for revealing my grandson's whereabouts. However, since my grandson is no longer here, you should go down and accompany him. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he slammed his palm on Lu Jitian's head. Powerful yuan power drilled into Lu Jitian's body and began to wreak havoc. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Lu Jitian's mouth, and red blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He stared at the somewhat crazy Zhuo Xiangding in front of him with a trace of regret in his eyes. He knew that he was the one who caused Lu Jitian's death. If he did not reveal Zhuowen's matter, perhaps Zhuo Xiangding would not be so crazy as to want to kill him. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The moment he made a mistake, he would have to pay with his life. Ah, Zhuo Xiangding, you actually dare to kill someone in front of this old man? Are you not putting this old man in your eyes? A furious voice sounded from a short distance away. Soon after, a surge of yuan power suddenly surged out and pushed the gravity tower in the sky back to where Zhuo Xiangding was, revealing a somewhat miserable black-robed person. At this moment, the black robe wrapped around Lu Qingshang was completely torn apart, revealing his true appearance. When everyone saw Lu Qingshang's true appearance, they could not help but suck in a breath of air. This was because the face that appeared before them was so emaciated that it was frightening. There was almost no flesh on his face, and it was as if a layer of human skin was draped over his skeleton. Moreover, Lu Qingshang's face did not have the skin color of a normal person. Instead, it was a kind of poisoned, greenish-black color. His entire person looked rather eerie and terrifying. Even Zhuo Xiangding revealed a trace of astonishment when he saw Lu Qingshang's true appearance for the first time. Lu Qingshang stared at Lu Jitian, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices on the ground. His sunken eyes were filled with cold anger. Good. Your Zhuo family really has guts. You actually dared to kill this old man's descendant. But what this old man did not expect was that you actually have a mid-level soul treasure on you. No wonder you were still somewhat fearless after seeing this old man's strength. Lu Qingshang rearranged the black robe on his body and then looked at the black iron tower in Zhuo Xiangding's hand with a serious expression. When Lu Qingshang's words came out, the hall once again fell into silence. Then, gazes filled with disbelief gathered on Zhuo Xiangding's body. They never expected that the Zhuo family, who had always kept a low profile, would actually have so many trump cards. First, there was a Zhao King realm cultivator. Now, there was an even more precious mid-level soul treasure. Even the Wang family and Chen family did not have such a soul treasure. Wang Yuanqing, who was originally full of complacency, at this moment, the smile on his face instantly froze. He stared at Zhuo Xiangding with a look of astonishment. Even he did not expect that Zhuo Xiangding would have such a precious treasure. Fortunately, we have Lu Qingshang's help today. If it wasn't for Lu Qingshang with only our Wang family and Qin family, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Wang Yuanqing suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. Looking at Zhuo Xiangding's figure, his eyes became even more fearful. This old fox in front of him hid his strength too well. Wang family head, this old man also did not expect the Zhuo family to have a mid-level soul treasure. It seems that the two of us have to join forces to defeat it this time. As for the distribution of the mid-level soul treasure, let's talk about it after we defeat this guy. Lu Qingshang suddenly turned his head and said to Wang Yuanqing. Wang Yuanqing nodded solemnly. He knew that although Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation was similar to his, Zhuo Xiangding had a mid-level soul treasure. With the help of a mid-level soul treasure, Zhuo Xiangding's strength would be at least 1 level higher. Even Lu Qingshang, who was at the advanced human king realm, would only be on par with him. If they wanted to defeat him, it would only be possible if the two of them joined forces. Brother Qin Sheng, I'll leave the rest of the Zhuo family to you. Wang Yuanqing suddenly said to Qin Sheng, who was standing behind him without saying a word. Qin Sheng nodded and agreed. Although he was the Chen family head, his cultivation was only at the half-step Zhaoqing realm. He did not have the luck of breaking through, like Zhuo Xiangding and Wang Yuanqing. So he was not qualified to participate in the battle between the three Zhaoqing realm experts. At the same time, outside the Wang family manor, monstrous sounds of fighting could be heard. Obviously, the Zhuo family's men who were scattered outside had engaged the Chen and Wang families in advance. Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang glanced at each other. Soon after, extremely berserk yuan power erupted from their bodies. Next, the two of them rushed towards Zhuo Xiangding at the same time. Wherever the two of them passed, the surrounding tables would instantly explode. That kind of momentum was rather terrifying. Facing Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang's joint attack, Zhuo Xiangding did not flinch. Holding the gravity tower in his hand, the elemental energy in his body exploded. Like a leopard, Zhuo Xiangding charged towards Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the three of them fiercely collided with each other. Zhuo Xiangding and Wang Yuanqing's fists fiercely collided with each other. The strong astral wind produced by the collision swept out like a gale, causing pain to one's face. Wherever the remaining shockwaves passed, even the air was filled with intense air explosions. The huge gravity tower instantly collided fiercely with Lu Qingshang. The sparks from the collision of the two were like shooting stars in the night sky, piercing the eyes of those who saw it. The exchange between the Zhaoqing realm cultivators was world-shaking, causing the other cultivators in the hall to retreat one after another. However, their eyes were filled with astonishment. While Zhuo Xiangding and the other two were entangled with each other, Qin Sheng's eyes were filled with a deep chill as he looked at the remaining Zhuo family members. "Attack!" Qin Sheng shouted in a low voice. Immediately, he led the experts of the two families and rushed towards the remaining Zhuo family members. Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian looked at each other and saw a deep solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that the Zhuo family had reached a moment of life and death. They could not back down. Bang! The two of them turned into two black shadows and blocked in front of Qin Sheng. Hee. Although the two of you are also corporeal yang experts, I have reached the half-step corporeal yang realm. Can the two of you stop me? Qin Sheng chuckled. His hands were like the claws of an eagle, grabbing towards their throats. Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Baitian's eyes narrowed slightly as they dodged Qin Sheng's attack in a slightly awkward manner. Just as they were about to counterattack, the two of them felt their vision darken as Qin Sheng's leg sweep was already upon them. They hurriedly tried to block it. Puff! Wherever the leg wind passed, it actually set off a sonic boom. In the end, it fiercely struck the two people's shoulders. After that, the two people spat out blood and suddenly flew out. In the end, they scraped the ground for nearly 10 meters before finally stopping in a deep pit. In front of me, the two of you are like ants. I will kill you now. Murderous intent flashed across Qin Sheng's eyes. Soon after, his waist arched and his entire body shot towards the Zhuo Baitian duo like an arrow that had been released from a bow. His hands contained a frightening yuan power fluctuation. Are we going to die? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian smiled bitterly. They knew that there was a big gap between them and Qin Sheng. Bang! Just as Qin Sheng's hands were about to reach Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, an invisible force suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked Qin Sheng's fatal blow. Mind power? Who is it? Qin Sheng's pupils shrank. He immediately raised his head and shouted. Chapter 144. The young man Zhuowen? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian were stunned as they stared at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of them. They had just heard that Zhuowen had been forced into the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye and had perished. However, the rumored dead Zhuowen had now appeared in front of them. One could imagine the complicated expressions on their faces. However, Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian were excited to see that Zhuowen had returned safely. After all, Zhuowen was a rare genius in the Zhuo family, and they did not want anything to happen to him. Chen Sheng was somewhat surprised as he stared at the somewhat familiar young man in front of him. His gaze also became gloomy. He did not expect that Zhuo Wen, who was rumored to have died, would actually appear in front of him alive and well. Didn't Lu Jitian say that the bastard Zhuowen had been forced into the heaven fiend Dark Eye by them? Why would he appear in the Wang family manor now? Could it be? Chen Sheng stared at the young man who was quietly standing in front of him, and an unbelievable thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The gloominess in his eyes was gradually replaced by shock. Could it be that Zhuowen had escaped from the heaven fiend Dark Eye alive? The fact that the heaven fiend Dark Eye could become the most dangerous place in the Annihilation Forest was enough to show how dangerous it was. Even Chen Sheng himself was unable to completely withstand the cold air currents inside, and he would definitely die if he entered. The commotion on Chen Sheng's side had also attracted the attention of the other factions who were watching coldly from the sidelines. When the leaders of these factions saw the young man's figure suddenly appear in the hall, a trace of astonishment involuntarily surfaced on their faces. However, this shock only lasted for a moment before it quickly turned into shock. Subsequently, the shock on the faces of these leaders changed, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes gathered on Zhuo Wen's body in the hall. Immediately, the somewhat quiet hall became fiery hot in an instant. That is, Zhuowen? Didn't Lu Jitian say that Zhuowen was forced to jump into the heavenly fiend Nether Eye? Why are you in the Wang family manor now? Could it be that we're hallucinating? The heat in the hall also attracted the attention of Zhuo Xiangding and the other two, who were fighting fiercely in the air above the hall. At this moment, the battle was rather intense. Under the combined efforts of Lu Qingshang and Wang Yuanqing, two Zhao King realm practitioners, even though Zhuo Xiangding had a middle-grade soul treasure in hand, he was still forced into a passive situation. Of course, the strange situation in the hall also caused the battle in the sky to slow down. The three of them gathered their gazes in the hall. However, when the three of them gathered their gazes on the figure of the young man who had just appeared in the hall, they were all stunned without exception. Among them, Zhuo Xiangding's gloomy face was like a sunny day after the rain. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! This old man knew that this old man's grandson's life isn't that fragile." However, Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang's expressions were quite ugly. Wang Yuanqing frowned and said, "Senior Lu, didn't you say that Zhuowen was forced into the heavenly fiend Nether Eye? Why would he appear here?" Lu Qingshang's face darkened and he snorted coldly. This boy was indeed forced into the heavenly fiend Nether Eye. Since he is here now, it means that he should have successfully escaped from the heavenly fiend Nether Eye. The corners of Wang Yuanqing's eyes twitched violently, and his eyes were suddenly filled with horror. He quietly stared at the young man in the hall below, and the horror in his eyes became more and more intense. He had never thought that Zhuowen would be able to walk out of the heavenly fiend Nether Eye. It should be known that even if he wanted to escape from that kind of desperate situation, it would be difficult for him to do so. Zhuowen's aura was only at the level of the Yin Void realm. For him to be able to walk out of the heavenly fiend Nether Eye alone with such a cultivation, Wang Yuanqing suddenly felt that the world had become a little crazy. Family head Wang, you don't have to be too surprised. According to my guess, the reason why Zhuowen was able to walk out of the heavenly fiend Nether Eye alone must have something to do with the Qiankuan bag he snatched from our Lu family. To tell you the truth, the owner of the Qiankuan bag in his hands is at least an expert of the ultimate Emperor realm. Lu Qingshang also saw the surprise on Wang Yuanqing's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke lightly. "Senior Lu, is this true? That boy really has the Qiankuan bag of an ultimate Emperor realm warrior?" Wang Yuanqing was stunned at first, but when he heard that it was an ultimate Emperor realm warrior, his breathing suddenly became rapid. I said at least an ultimate Emperor Realm Warrior. That expert's aura was very strong, and it might even be an expert of the fourth venerable realm. Anyway, this boy was able to walk out of the heavenly fiend nether eye alone with such strength, which shows how much he gained from the Chinquan bag. So, as long as we kill this boy, the things in the Chinquan bag will be ours. Lu Qingshang's eyes also revealed a touch of greed as he spoke sinisterly. Hearing this, Wang Yuanqing laughed, and a trace of a greedy smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. However, his gaze shifted to Zhuo Xiangding, who was not far away, and he sneered, "Zhuo, that boy is nothing to be afraid of. However, our main task now is to get rid of this old man in front of us." That's true. Whether it's the middle-level spirit treasure in the old man's hands or the treasure in the young man's hands, they will all belong to us. We don't have to hold back. Let's quickly kill this old man. Lu Qingshang licked his lips, and his sinister gaze completely locked onto Zhuo Xiangding, who was not far away. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wang Yuanqing stomped his foot, and a powerful Yuan power suddenly burst out from his body. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow, and with an even more powerful force than before, he ferociously charged towards Zhuo Xiangding. Lu Qingshang was not to be outdone. Around his body, a thick black gas continuously spread out, and countless black skulls continuously rolled around the surface of his body. Then they enveloped his entire body and turned into a giant skull that suddenly flew towards Zhuo Xiangding. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes narrowed. He knew that the battle between the three of them was the most crucial battle. If they won this battle, then their Zhuo family would be able to shake the Wang family and replace them. However, if they lost, then their Zhuo family would be annihilated. This old man will not lose, even if I die. Zhuo Xiangding's right palm fiercely hit his chest and immediately spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which shot into the gravity tower in his hand. With the nourishment of the essence blood, the aura on the surface of the gravity tower became even more vast, like a vast ocean. Gravity boundary. A roar came from his throat, and immediately a grayish-black light fiercely spread out from the top of the gravity tower, enveloping the ground within a radius of 10 miles. At the same time, in the area enveloped by the grayish-black light, the gravity rapidly increased at a terrifying speed and finally reached a terrifying level. Caught off guard, Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang were also enveloped by the gravity boundary. Immediately, the two of them felt their bodies sink, and unexpectedly, they could not stand steadily. At the moment when the two of them were caught off guard, a strong black shadow suddenly rushed towards them from afar, and then a powerful kick swept over like a huge wave and heavily slammed into their chests. Bang, bang. Two muffled explosions rang out. Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang could only raise their hands in front of them, barely managing to block the rapidly approaching leg winds. However, the enormous force behind the kick still sent the two of them flying backwards. They only managed to stop their footsteps after leaving 4 deep marks on the ground that were several feet deep. Damn it, this old fellow actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Senior Lu, we can't hold back anymore. Let's end this quickly. Wang Yuanqing only felt the web between his thumb and forefinger slightly go numb, as he stared at the indifferent Zhuo Xiangding not far away. His heart was filled with rage. I really didn't expect that even with the two of us working together, we still couldn't take down this old fellow. Forget it, this old man won't hold back anymore. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I will get rid of this old fellow. Lu Qingshang also knew the importance of this matter and suppressed the boiling blood in his chest. Then his 2 claws fiercely grasped at the air, and immediately countless black gas slowly seeped out from the ground, as if countless ghosts were being summoned from the ground. Sigh of the vengeful spirits! A cold and gloomy voice slowly came out from Lu Qingshang's mouth, and immediately the countless ghosts around them began to howl, and then enveloped Lu Qingshang and Wang Yuanqing within. Wang Yuanqing only felt his body lighten, and he suddenly felt that the oppressive gravity that was like a mountain just now had completely disappeared at this moment. Under my sigh of the vengeful spirits, Zhuo Xiangding's gravity boundary is completely useless against us. Let's work together to get rid of him. While Wang Yuanxing was secretly praising in his heart, Lu Qingshang's words also came at the right time. Wang Yuanxing nodded, and then the two of them suddenly turned into two shadows and fiercely flew towards Zhuo Xiangding. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding's expression also became serious. He also did not expect that his gravity boundary would be so easily broken by Lu Qingshang. He sighed inwardly, held the gravity tower in his hand, and fiercely faced the two of them. Then an extremely shocking battle broke out between the three of them in the hall. Zhuo Wen and Qin Sheng quietly looked at each other, and finally Qin Sheng spoke first. Zhuo Wen, I haven't seen you for a few months, and your cultivation has improved quite quickly. You have already reached the 8th stage of the Yin Void Realm, but now you are blocking in front of me. Do you think you can defeat me with your current cultivation? Zhuo Wen, get out of the way. Qin Sheng's cultivation has reached the half-step to the Yan Void Realm. You are no match for him. You are still young, and now is not the time to be stubborn. Zhuo Baitian, who was standing behind Qin Sheng, suddenly spoke with a touch of worry on his face. However, before he finished speaking, he abruptly stopped, and his eyes were fixed on the back of the young man in front of him. An extremely large amount of spiritual energy suddenly surged out from the young man's body. This spiritual energy was like a vast ocean, deep, vast, and endless. Chapter 145. Blow up a rank 2 arcana? Qin Sheng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle when he sensed the powerful mental energy that was continuously spreading out from the young man's body. Even he felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed the mental energy that was like a vast ocean. What shocked Qin Sheng even more was that the young man in front of him was only 15 or 16 years old. At such a young age, his mental strength had already reached rank 2. What kind of talent did he need to achieve this? What made Qin Sheng fearful wasn't just the powerful mental strength Zhuowen displayed, but also the arcana master behind Zhuowen. After all, a grade 2 arcanist already had some special privileges bestowed upon them by the Empire. Moreover, they were also heavily protected by the Empire. After all, there were very few arcanists. The Azure Xian Empire would not allow the loss of even one arcanist to happen. Right now, Zhuowen had only just become a second-grade arcanist, and he hadn't even gone to the Arcana Guild to verify his identity. That was why Zhuowen couldn't feel the convenience and honor that came with being an arcanist. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations were like ripples in water, spreading to the surroundings of the hall and attracting the attention of many of the spectating forces. The sudden mental energy pressure caused the hall to momentarily come to a standstill. Soon after, numerous gazes gathered on the figure of the young man. When they confirmed that the mental energy pressure had indeed come from the young man's body, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a powerful spiritual force! Although I've heard of Zhuowen's talent in the arcane arts, it seems that Zhuowen has only cultivated his spirit for less than a year. How can his spirit be so powerful? This consciousness is very powerful, far surpassing the level of a rank 1 arcana master. Could it be that Zhuowen has already reached the level of a rank 2 arcana master? Impossible. After all, it had only been less than a year since Grandmaster Kraki had taken him in. The cultivation of mental strength is generally acknowledged to be difficult. Could it be that in less than a year, this kid's mental strength has suddenly reached the shocking level of a second level? Although there were many doubtful voices in the hall, the crowd was no fool. They could clearly feel the powerful mental energy that surged out from the youth's body. That level was definitely at the level of a grade 2 martial artist. It was just that what was happening in front of them was too shocking, and they were unwilling to believe this reality. In the middle of the hall, the fist and palm that contained an extremely powerful force collided with each other. The wind that was created from the collision directly tore open an abyss-like crack in the ground. Then, Zhuo Xiangding, Lu Qingshang, and Wang Yuanqing all staggered backwards. The three of them stabilized their bodies. Their eyes revealed a ferocious glint as they once again pounced forward. However, at this moment, they also sensed the powerful mental energy pressure that was spreading. Immediately, they were startled as they hurriedly turned their heads. Their expressions changed when they discovered that the source of the mental energy was actually a young figure. What a powerful mental energy! The owner of this mental energy is Zhuowen? Zhuo Xiangding was somewhat stunned as he stared at the youth's figure. His heart could not help but fiercely twitch. Soon after, a trace of ecstasy appeared on his sluggish face. He could feel that the mental energy that Zhuowen was currently displaying had actually reached the level of a grade 2 martial artist. It was even purer than that of an ordinary grade 2 arcana master. He also did not expect that after disappearing for a few months, Zhuowen's return would bring him such a big surprise. Wang Yuanqing also felt the enormous mental energy pressure from Zhuowen's body. His expression immediately turned ugly. He also did not expect that Zhuowen's mental energy would reach such a level in such a short period of time. This kind of advancement speed and terrifying monstrous talent caused even Wang Yuanqing to feel a chill in his heart. This kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. Staring at the youth's figure not far away, Wang Yuanqing's eyes flickered. They were filled with a chilling killing intent. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were extremely sharp. With a glance, he could see the chilling killing intent in the depths of Wang Yuanqing's eyes. He knew that Wang Yuanqing had already decided to kill Zhuowen. However, since he had already seen through Wang Yuanqing's intentions, he naturally would not let him have his way. Wang Yuanqing, you old bastard, if you want to target Zhuowen, then you'll have to defeat me first. Otherwise, do you think that you will have the chance to deal with Zhuowen under my watch? Zhuo Xiangding sneered. He held the gravity tower in his hand and fiercely charged forward once again. Zhuo Xiangding, you old bastard. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang secretly exchanged glances with each other before the two of them tacitly formed a pincer formation that enveloped Zhuo Xiangding. Soon after, extremely powerful auras erupted from the two of them as they once again collided. The power and influence created by the three of them was extremely frightening. You must have just become a grade 2 arcana master not too long ago. At your current level, it's still not very likely that you'll be my match. The astonishment on his face gradually receded. Instead, a sinister look appeared on Chen Sheng's face. He knew that as long as he could kill this youth in front of him, he would be completely rid of any future troubles. Moreover, he would become the greatest contributor to both the Wang and Qin families. Whether I'm your match or not is not something that can be said with words. Zhuo Wen's gaze was as calm as still water. His right hand gently patted his Qingkuan bag and suddenly pulled out a tall dragon rune blade. Gripping it with both hands, he suddenly swung it, easily creating an ear-piercing sound of breaking wind. These words are reasonable. After I completely capture you, I wonder if you'll kneel and beg for mercy? Chun Sheng licked his lips. Soon after, the yuan power within his body violently gushed out. Soon after, the soles of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground. A powerful force violently gushed out from the soles of his feet, actually tearing the ground apart. Rumble. Chun Sheng's entire body was suffused with a rich golden glow. Soon after, his entire body was like a blazing sun, piercing through the clouds as he ferociously swept toward Zhuowen. When he was within 10 feet of Zhuowen, his legs seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he viciously swung them toward Zhuo Wen's neck. Zhuo Wen's face was as calm as still water. His right hand suddenly tapped the space between his eyebrows. A small mental energy storm instantly gushed out from the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, it expanded to several dozen feet in size. The mental energy storm carried a crushing force as it viciously swept towards Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng's expression changed. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. At this moment, it was naturally too late for him to withdraw his leg. Thus, he hardened his heart as the yuan power within his body once again gushed out. The golden glow on his legs became even more intense, finally reaching a frightening peak. Subsequently, under this golden glow, he violently collided with the mental energy storm. Rumble! The intense collision sound was just like a sudden clap of thunder as it gradually rose in the entire hull, following which, the intense aftershock tore a somewhat frightening hole in the ground. Crack! Under this stalemate, a clear cracking sound suddenly rang out. Soon after, everyone was shocked to discover that the several dozen feet large mental energy storm had actually crumbled inch by inch under the blazing golden glow. Finally, like a hurricane that had been extinguished, it dissipated. A Grade 2 Arcana Master is merely SOSO. This kind of attack is really no challenge to me. As he stared at the slowly dissipating mental energy storm in front of him, the corners of Chun Sheng's mouth curled into a mocking arc as he sneered. However, just as he spoke, a violent sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out from behind him. At the same time, a mocking voice rang out beside his ear. Since that move is merely SOSO, you can try this move. Chun Sheng suddenly turned around and stared at the young man who was close behind him. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle. Previously, he actually did not notice how Zhuowen had appeared behind him. The young man's face carried a faint smile. Subsequently, the young man suddenly raised his dragon vein saber as the surging dragon aura within his body violently poured into the dragon vein saber. When the dragon aura was almost saturated, an ancient dragon's roar suddenly whizzed out from the dragon vein saber. Roar! A huge golden dragon that was several hundred meters long suddenly whistled out of the void. Its colossal body seemed to be composed of countless mountains. The dragon's body was densely covered with dragon scales that shone with a golden radiance, like the scorching sun. It was dazzling and brilliant. This giant golden dragon was the original form of the dragon spirit within the dragon vein saber. This time, the dragon spirit that Zhuowen had summoned was much more powerful than before. Moreover, the dragon spirit was also much more complete. All of this was because Zhuowen's cultivation was much higher than before. Therefore, he was able to activate the greater power within the dragon vein saber. The giant golden dragon that was a few hundred feet long roared towards the sky. Soon after, its huge dragon tail violently swung, stirring up a huge gale that almost tore the void apart. Soon after, the giant dragon suddenly swooped down and swept towards the shocked Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng did not expect Zhuowen to have hidden such a powerful attack. He could feel the enormous power from the giant dragon. Even if he were to receive this attack, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. Let's go all out. Chun Sheng wiped his hands, and 2 streams of blood immediately spurted out from his fingertips, following which, his hands suddenly pointed at the void and immediately drew a strange pattern. An extremely strange and powerful aura was emitted from the pattern. Icy, soul blood python palm. Chun Sheng roared. Endless cold air mixed with blood aura slowly wriggled and condensed in the air. Finally, it turned into a giant blood python that was not any weaker than the giant golden dragon. The blood python opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy smell immediately spread out. Soon after, it roared and immediately flew towards the giant golden dragon. Rumble! When the dragon and the snake collided violently in the sky, a ball of light that was like the scorching sun instantly rose. Everyone in the hall was bathed in this light, and they quickly covered their eyes. Countless roars resounded in the void at this moment. Everyone knew that this was a fierce battle between the giant golden dragon and the blood python. When the last mournful howl sounded, the light gradually faded. When everyone gradually opened their eyes, a figure flew out like a withered leaf. After tumbling on the ground for more than a dozen times, he finally crashed into a solid wall in a sorry state. Only then did he manage to stop himself. Chapter 146. Killing Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng. Defeated? A figure suddenly fell from the sky like a shooting star and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. A violent tremor resounded, and a huge crater suddenly appeared in the hall. The gazes of the onlookers all converged on the huge pit. They saw a rather miserable figure quietly lying in the pit. The figure was even constantly twitching, and his aura was extremely weak. This person was Qin Sheng, who had reached the half-step King Zhao realm. Traces of astonishment slowly rose in the eyes of the crowd when they saw that the figure in the crater was indeed the head of the Chen family. Qin Sheng, the astonishment on their faces instantly turned into shock. Thump, thump, thump. The clear sound of footsteps was slowly transmitted from a short distance away. As the billowing dust settled, a skinny and tall figure was revealed. His delicate and handsome face was filled with a calm expression that was as calm as water. Gazing at the seemingly uninjured youth who had appeared in their line of sight, the gazes of the crowd changed once again. The shock that remained in their eyes was slowly replaced by a sliver of fear. Before stepping into the crater, Zhuowen quietly stared at the extremely sorry figure in the crater. His indifferent gaze did not waver at all. Head of the Chen family, our Zhuo family is not a soft persimmon. On the contrary, we are an indestructible jade. If you want to bully our Zhuo family, then you should be prepared for the consequences. Our Zhuo family will be destroyed together with you. I wonder if your Qin family can bear such consequences? Zhuowen said with a calm expression as he gently lifted Qin Sheng's collar. Stop. I don't care about this matter. I beg you, don't kill me. While he was in a daze, Qin Sheng gradually regained his senses. The young man's face was so close that he could clearly see the blazing killing intent deep within the young man's eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him wanted to kill him. Head of the Qin family, it's too late. From the moment your Qin family and the Wang family formed a marriage alliance, it was already too late. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed as he discovered a pair of closed fingers slowly growing larger and larger in his eyes. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows as an enormous force invaded his sea of consciousness. Immediately, his consciousness sank into darkness. The instant he killed Qin Sheng, Zhuowen took the opportunity to take out the Qinquan bag from Qin Sheng's waist and unceremoniously stuffed it into his chest. Subsequently, his arm jerked and Qin Sheng's corpse slowly became limp. Boom! The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was not loud in the chaotic hall. Then, at this moment, many people's minds seemed to be shaken, and they involuntarily looked over. When these gazes stopped on Qin Sheng's corpse, the air in the hall instantly froze. Even the clamorous sounds of fighting in the outer courtyard seemed to have quietly disappeared at this moment. Although Zhuowen and Qin Sheng's battle had attracted many people's attention at the beginning, their battle was not as attractive as the battle between Zhuo Xiangding, Wang Yuanqing, and Lu Qingshang, the three great Zhao King realm practitioners. It was only when Qin Sheng fell to the ground and was killed that it attracted everyone's attention in the hall. However, the outcome was completely out of everyone's expectations. Qin Sheng is dead. Looking at Qin Sheng, who had died with his eyes wide open, a perilous storm surged in everyone's hearts at this moment. Qin Sheng was the head of one of the three great families in Rotten Armor City. His cultivation was at the half-step Zhao King realm, and he was considered a top expert in the entire Rotten Armor City. Normally, he was high and mighty, but now, such an expert had died right in front of them. This caused a trace of disbelief to surface in everyone's hearts. These gazes only lingered on Qin Sheng's corpse for a while before they suddenly turned to the young man beside him. Looking at the calm expression on the young man's face, Everyone could not help but feel a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They knew that Chen Sheng, who had once been a big shot in Rotten Armor City, had been killed by this young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. This scene was too shocking, so shocking that it was unbelievable. Even Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, who had been saved by Zhuowen, felt dizzy as they stared at Chen Sheng, who had fallen to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Even the two of them could not have imagined such an outcome. Zhuowen, he has actually become so strong. The two of them looked at each other and said the same thing at the same time. In the middle of the hall, 3 figures swept across like a whirlwind. Along the way, no one dared to stop them. Even the aftermath of the battle between 3 Zhao King realm martial artists was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Zhuo Xiangding, Wang Yuanqing, and Lu Qingshang had been fighting bitterly for a long time. Originally, Zhuo Xiangding was only at the initial Human King realm, so he could only fight to a draw with Wang Yuanqing. Even if Lu Qingshang was alone, he would not be a match for him. However, with the help of the gravity tower in his hand, he was able to fight against 2 experts at the same level as him. One of them was even at the profound Human King realm. This showed how terrifying the pressure Zhuo Xiangding was under. After a long and bitter battle, Zhuo Xiangding's body was covered with many terrifying wounds, even with the help of the gravity tower. Streams of cherry-red blood slowly dripped from his wounds. "Old man, let's see how long you can last. Even if you have the support of a mid-level spiritual treasure, you are still no match for me and Senior Lu. I advise you, Zhuo family, to submit to our Wang family and hand over that little bastard Zhuowen. Perhaps your Zhuo family will still have a way out." Wang Yuanqing, who was standing in the middle of the hall, said with a cold smile. "Moreover, don't forget that we still have Chen Sheng, who is half a step away from the Zhao King realm. I think Chen Sheng has almost finished off the remaining members of your Zhuo family." "Ha!" Wang Yuanqing looked up to the sky and laughed. His face was full of pride. He looked at Zhuo Xiangding with a trace of arrogance. Even if the Zhuo family had many trump cards, so what? In the end, they were still no match for the Wang family. "Chen Sheng is dead." However, Wang Yuanqing's smile did not last for long, as an uproar was suddenly transmitted from outside the hall. The corners of the trio's eyes suddenly glanced outside, only to see an ice-cold corpse appear in front of their eyes. When the 3 of them finally saw the face of the corpse, the smile on Wang Yuanqing's face completely froze. At the same time, a look of horror slowly rose from the bottom of his eyes. However, when Wang Yuanqing heard Zhuo Wen's name from the exclamations outside, his pupils suddenly shrunk. The shock in his eyes suddenly turned into disbelief. "Wang Yuanqing, it seems that Chen Sheng, who you rely on, did not finish off the rest of the Zhuo family as you said. Now it seems that he died in an accident." Zhuo Xiangding's face was full of sarcasm. He glanced at Chen Sheng's corpse from the corner of his eyes. His heart could not help but tremble violently. From the exclamations just now, he knew that the one who killed Chen Sheng was Zhuowen. Although he knew that Zhuowen's mental energy had advanced to rank 2, Chen Sheng was, after all, half a step away from the Zhao King realm. He was a powerful existence who only needed half a step to advance to the Zhao King realm. He expected that Zhuowen would be able to stall him, which was the result he had hoped for. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would use an even more direct method to kill him. Wang Yuanqing, this old man has already said that the Zhuo family is not easy to deal with. However, if anyone wants to take a bite out of us, they should be prepared to break their teeth. Zhuo Xiangding said with a cold smile, "As long as I break your old bones, the Zhuo family will naturally collapse." Wang Yuanqing's expression gradually returned to normal. Although he found it unbelievable that Zhuowen could kill Chen Sheng alone, he also knew that the core of the Zhuo family was Zhuo Xiangding in front of him. As long as Zhuo Xiangding fell, the Zhuo family would not be able to withstand a single blow. He did not even take Zhuowen seriously. After all, he was not Qin Sheng and was much stronger than the latter. No matter how strong Zhou was, he was only a rank 2 Arcana Master. He was definitely not a match for a warrior in the Zhao King realm like him. You want to break this old man's bones? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Zhuo, Xiangding said with a proud smile. Then let's try. Senior Lu, let's not delay any longer. Let's get rid of this old man as soon as possible. Wang Yuanqing informed Lu Qingshang, who was beside him. Soon after, an endless amount of yuan power frantically gathered in his hands. A resplendent glow slowly spread out in all directions, just like an electric current, along with a low, rumbling sound. This was the Wang family's highest martial art, the High Earth Tier Armor Technique, Mountain-Splitting Thunderbolt. When Wang Yuanqing used it, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning were surging forward. Its momentum was terrifying. Zhuo, that guy has indeed exceeded my expectations. You're right. Let's get rid of this old man as soon as possible, then we'll look for Zhuo. Lu Qingshang nodded slightly. Both of his claws suddenly reached out and viciously clawed at the ground. Immediately, countless amounts of black gas were pulled out from the ground by his claws. Then, the black gas rapidly condensed into a black sphere in the center of his palms. Powerful energy fluctuations, accompanied by endless wails and howls, whizzed out from the black sphere. It was as if the black sphere was imprisoning countless screaming ghosts. Resentful ghost cannonball. A sinister howl came out from Lu Qingshang's mouth. Finally, with a wave of his right hand, the black sphere in the center of his palm was thrown toward Zhuo Xiangding, who was not far away. Like a rapidly flowing missile, it shot straight toward him. Mountain-Splitting Thunder. Chapter 147. To fight to the last, ditch their resentment, Ghost Cannonball, which was condensed with endless black gas, and the Mountain-Splitting Thunderbolt, which was like a mountain intertwined in the entire void, creating a strange mixture of blue and black. It seems like Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang don't want to drag this out any longer. I wonder if Zhuo Xiangding can withstand such an attack. After all, this is the combined attack of 2 Zhaoqing realm martial artists. Even the people in the hall could feel the enormous power contained in the 2 attacks in the air. That power had long surpassed the corporeal Yang realm. In their senses, even the half-step king Zhao realm couldn't compare to it. The members of the Zhuo family in the hall also revealed traces of worry on their faces. They had also felt the tremendous power of the 2 attacks in the air. Due to Zhuo killing Qin Sheng, the Zhuo family had the upper hand for the time being. However, they also knew that the battle that would determine the survival of the Zhuo family was still the battle between the 3 Zhuo family warriors. Only if the head of the Zhuo family won this battle would the Zhuo family be able to completely replace the Wang family. Otherwise, the Zhuo family might completely disappear from Vine Armor City. Even the calm Zhuo could not help but be startled. Although Zhuo Xiangding had the support of the medium-level Soul Treasure Gravity Tower, he was facing 2 Zhao Kings after all. One of them had even reached the great achievement of the Human King. Zhuo, do you think the Patriarch can block this attack? Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian had unknowingly appeared behind Zhuo and were looking up at the sky with solemn expressions. Zhuo Baitian asked with a sigh. There was a hint of inquiry in his tone, as if he was a junior asking an elder. This somewhat strange tone would seem strange to outsiders. After all, Zhuo Baitian was Zhuowen's uncle in terms of seniority. Even so, Zhuo Baitian still asked the youth in front of him in a condescending tone, as if it was only natural. Even Zhuo Dingtian, who was beside him, did not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. It was as if Zhuo Baitian's way of addressing Zhuo was natural. Zhuo glanced helplessly at the respectful expressions of his 2 uncles behind him. He knew that the reason why they were acting this way was because he had just killed Qin Sheng. Actually, I'm not too sure. After all, that was the combined attack of 2 Zhaoqing realm martial artists. Even with the help of the Gravity Tower, I'm afraid that even if he could block it, the price he would have to pay a heavy price. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuowen said with a bitter smile. He could also feel the great power of the two attacks. Obviously, Wang Yuanqing and Lu Qingshang were not holding back anymore. They wanted to go all out to take down Zhuo Xiangding. When Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Then they looked at each other and revealed a determined look. Zhuowen, if the head of the family is defeated later, you should run away quickly. We will buy time for you to escape. Now that you have such shocking strength at such a young age, if you continue to develop, it is only a matter of time before you advance to the Zhao King realm. With your talent, you can definitely achieve great things in 10 years. So, please run away later. The farther the better. After you have achieved something in the future, you can avenge the Zhuo family and rebuild the entire Zhuo family. Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian walked in front of Zhuowen, their eyes full of determination. Uncle, uncle, you. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian to be so courageous. Obviously, they had prepared for the worst. Haha, Zhuowen, I hope you don't take what second uncle did to you back then to heart. It was a moment of folly on my part. Now that the Zhuo family survival is at stake, second uncle really doesn't want you to resent me because of what happened in the past. Zhuo Dingtian suddenly turned his head and looked at the young man behind him with a guilty and hopeful look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen felt a little sour in his nose. Even he did not expect the Zhuo family to be so united at such a critical time. Not only Zhuo Baitian and Zhuo Dingtian, but even the other members of the Zhuo family in the hall showed a determined look on their faces. It was a kind of firm and courageous heart that was fearless, knowing that the road ahead was doomed. They wanted to move forward. Uncle, it's all in the past. I don't take it to heart. Moreover, I was wrong to destroy Cousin Zhuo Wu's elixir field. I would like to apologize to you for this. Since you have placed the hope of the family on my shoulders, I will not let you down. Zhuowen closed his eyes slightly and then opened them abruptly. He said with a determined look in his eyes. However, while he was speaking, his eyes were fixed on the back of his hands. At this time, there were 2 strange runes on the back of his hands, which were emitting a strange brilliance. Perhaps he would have to use this thing in the end. However, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay if he used it with all his strength. Even Zhuowen could not estimate it. When Zhuo Dingtian heard this, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and refocused his eyes on the battlefield in the center of the hall. Young man, are you going to use the Holy Ice Flame rune? At this time, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. If grandfather is really defeated, I have no other choice. I don't want the Zhuo family to be destroyed because of me. Zhuowen replied flatly. Young man, you don't know how terrifying the Holy Ice Flame rune is. Although you have obtained a part of the Holy Rune's power, you have not merged the ice and fire energies together. If you really merge the ice and fire energies and an accident occurs, I will not be able to save you. After all, you know what happened to Tyrant Blood back then. Everything needs to be done step by step. You have not completely mastered the Holy Ice Flame rune. If you forcefully merge the 2 energies together, an accident could easily happen. Moreover, this Lord Dragon's source power has yet to recover. I can only watch with folded arms against you. In his mind, Xiao Hei's voice became a little irritable and a little worried. I understand all these. However, I have said that I will protect my family. Now that my family is in trouble, do you think I will abandon my family and run away alone? You know, that's not my personality at all. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. Zhuowen shook his head and said firmly. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hei fell silent. After spending so much time together, he understood the young man in front of him better than anyone else. Although Zhuowen looked like he did not care about many things on the surface, he was a person who valued relationships very much. When Han Shui was in trouble in Luchuan town, he did not hesitate to rescue her. From this point alone, one could see that Zhuowen valued relationships very much. And now, the one in trouble was his clan. With Zhuo Wen's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to abandon his clan and live on by himself. The emotions of humans are so strange. Since you've decided, this dragon lord won't stop you anymore. However, don't regret it when the time comes. Xiao Hei's somewhat helpless voice sounded in his mind. Soon after, he fell completely silent. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He knew that since Xiao Hei had said this, he would not stop him. While Zhuowen and Xiao Hei were conversing, the two destructive attacks in the air were like shooting stars. They turned into the air and suddenly fell towards Zhuo Xiangding in the hall. The powerful force even caused an ear-piercing explosion. In the hall, Zhuo Xiangding's back was straight. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, but there was neither sadness nor joy. He only calmly stared at the approaching mountain-splitting thunderbolt and the resentful ghost cannonball. He knew that this was a crucial moment in this battle. If he could block it, his Zhuo family would once again be able to stand tall in Rotten Armor City. If he could not only would he die, his Zhuo family would also cease to exist. Even if this old man's life is on the line, I cannot lose. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly roared towards the sky. Soon after, the gravity tower in his hand rapidly expanded, finally becoming a black tower that was several meters in size. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly carried the black tower and fiercely slammed it into the ground. The entire ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Heavy tower suppression. Zhuo Xiangding's hands instantly formed countless hand seals. Finally, his right hand fiercely slapped his chest, and a mouthful of thick blood essence was spat into the black tower. In an instant, the surface of the black pagoda was smeared with a layer of scarlet red. Then, the black pagoda that was originally only a few dozen feet in size began to grow at an astonishing speed. Finally, it turned into a massive black pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. It was like a pillar that supporting the heavens and the earth. Go! Zhuo Xiangding's hands fiercely pulled. Terrifying veins appeared on his face, arms, and even his entire body. The terrifying black tower that was several hundred meters in size was actually forcefully pulled up by his strength alone. Under Zhuo Xiangding's terrifying strength, the huge black tower was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It fiercely shot up into the sky. Wherever it passed, there were countless sounds of air exploding. It was as if countless bombs had exploded, rumbling nonstop in the entire sky. Under everyone's gaze, the huge black tower finally fiercely collided with the mountains splitting lightning and the resentful ghost cannonball in the sky. Soon after, an intense light, as if it was a scorching sun that was close at hand, was so blinding that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Rumble. The violent rumbling sound was as if countless huge thunderbolts were rumbling nonstop at this very moment. For a moment, the entire sky fell into a violent chaos.